Welcome to Lovebook, your home for the finest Chinese love stories. Chapter 85. After learning of Wei Ru's whereabouts, Yan Minghua personally went to pick her up. Lin Chu only felt that after Wei Ru returned, she seemed to become much more quiet. She didn't know what had happened between Wei Ru and Mu Hangfeng. All the words of comfort, everything that could be said, had already been said. Wei Ru said she was fine, but she didn't look like someone who was fine at all. She clearly ate on time every day, and even as the baby in her belly grew larger and she ate more, Wei Ru still visibly lost weight. It wasn't until half a month later, when news of Mu Hangfeng's grand wedding arrived, that Lin Chu vaguely guessed what had happened. Besides sighing, she couldn't help Wei Ru in any way. She only hoped Wei Ru could overcome it herself. Having defeated the barbarians, now relying on the provisions the barbarians brought, the frontier could certainly hold out until autumn. Large-scale ore mining and steel refining were also proceeding in an orderly manner. That blacksmith still possessed an innate talent for steel refining. Lin Chu's pregnancy was not yet 3 months along. Yan Minghua did not allow her to go out. Lin Chu only verbally gave the blacksmith a few instructions. Unexpectedly, he researched and refined steel on his own, truly grasping the fusion ratio between raw iron and wrought iron during steelmaking. Now, the steel produced was basically 100 refined steel. Seeing each batch of steel weapons being produced, Lin Chu also felt as if a weight had been lifted from her mind. Currently, the situation in Daijiao was still a three-way standoff. The forces of the second prince, third prince, and sixth prince were locked in a struggle. It's just that now Mu Hangfeng had married the princess of Prince Chan. Prince Chan also held considerable military power. The third prince now had an additional powerful ally. Since the last battle of Yao City, Lin Chu hadn't seen Yan Minghua contact the sixth prince anymore. Whatever Yan Minghua had in mind, he didn't say, and she didn't ask. No matter which path he took, she would follow him. It's just that she could clearly perceive that Yan Minghua seemed to have changed a great deal. Fang Yisheng's betrayal, Yuan San losing an arm in the Battle of Yao City, all these things had made Yan Minghua more quiet and introspective. He seemed to have reverted to his original demeanor from when Marquis Yangan's property was confiscated. His eyes were always dark and unfathomable. The only thing Lin Chu could do was to stay by his side. As soon as the war ended, everything was reviving. To avoid a food shortage at the end of autumn, Lin Chu also mentioned a few things to Yan Minghua. She said that it was spring, and now that the northwest was stable again, it would be better to let the common people cultivate their own land. Yan Minghua had also thought about letting the common people cultivate the land. It was just that the northwest was barren, and war raged year-round. To facil it escape during wartime, the common people didn't even dare to raise larger animals. Plowing the land without even an ox was far from easy. But now that the northwest was stable again, there were quite a few refugees from the central plains who had brought their families to seek refuge. Rice, firewood, oil, salt, these could never be lacking. Even a large salt lake like the one in Lianqing Mountain couldn't just be left as scenery. Lin Chu told Song Tua to send people to boil a lot of salt. Because of the war, salt merchants no longer dared to conduct business. Conversely, they had become the salt magnates of the northwest region. Lin Chu thought when summer came, her pregnancy would also be stable at 3 months, and she could go to Lianqing Mountain to teach them how to use sunlight to dry salt. Today, Lin Chu suddenly felt interested and went with Jing He to learn embroidery. She was embroidering a bird and flower picture. She hadn't even finished half a leaf when she heard a commotion in the front courtyard. The two-room house was not originally large. Although Yan Minghua later expanded the courtyard, the front and back courtyards were still quite close. Just beyond a small gate was Yan Minghua's study. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Lin Chu was no longer in the mood for embroidery. This servant will go take a look. Jing He placed the embroidery hoop into the needlework basket, stood up, and intended to go to the front courtyard. Not long after, Jing He returned. Her complexion was not good. What's wrong? Lin Chu asked. The master executed a wandering sorcerer, Jing He said, then picked up her embroidery frame and continued to embroider. Madam, you don't need to worry about such matters. They are merely con artists from the Jianghu spouting nonsense. Currently, many people sought refuge with Yan Minghua. Jianghu figures, strategists, sorcerers. To say they trampled his doorstep would be no exaggeration. Yan Mingwa naturally welcomed those with true ability. As for those who merely boasted of their reputation, he simply didn't take them in. But to the extent of execution, Lin Chu felt this matter was probably not simple. She asked Jing He, what did that sorcerer say? Jing He hesitated for a moment before saying that sorcerer said that during the Battle of Yao City, against the barbarian army, the master had gained the support of the people. The admiration of 10,000 people is an honor reserved for the Son of Heaven. Due to the turn of events, a dragon aura had been born. If the master were to establish himself as emperor, it would be seen as following the mandate of heaven. For some reason, Lin Chu's mind suddenly recalled the words she had overheard at the tea house that day. Yan Mingwa's master was able to teach Mu Hangfeng, the foremost sorcerer in the land. In that case, his own abilities must certainly be extraordinary. He must have calculated something. Were the words spoken by his master's wife that day intentionally for her to hear? But Yan Mingwa's master's answer had been a bit vague. Actually, there are quite a few such rumors among the common folk already. Jing He sighed. The people all say, the master guards the northwest, and the northwest is at peace. If the master were to rule the world, it is likely the world would also be at peace. These words, at first glance they praise Yan Mingwa. But Yan Mingwa is currently still a subject under the sixth prince. If these words were to reach the sixth prince's ears, animosity would naturally arise. Lin Chu merely felt it was very strange. All these things. It seemed someone was forcing Yan Mingwa to ascend the throne. She was utterly perplexed and couldn't understand. Clearly, the war in the northwest had ended. But Yan Mingwa seemed even busier than before the Great War. He often returned home in the middle of the night. Since becoming pregnant, Lin Chu had a particular fondness for sleep. When Yan Mingwa returned home, she had basically already gone to bed. Tonight, when Yan Mingwa returned to the room, he found his little wife wearing sleepwear, leaning against the small bed. One hand propped up her head, the other holding a book. It was unclear how many words she had read, but her breathing was already steady. Jing He was afraid Lin Chu reading at night would harm her eyes, so she had specially lit all 5 candles on the candelabra beside them. In the soft candlelight, the fine downy hairs on her face were clear, visible. Yan Mingwa's weariness accumulated throughout the day vanished in this moment. He gently stepped forward. With his hand he supported Lin Chu's nodding head, which was about to fall. The moment his hand touched Lin Chu's face, she woke up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, vaguely calling out husband. Her voice was as faint as a kitten's meow, making Yan Mingwa feel both tender affection and a few other thoughts. But now that Lin Chu was pregnant, he dared not go too far. He simply took her chin, gave her 2 strong kisses, then hugged her close. His chin rested on the hollow of her shoulder. If you're sleepy, why don't you go to the inner bed to sleep? Sleeping here you could easily catch a cold. Lin Chu yawned and said, waiting for my husband. These words touched a soft spot in Yan Mingwa's heart. He tilted his head, stole a kiss on Lin Chu's cheek, and asked with a smile, waiting for me to do what? Looking at his eyes, bright as stars, Lin Chu suddenly felt as if she had lost her soul. What's wrong? Yan Mingwa pinched the soft flesh on Lam So's cheek. After she became pregnant, and to ensure the child had enough nourishment, Lam So was obliged to drink various nourishing soups every day, as advised by the physician. She could feel that she had almost filled out considerably. Her face had also become noticeably plumper. Lam So was quite downcast. But Yan Mingwa seemed very satisfied, even having a tendency to want to fatten her up further. Lam So had been 2t and before. Now, having gained a little weight, she was merely at a healthy figure. But because she had small bones, she felt plump to the touch. Yan Mingwa was very pleased with this. This afternoon, that sorcerer. Lam So pondered for a long time, then began. But she didn't know how to continue. She unconsciously twisted her fingers. Rumors have also spread among the common folk. You want to ask if I want to become emperor myself? Yan Mingwa said directly. Lam So slowly nodded. Yan Mingwa lazily leaned against Lam So's shoulder and whispered to her, So ni, do you hope I ascend to that position? Lam So remained silent for a long time, then gently shook her head. There were some things she still didn't dare to gamble on. Once one sits in a high position for too long, they will forget who they were originally. She had fallen in love with this man. She could not bear to lose him. Yin Minhua suddenly burst out laughing. Once he had finished laughing, he said, "Fortunately, So Ni doesn't want to be empress. If you wanted to become the most revered woman under heaven, I'm afraid I would risk everything for you." These words left Lam So utterly stunned. "My lord, have you never thought of becoming emperor?" Yin Minhua tapped her nose. "Do you think becoming emperor is easy? One who sits in that position never has a single night of sound sleep. To balance the court, one might have to depose loyal officials and be reviled by the common people. The emperor himself also has a barrier in his heart named guilt, which he fears he can never overcome. Women taken into the imperial harem, perhaps not even remembering what the man looked like, would have already borne him children. Even if there is someone he truly connects with, he wouldn't dare to fully dote on her. Before the princes come of age, the emperor must guard against court officials forming factions and cliques, guard against the growing power of the imperial concubines' families, and guard against the actions of the various kings. After the princes come of age, the emperor must also guard against his own sons. You say such a life, is it not laughable? From ancient times to the present, countless people have desired to ascend the throne. But those who see through things so clearly like Yin Minhua are very rare. Lam So said nothing. She just turned her head and hugged Yin Minhua's waist tightly. Yin Minhua gently patted her back. "So Ni, in this life of mine I only want to stay in the northwest. Are you willing to stay with me forever in this harsh place? Later in spring I'll take you to see flowers on the grasslands. In autumn I'll take you hunting. When we are old, our children just need to hunt silver martins every year to make you a coat." His voice was low. Lam So seemed to genuinely see that life far, far into the future. The corners of her eyes couldn't help but moisten a little. She snuggled into his embrace. "Don't break your promise." Yin Minhua chuckled softly. "Am afraid you'll break your promise." Lam So gave him a look. "Unless I'm foolish." Yin Minhua adored this side of her. His large hand squeezed her plump cheek. "If you're not foolish, then who is?" The couple bantered for a while. Lam So then thought of the main issue again. "My lord, so now these rumors about wanting to be emperor are spreading so widely. If the sixth prince knows." Yin Minhua let out a sigh. "This is precisely why I dare not take such a risk." Whether he truly possessed the dragon chi or not, it no longer mattered now. Someone was pulling strings behind the scenes, heavily pushing this matter. Their intention was precisely to sow discord between him and the sixth prince. The second prince had previously monopolized the weapons supply. Furthermore, the Suzhou-Hangzhou region had always been known as the granary. Among the three factions, he was in the strongest position. Now, although the third prince had the assistance of Prince Chan, Yin Minhua had pacified the barbarians and was guarding the northwest. If he remained loyal to the sixth prince, then the sixth prince would become the strongest force among the three. If he were to raise the banner of rebellion himself, the sixth prince would become the weaker force. The second prince and the third prince would quickly devour the sixth prince's army. He would then become the third force, replacing the sixth prince. However, he was not of imperial blood. The matter of dragon chi was mysterious and unfathomable. By then, compared to the second prince and the third prince, he would become a rebellious official and a traitor. Coupled with his prior betrayal of the sixth prince, it would be even less justified and legitimate. He had no interest in the throne. But now that rumors were spreading, the difficult question was, did the sixth prince still trust him? The person who orchestrated this whole scheme truly possessed a profound and cunning mind. Chapter 86. One must always be wary of others. Previously, when the army lacked provisions, the sixth prince abandoned the northwest army. "My lord, you should still be more careful." After hearing Yin Minghua's analysis, Lin Chu only felt a chill. If it were someone who was overly ambitious and had shallow knowledge, they would likely have fallen for the trap long ago. Actually, for the battle at Yao City, the sixth prince and I had discussed it beforehand. It could also be seen as playing a game of chess against the third prince. Yin Minghua slowly said. This statement was like a bolt from the blue. Lin Chu was stunned for a long time, unable to react. They had planned to take action against the barbarian tribe so early on? However, Lin Chu did not understand the latter part of Yin Minghua's statement. She asked confused, how does this relate to the third prince? During the battle at White Horse Pass, The second prince's forces were powerful. The third prince and the sixth prince allied. But because their weaponry was inferior, the Allied forces were still defeated. The sixth prince sent me back to the northwest to find blacksmiths to forge weapons. Ostensibly, his army's provisions were insufficient, and he needed to withdraw a unit of the army. But in reality, it was to let the second prince know that his threat was no longer significant, so the second prince immediately pursued and attacked the third prince. The third prince wanted to win me over and even sent Mu Xingfeng. With Mu Xingfeng not in his army, the third prince clashed directly with the second prince, and his army suffered heavy losses. It wasn't until the battle with the barbarians at Yao City that Mu Xingfeng realized this was a stratagem to dispatch him. He would never suffer the slightest loss, so this wave of rumors is likely his retaliation, Yan Minghua slowly explained. Lin Chu was sometimes quite clever, but in these major affairs, her mind wasn't very sharp. She thought it over and over before stammering, "My lord, you and the sixth prince intended to act against the barbarians from the very beginning. How were you so confident that 40,000 troops at Yao City could defeat the 200,000-strong barbarian army? Before the Great Battle of Yao City, 50,000 troops had been dispatched from Golden Pass. The sixth prince also personally led 50,000 troops from White Horse Pass. The two armies converged, preparing to advance together to reinforce Yao City, but were intercepted midway by the third prince. Having been outmaneuvered, the third prince naturally wouldn't let the sixth prince live in peace. On the day of the Great Battle of Yao City, the 100,000 troops led by the sixth prince also engaged in a fierce battle with the third prince at Golden River Pass. Lin Chu had never expected this and was momentarily at a loss for words. After Yao City was victorious, the third prince withdrew his troops. The sixth prince had originally intended to go to Yao City, but midway, he received news that the second prince had launched a surprise attack on White Horse Pass. Although General N and the sixth prince's maternal grandfather, Grand General Gao, had 50,000 soldiers, their weaponry was inferior to the second prince's army, and they were utterly defeated. General N was severely wounded, and may no longer be able to return to the battlefield. As he spoke, Yan Minghua's tone became heavy. A general who braves the battlefield might seem majestic and awe-inspiring, but which glory is not exchanged for a life? Lin Chu also understood Yan Minghua's concern. After all, on the day of the Great Battle of Yao City, the sixth prince had originally intended to provide reinforcement, but was regrettably blocked by the third prince. The third prince's initial intention must have been for Yan Minghua to die at Yao City, so that the sixth prince would lose a crucial assistant. However, Yan Minghua resiliently used 40,000 troops to defeat the 200,000-strong barbarian army. The sixth prince, unable to provide reinforcement, ought to have felt guilty towards Yan Minghua. But now that rumors were spreading about Yan Minghua possessing dragon qi and aspiring to be emperor, the sixth prince, being astute, would likely think that Yan Minghua harbored disloyal intentions due to bearing a grudge over the Battle of Yao City where he failed to provide support. This was fundamentally an unresolvable predicament. That's why Yan Minghua was always in a stalemate, stationed in Yao City without taking action. "My lord, don't think too much anymore. You don't have that intention, whether the sixth prince believes it or not. At most, well, just guard this northwest region forever, not getting involved in the prince's power struggles," Lin Chu said. Yan Minghua stroked her head. His voice a little weary. "I'm just afraid the princes have run out of patience." That night, Lin Chu had a little trouble sleeping. In her previous life, when she read novels, she had seen too many scenes where the birds are gone, the bows are put away. Even Yan Mingguo's father had died due to the old emperor's suspicion. Thinking of this, Lin Chu suddenly sobered up. Yan Minghua had experienced such a painful lesson before, so it's likely that at this very moment, he already had his own plans. So why was he still pretending to be confused and telling her these things? What's wrong? The person who seemed to be sound asleep suddenly spoke. The voice in the night carried in Yunu, Seul deep and hoarse quality, and Lin Chu suddenly felt a little afraid. The candles outside the bed curtains were lit, and the light in the room became clear. The person beside her rested one hand on his head, his eyes half closed as he looked at her. His face bore a faint weariness, but his handsome features still held an enchanting and eerie allure that Lin Chu couldn't describe. His eyes were as black as ink, like a bottomless pit. When he stared at her without blinking, It was as if he wanted to suck her in, to hide her in a place no one knew. Lin Chu had never seen Yan Mingwa like this, and she felt a little uneasy. Yan Mingwa seemed to notice her uneasiness. The corners of his lips slowly curved upwards, and he moved a few inches closer to Lin Chu. Chuer, are you afraid of me too? Lin Chu was in a panic, not knowing how to answer, when her stomach suddenly cramped with pain. She couldn't tell if it was from fear or pain, and tears suddenly gushed out. Yan Mingwa, my stomach hurts so much. This sentence was like a magic spell. The man who still bore that enchanting and eerie allure instantly transformed into a wild husky. Stomach ache? Why does your stomach hurt? Yan Mingwa jumped out of bed, not even bothering to put on his shoes, pulled open the door, and called for Song Tuo to fetch a physician. In the middle of the night, the entire Yan residence was in an uproar as if the heavens and earth had been turned upside down. Wei Ru had already gone to bed, but as soon as she heard that Lin Chu had a stomach ache, she was so frightened that she threw on a cloak and got up. Arriving at the room, she saw Yan Mingwa guarding Lin Chu's bed like a large dog, and immediately scolded him fiercely. How are you taking care of your sister-in-law? Don't you know your sister-in-law is pregnant right now? Did you do something wrong? This was the only time Yan Mingwa was scolded by Wei Ru like that without arguing back a single word. He merely replied weakly, I didn't. Wei Ru saw Lin Chu crying miserably, felt immense pity, and continued to scold. You didn't, but your sister-in-law is crying like this? You're so grown up, yet you have no sense of propriety. From now on, your sister-in-law will sleep with me. As soon as Yan Mingwa heard this, he didn't even bother to defend himself, immediately refusing. You still need someone to take care of you if two pregnant women are together. Who will take care of whom? That's still better than letting your sister-in-law be bullied by you until she cries. I didn't bully her. Look at your sister-in-law crying, and you still say you didn't. Finally, the physician arrived, and after taking Lin Chu's pulse and saying everything was fine, the entire residence breathed a sigh of relief. Dismissing Wei Nu from the room, Yan Mingwa, looking grim, spread a mat on the ground and lay down on it. Lin Chu looked through the bed curtains at the person lying on the ground, and softly called husband. Yanmi. Ongwa immediately turned his head. Do you want to drink water? I'm not thirsty. You just come up to bed and sleep. Lin Chu felt a pang of guilt. People say that pregnant women have fluctuating moods, and she now considered it a personal experience at that moment. She didn't know why, but tears just started streaming down. Yan Mingwa was silent for a second, then asked, is it all right? Lin Chu felt a little embarrassed. That careful, cautious voice, those pitiful eyes like a big dog. She just felt that their relationship was developing in a strange direction. She coughed twice, then hummed an affirmation. Husky Yan immediately discarded the mat he was lying on, climbed onto the bed, and lay only close to the edge. Chuer, I'm sorry. In the dark night, his voice was very soft. He once thought he lived in hell. It was only after meeting Lin Chu that he gradually reigned in all his tyranny. Only by her side did he feel like he was living like a human being. He knew the feeling of loss, and also knew that he now possessed something he could not lose even in death. Fang Yisheng's betrayal, Yuan San's empty sleeve, instantly made him see again the scene of the entire Marquis Yangon family being escorted to the execution ground that year. If that day truly came, what would he use to protect the person he cherished most? He would not allow any mishap to occur. Becoming emperor, or becoming a general, were merely his ideas. What if his claim wasn't legitimate and his words weren't justified? From ancient times until now, the victor becomes king. No matter which path, he was naturally already prepared. He hid his thoughts, waiting for Lin Chu to ask. It wasn't to test her. He just wanted to know what Lin Chu wanted. Perhaps he had already guessed, but even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of uncertainty, he would not take the risk. In this life he dared to gamble on everything. Only with her, he did not dare. Husband. In the dark night, Lin Chu sighed. She turned over and hugged Yan Mingwa. You are truly a calamity. A calamity only for me, not for others. Lin Chu mumbled. Yan Mingwa turned over and hugged her tightly to his chest. Your husband shall obey his wife's teachings. The days that followed passed by quite quickly. On one hand, Yan Minhua supervised the forging of steel and weaponry. On the other hand, he devoted his attention to farming. During wartime, gold, silver, and jewels were not as welcome as food. Yen Minhua sent people to use food or salt to trade for some plowing buffalo from the south. In the end, they managed to plant crops just in time for late spring. The land in the northwest was barren, and the climate was not as favorable as in the south. Following the experience of local veteran farmers, they planted wheat, corn, and other staple crops. The veteran farmers also said that they would plant barley in autumn, and by this time next year, it would be ready for harvest. Farmland that had not been cultivated for many years had all turned into wasteland. With the army idle, Yen Minhua even personally led a detachment of troops to help reclaim the land. The Yen family had guarded this northwest pass for generations. Regardless of who ruled the great Zhao dynasty, Yen Minhua harbored deep affection for this land. He also sincerely hoped that its people could avoid the suffering of war and live in peace and prosperity. This man, when he was cold and ruthless, Lin Chu found him formidable. When he showed compassion and loyalty, Lin Chu felt a pang of sorrow. She had seen his rigidity, and also his tenderness that was not easily revealed. Fortunately, she could weather all the storms of this life by his side. After the spring sowing, Lin Chu calculated the money earned from salt trading and the profits from the shops. After consulting with Yen Minhua, she planned to build 2 schools in the city. Yen Minhua did not intend to use Lin Chu's money. There were quite a few wealthy families in Yao City, and as soon as Yen Minhua spread word about fundraising for schools, Lin Chu took the lead and contributed a substantial sum. Anyone with a bit of foresight obediently reached into their pockets. Lin Chu's initial budget was only enough to build 2 schools, but the funds raised were now sufficient for 5. Afterwards, Yen Minhua even wanted to return Lin Chu's contribution from his personal coffers, but she refused. Money lost could be earned back, but Lin Chu felt that using it to build schools was truly worthwhile. Not long after the schools officially opened, many families sent their children to study, though most were sons. A deeply ingrained societal belief was not easily changed, it could only gradually permeate. For children who had experienced war to be able to attend school, this was already a very good start. What surprised Lin Chu was that the scholar who previously seemed to harbor prejudice against her actually came to pay a visit to her home. Lin Chu thought he had come to see Yen Minhua, but Yen Minhua was not home. Lin Chu was about to send someone to decline the visit, but the scholar stated he wished to see her. This struck Lin Chu as rather peculiar. It was a late spring afternoon with faint sunlight and a gentle breeze. The swaying weeping willows presented a truly soothing sight. So as not to appear disrespectful, Lin Chu changed into a fresh set of clothes before heading to the reception hall to meet the guest. Her belly was still small, not yet showing. Outsiders would not be able to discern anything. As soon as the scholar saw her, before Lin Chu could even speak, he bowed deeply, cupped his hands and saluted, saying, "Madam Yen is a person of great integrity, a true heroine among women." This humble scholar was previously quite disrespectful and is truly ashamed. "I have come especially today to offer my apologies." Lin Chu didn't understand what the scholar meant. She pondered for a moment, thinking perhaps he had suddenly experienced a moral awakening, and now felt that looking down on women was wrong. Although this reason was a little forced, Lam So truly couldn't think of any other reason for the scholar to come apologize. She simply said, "Sir, you speak too highly. But an ancient saying goes, women are no less than men. In the future, if there are women entering the school, I hope, sir, you will treat them equally." The scholar knew that Lam So was the legitimate Madam Yen and had heard that she had previously, with great righteousness, gone out of the city to confront the enemy, and was now putting great effort into building schools. Connecting this to how he had previously mistakenly believed Lam So was a concubine using her beauty to serve, and had intentionally caused difficulties for her several times, his heart was filled with boundless shame, restless and uneasy. He finally decided to come to her home to apologize. At this moment, hearing Lam So say those words, the scholar's face turned beet red, and he replied profusely. As he left the Yen manor, the scholar looked at the weeping willow in the courtyard, smiled with deep emotion, then turned and departed. He had once thought she was a clinging vine. It was unclear why he had targeted her at that time. Perhaps it was anger that she didn't contend, or perhaps due to some unspoken thoughts. But now, knowing she was an ancient tree reaching straight for the blue sky, he suddenly awoke to the truth. That was her inherent stature. Everything she had now was because she deserved it. Chapter 87. When Yen Mingwa returned in the evening, he heard the servants say that the scholar had come to the house to see Lam So, and his expression was a little displeased. During dinner, he couldn't help but say a few sarcastic words. Due to the previous disaster, Wei Ru's pregnancy Qi was still unstable, and the physician always prescribed tonics. Wei Ru felt that Lam So was also pregnant now, and according to folk belief, pregnancy Qi would more or less be transmitted. She feared it would be bad for the baby in Lam So's womb, so she no longer ate with them. Lam So had mentioned it several times, but Wei Ru wouldn't listen, and Lam So also didn't feel it was appropriate to force her. When the young couple dined, Yen Mingwa disliked having maids serve them, so he often teased Lam So. Having been with this person for so long, how could Lam So not know Yen Mingwa's temperament? The moment she heard those sarcastic words, she knew he was certainly unhappy in his heart because she had met the scholar. She picked up a piece of braised pork belly for Yen Mingwa and said, "He specifically came to our home to apologize. I couldn't possibly refuse." Yen Mingwa used his chopsticks to push away the braised pork belly in his bowl, snorted through his nose and didn't reply. Lam So ate 2 more mouthfuls of vegetables, remembering the current scene at the school, and couldn't help but sigh. I also hope that all women can go to school, learn a few characters, understand a few principles, and benefit for a lifetime. Saying this, she put down her chopsticks and discussed with Yen Mingwa, "My dear husband, those families don't want to send their daughters to school, probably because they feel that boys and girls over 7 should not be together, and that boys and girls studying in the same place goes against decorum. How about we just open an additional girls' school? We could also invite female teachers to educate the young ladies." Yen Mingwa said, "Right now the warfare in the Northwest has just ended, and many families are still worried about having enough to eat. Only well-off families can afford to send their children to school. As for opening a girls' school, let's wait until the world is at peace and people's livelihoods have improved before we consider it. Otherwise, even if we open a girls' school now, not many people would attend." Hearing Yen Mingwa's analysis, Lam So was startled to realize she had thought everything was too simple. Regardless of the dynasty, people's livelihoods are always closely tied to court politics. Currently, the world is not yet at peace, some political systems have not yet been promulgated, and the common people still live very difficult lives. While fleeing, they might be caught by government soldiers, and some strong young men would immediately be conscripted into the army. If Nandu could be pacified, then this pass would be an important ing hub with the western regions. If this place were allowed to trade, it would definitely become a prosperous place, and the common people would also live better lives. When the baby in Lam So's womb was 3 months old, the heat in the Northwest had become extremely intense. Every day, Lam So did not leave the house. Jinghe continuously fanned her, but still felt hot and stuffy. Yen Mingwa had people expand the pond in the adjacent courtyard, and built a cooling pavilion over the water. The cooling pavilion was indeed much cooler. Lin Chu and Wei Ru almost always spent their days there. Wei Ru was already 7 months pregnant, and would likely give birth in 2 months. Lin Chu was also busy arranging for a midwife and wet nurse, as the servants in the manor were still insufficient. Among the people Yen Mingwa had purchased previously, only Tang Yuan was suitable for personal service. The other 3 were assigned to tasks like sweeping and laundry. Taking the opportunity of hiring a midwife and wet nurse this time, Lin Chu decisively purchased a few more servants for the manor. Yen Mingwa had already had people investigate the backgrounds and origins of those sent by the yamen, ensuring they were not spies for others. Lin Chu didn't trust Yen Mingwa's judgment of people, so she decided to choose them herself. Yen Mingwa was now the head of Yao City, and when his manor wanted to purchase servants, the yamen naturally had to handle everything meticulously. The maids servants presented were all of proper appearance, looking intelligent and quick-witted. After careful consideration, Lin Chu bought 8 maidservants. For Wei Ru, Lin Chu feared Tang Yuan alone could not serve her thoroughly, so she transferred another maidservant to her. When Wei Ru's child was born, hiring only 1 wet nurse wouldn't be reassuring enough. Another maidservant would be needed to help care for the child. Lin Chu already had Jinghe by her side, but with many tasks in the manor, Jinghe couldn't be everywhere at once. Lin Chu also prepared 2 maidservants for her personal service, and 1 more to care for future children. Additionally, there were 3 embroidery maidservants. Although the kitchen was overseen by Chef Zhao and his wife, with 2 pregnant women in the manor and the couple being advanced in age, they would sometimes be utterly exhausted when busy. Lin Chu thus purchased 2 more women specializing in kitchen work, plus 5 aunties for miscellaneous tasks. Lin Chu also wanted to find a stewardess, but she dared not employ strangers. Fortunately, Mrs. Chef Zhao introduced a close sister. Chef Zhao and his wife had originally worked in the Marquis Yangon Manor, then traveled extensively before arriving in the Northwest. Both of them had also worked for noble families. Later, when Chef Zhao was summoned back, Mrs. Zhao also resigned from her work at that manor. Afterwards, when war broke out, the master of that family also packed up and fled, and his servants in the manor received their servitude contracts and scattered. Mrs. Zhao knew that stewardess, surnamed Li, who was a native of Yao City. Due to her advanced age, fearing death in a foreign land while fleeing, she had remained in Yao City. At present, Lin Chu truly lacked capable staff, so she asked Mrs. Zhao to find that stewardess and bring her for an interview. After meeting, Lin Chu was truly very satisfied. The stewardess appeared honest and capable. After the servitude contract was settled, Granny Li soon arrived at the manor. A few days later, the midwife and wet nurse were also found, and Lin Chu felt a burden lifted from her heart. One day, Lin Chu coincidentally heard Song Tua mention that people on Lianqing Mountain were still using large pots to boil salt. Lin Chu wanted to go there to teach them how to sun-dry salt, but Yan Minghua stopped her. She was now pregnant, and Yan Minghua, becoming a father for the first time, was filled with endless worry. But seeing Lin Chu keep mumbling about it, he said that he had found skilled sea salt drying experts from the south to work as long-term laborers. In summer, the steps for drying lake salt and sea salt were not much different. Those who made a living by drying sea salt, however, understood the secrets of the trade better. Lin Chu was no longer worried. The 6th prince's side was likely about to start a war. A series of steel weapons were being transported from the northwest to Beima Pass, but the 6th prince had not yet sent word for Yan Minghua to lead his troops there. Yan Minghua was a composed man every day after troop training. He would also go inspect the rice fields. Jiangcheng had previously been severely ravaged by the barbarians. In late spring, Yan Minghua had sent people to repair it. It wasn't until late summer that Jiangcheng was revived. However, because it was rumored that the place had once suffered a massacre and had heavy yin energy, other than the stationed army, none of the refugees wanted to go to Jiangcheng. Today, Yan Minghua was on leave and said he wanted to take Lin Chu back to Jiangcheng to see it. Lin Chu was slightly stunned, then nodded. The two set off early in the morning. Without bringing any servants, Yan Minghua personally drove the carriage. It was already noon when they arrived at Jiangcheng, the sun scorching like fire. Lin Chu dared not get off the carriage, merely lifted the curtain to look around. Jiangcheng's city walls, which had been heavily damaged, were now clearly repaired. A line of majestic Daizhao soldiers stood on the city wall. A black flag with the character Yen on a red background fluttered in the wind. For some reason, a sudden pang of bitterness arose in Lin Chu's heart. The general guarding the city, seeing it was Yan Minghua, dared not stop the carriage and allowed him to drive into the city. Granzhou currently had 3 independent factions. Conversely, having flags bearing the character Zhao hoisted on the city walls made it difficult for people to distinguish which faction they belonged to. 5 years ago, this very place had the character Yan flag hoisted. Now, having reclaimed Jiang City, Yan Minghua also hoisted the character Yan flag back on the city walls. Lin Chu looked out at the familiar streets along the way. The houses were clearly all renovated. All the ruins and bloodstains left by the war had been erased, but this place could never recover its former bustling vibrancy. The carriage entered South Alley. South Alley was a poor residential area. The barbarians didn't frequent it much after breaching the city, so the houses there, conversely, weren't extensively damaged. Therefore, not much renovation was done, and they still retained their original appearance. Seeing the small, low earthen house she once lived in, old memories resurfaced one after another in her heart, and Lin Chu felt a pang of wistful sorrow. Seeing Aunt Song's house, remembering the day of farewell, Lin Chu couldn't help but get teary-eyed. She was the first person who treated her kindly when she arrived in this strange dynasty. The carriage finally stopped on a low slope. At the foot of the slope was a small grave mound. Yan Minghua carried Lin Chu down from the carriage and led her to the grave mound. His voice was faint, betraying no emotion. Aunt Song, Uncle Song, the barbarians have been driven out beyond the pass. I've brought So Nhi back to visit you too. Last year when Jiang City had just fallen, he returned to see it once. At that time only Uncle Song was buried on the spot. This year, after defeating the barbarians and reclaiming Jiang City, he found a piece of land to jointly bury Aunt Song and Uncle Song together. Lin Chu looked at the grave mound, knowing Aunt Song and Uncle Song were buried together, and for some reason her eyes grew warm, and tears streamed down her face. Yan Minghua brought white paper money and slowly burned it before the grave of Aunt Song and her husband. Lin Chu followed, burning spirit money while continuously shedding tears. Yan Minghua poured the bottle of wine he brought from home onto the grave. I know Uncle Song liked this bottle, in celebration of our great victory over the barbarians. He tilted his head back and drank the rest himself. He threw the wine bottle into the wild grass, wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth, and said, when Grand Zhao enjoys peace throughout the land, I will bring a fine bottle of wine to visit you, uncle. Clouds obscured the sunlight. Only a few golden rays pierced through the thin spots in the clouds. Unburnt paper money was scattered everywhere by the wind. The grass and trees rustled on the hillside. Yan Minghua carried Lin Chu down from the carriage. By the time they arrived back in Yao City, it was almost dark. The weather was hot, and even inside the carriage Lin Chu was sweating. Jing He had already instructed the kitchen to heat water for Lin Chu to bathe. There were many servants in the manor, and their work efficiency was much faster. As soon as Lin Chu finished changing into clean clothes and stepped out, the dining table had already been set. She drank a bowl of chilled apricot juice and felt comfortable all over. Yan Minghua had a good physique. He just rinsed with cold water in the bathroom and came right out. As he was in his room, he didn't bother with formalities in his attire. Seeing Lin Chu had already sat down at the dining table, he casually threw on a robe and walked over. Lin Chu ladled a bowl of chilled apricot juice for him and handed it over, only then noticing that Yan Minghua's robe was not properly fastened, revealing a patch of honey-colored chest. It was probably because he had wiped himself carelessly, as a few drops of water still lingered on his chest, looking incredibly alluring. Coupled with his jade-like handsome face, it further fueled people's imagination. Two new maids who had just arrived beside Lin Chu had been learning the rules with the housekeeper a few days prior, and only today were allowed to serve by their side. It was the first time the two maids had close contact with Yan Minghua, and seeing him they couldn't help but blush. During the Great Battle of Yao City, they had, of course, heard of Captain Yan's reputation, but they had never expected Captain Yan to possess such a handsome and distinguished demeanor. One of the two was quite sensible and immediately lowered her head. The other occasionally glanced at Yan Minghua, her eyes holding a hint of wanting to speak but not daring to. Lin Chu noticed this and couldn't help but frown. Jing He's expression was very grim. She coughed as a warning, and only then did that maid become obedient. Yan Minghua was inherently a vigilant person. The gaze that had just fallen upon him, he could not possibly have failed to notice. He put down the bowl of apricot water, his gaze sweeping over the two maids. The invisible pressure made both maids shrink back. My wife and I do not need attendance during meals. From now on, if you are not called, you are not to enter the main hall. Yan Minghua's voice was slightly cold. According to his way of doing things, he usually nipped even the slightest hint of trouble in the bud. That maid was clearly a restless sort. Lin Chu was pregnant now, and he didn't want to see that maid make Lin Chu even slightly unhappy. If it weren't for the fact that these maids were all bought by Lin Chu, and he had to consider Lin Chu standing in front of the servants, he would have directly called the Yamen officers to take the maid away. Causing their master displeasure on their very first day of service, both maids were extremely frightened, trembling as they backed out of the door. The maid who had secretly looked at Yan Minghua earlier, even as she backed out the door, still cast a resentful gaze at him. A vein on Yan Minghua's forehead twitched. If she were someone with some looks making such a display might have been a bit more tolerable. But this maid had an ordinary appearance. Making such a gesture was truly an imitation of Dong Shi. Jing He, keep a careful eye on these two maids. After saying this, Yan Minghua silently stared at Lin Chu. Jinghe saw that the master and madam had something to discuss, so she acknowledged him, closed the door and withdrew. Yan Mingwa saw that Lin Chu was also disgusted and no longer in the mood to eat, merely poking at the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks. He was both distressed and amused. You complained that the maids I bought were ugly, but at least those who are ugly have self-awareness. Your eye for choosing maids, my lady, doesn't seem to be very good. Don't be sarcastic with me right now. Lin Chu's voice choked. When I chose her at the yamen, that maid seemed so honest. You are pregnant now. Any servant by your side, if there's even the slightest impropriety, should no longer be employed, Yan Mingwa said. Just sell her off tomorrow. Lin Chu sighed helplessly. She hasn't really done anything outrageous. If I sell her off just for looking at you a few times, wouldn't people laugh me to death if word got out? This dynasty was very harsh towards women. Even with Yan Mingwa keeping himself pure and doting only on her, there were already many who made bitter remarks, saying she must be too jealous, which was why Yan Mingwa didn't take concubines. If she really did that, her reputation for jealousy would certainly be confirmed. This was the tragedy of women in ancient times. Even if she had not a single fault, she could still be criticized by others. Yan Mingwa put down his chopsticks again, frowned, and said in a very displeased voice, "She's already coveting your husband, and you still say it's not outrageous?" His angry expression, as if he wasn't being taken seriously, made Lin Chu burst out laughing. Under Yan Mingwa's coaxing and persuasion, she still ate half a bowl of rice. Lin Chu wasn't actually disgusted by that maid. It was just summer, and she had no appetite. Lin Chu decided to observe that maid for a few days. If she was truly a restless sort, she would find a fault and dismiss her to avoid further troubles later on. The two maids serving today, one was named Chu Xia, and the other Ban Xia. The one who stared intently at Yan Mingwa was Ban Xia. After being dismissed by Yan Mingwa, the two waited until the meal was finished before being called in to clear the table. As the two carried the bowls and chopsticks back to the kitchen, with no one in the corridor, Chu Xia couldn't help but mutter, "What were you looking at the general for? Displeasing the general on your first day, it won't be easy to work here later." Ban Xia gave a cold laugh. "Why displease the general? I think it was displeasing the madam. You're really ungrateful. If madam hadn't bought us into the manor, you'd probably still be suffering somewhere." Chu Xia had been a maid since childhood, serving several masters. The Yan Manor treated its servants very kindly, and she felt that Lin Chu was an easy mistress to get along with. Ban Xia glanced at Chu Xia, her eyes full of disdain, only feeling she was foolish and untrainable. She looked around to confirm no one was present before lowering her voice and saying, "Do you think that madam truly has a kind heart? Before, she was just a maid. Who knows what schemes she used to gain the general's favor?" Chu Xia was alarmed. "You mustn't spread such rumors." Ban Xia sneered. "Nonsense? I heard it from someone who used to be a maid with her. Our madam, when she was still a maid, was very scheming." No sooner had she finished speaking, a cold voice echoed from the corner of the corridor. "Oh, really? Tell me about it." The two maids saw who had arrived, so frightened that the trays they were carrying fell to the ground, the dishes shattering. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. A night wind suddenly rose, and the lantern in the corridor swayed gently. A tall, slender man stepped out from the shadows, his jade-like handsome face carrying a terrifying coldness. "General." The two maids, terrified, knelt down with a thud, stammering incoherently. "Spreading rumors about your mistress behind her back? You're truly audacious." His voice was very soft, but within its coldness carried a hint of malevolence. The two maids were so frightened that their backs were drenched in sweat. "General, please be discerning. This servant has been wronged." Chu Xia, the maid, was not foolish either, and hurriedly kowtowed in supplication. In her heart, she cursed Ban Xia 100,000 times, always dreaming of ascending to heaven in one step, without even considering if she had the fate for it. Ban Xia's face was drained of all color. The aura emanating from Yan Mingwa made her too afraid to utter a word. She also wanted to plead, but her tongue felt tied in a knot. Yan Mingwa's cold gaze fell upon her. "Who told you the things you just said?" Ban Xia knelt on the ground. It was clearly still a hot summer night, but she felt a wave of cold rush up from the soles of her feet, chilling her entire body. No one told this servant," she stammered. Yan Mingwa sneered. "So, You're slandering your mistress? According to the law, your tongue should be cut out. But I find your hands and feet an eyesore too, so why not just cut them all off? Song Tua, take her away. Song Tua quickly brought a few manor guards. These guards had all killed men before, fought on battlefields, each exuding a murderous aura. The two maids were so frightened that they trembled like leaves. Two guards gripped Banxia's wrists tightly, intending to drag her away. Although Banxia was a maid, she was still a woman with delicate wrists. The guards who trained martial arts all year round had rough hands. Banxia only felt as if her wrists were clamped by iron pincers. She screamed ceaselessly in fear. Yin Mingwa frowned. Don't let her disturb, madam. Song Tua pressed H. Or mute point, and Banxia immediately lost her voice. Tears streamed down her face, her eyes filled with supplication as she looked at Yin Mingwa. Even as she was dragged away by the two guards, she continued to struggle, wanting to kowtow and beg Yin Mingwa for her life. But Yin Mingwa showed no trace of pity. Chu Xia watched Banxia being dragged away like that. Although she knew Banxia deserved it, she was still quite shaken. She remained kneeling in a daze. Yin Mingwa said coldly, you must serve madam well, otherwise, your outcome won't be much better. Madam, you are like my parents reborn. Your servant will certainly serve you tirelessly, like a beast of burden. Chu Xia kowtowed furiously. Her fear of Yin Minghua had reached its peak. Compared to this living King Yama before her, Lin Chu suddenly seemed like a living bodhisattva. Chu Xia became even more resolute in her determination to serve Lin Chu well and secure her footing with Lin Chu. She only felt that Banxia must have been kicked in the head by a donkey to dare to dream of seducing the general. Yin Mingwa's actions were indeed meant to deter Chu Xia. That maid Banxia seemed honest on the surface, but secretly harbored many schemes. If she didn't get a taste of suffering, she wouldn't tell the truth. Indeed, Banxia was taken to the interrogation chamber. The moment she saw the military weapons, her face turned pale with fear. Before any torture could be applied, she confessed everything. Turned out T. Hat Banxia was previously a maid at the inn residence. But after being caught stealing from her master, she was sold off by the inn residence. While at the inn residence, a woman named Lan Ji frequently visited Madame, and Banxia had heard from this woman Lan Ji that Lin Chu used to be a maid as well. That woman Lan Ji seemed to harbor a great animosity towards Lin Chu. She had spoken all sorts of unpleasant words, and the maids at the inn residence had heard quite a bit of it. Yin Minghua had no impression of this Lan Ji. But upon learning that Lin Chu used to be a maid, Yin Minghua immediately thought of the group of maids who had been exiled to Zhongqing that day. He ordered Song Tua to thoroughly investigate this matter, only then realizing that when Lin Chu was targeted by Madame and at the inn residence last time, that maid named Lan Ji had also been instrumental. Yin Minghua almost laughed out of anger. At the time he hadn't thought it through. Seeing the crude old women servants of the inn residence tying up Lin Chu, he had attributed all the blame to Madame N, never expecting that there was also a meddling troublemaker involved. This maid, Banxia, was indeed both foolish and didn't know her place, but she was quite useful for getting things done. Yin Minghua gave Song Tua a few more orders that night before returning to their room where Lin Chu was. Inside the room, Lin Chu was sound asleep. She lay on the bed, her breathing even. Yin Minghua sat by the bed, looking at her still flat lower abdomen. All coldness and murderous intent in his eyes vanished, leaving only endless tenderness. Silly girl, I have to go to war again. When I'm not here, you must be a bit shrewder. By the time he finished speaking, only a sigh remained. He hadn't told her that he was about to depart for Bama Pass, simply not wanting her to worry. But as the day of departure drew closer, he didn't know how to bring it up. Lin Chu still remained completely unaware. Waking up the next morning, she heard that Yin Minghua had sold off that maid named Banxia. She was only slightly stunned, then instructed the housekeeper, Mama Li, to gather all the servants in the courtyard for an admonition. Overnight, Lin Chu had actually thought things through clearly. Sometimes it's not overt theft one fears but the lurking thief. In how she treated her servants, she couldn't always be gentle. Just as Yin Minghua had said, there were people who didn't know their place. Even if she treated them well, those with bottomless greed still needed to be deterred. Jing He was also not a gentle person. She stood beside Lin Chu like a guardian deity. It was also heard that Banksia had been sold off early that morning for reasons unknown. The maids, filled with fear, each became as obedient as a cat, no longer daring to harbor any other thoughts. Yin Min Kwa returned from military training. Hearing of this, he shook his head and smiled. She's not foolish at all. Lam So chewed our apple and glanced at Yin Min Kwa. She thought to herself, I've just been lazy lately. It's not like I'm some sweet, helpless female lead from a drama. Recently, her face had become rounder. Occasionally, when she pouted, her face would puff up, rosy and fair, making Yin Min Kwa always want to pinch it. But after being given a beating by his pregnant wife, Yin Min Kwa no longer dared to act presumptuously. Regarding Bon Ha, Yin Min Kwa did not kill her directly. Instead, he threatened her, forcing her to go back and find Lan Chi. Lan Chi, ever since arriving in Jutan, had never had a single comfortable day. She was arrogant and eager for fame, always wanting to appear wealthy to socialize with the wives of officials. But she was only the wife of a captain, and those official wives didn't even bother to pay attention to her. It was with great difficulty that she managed to get acquainted with Madame N. After causing trouble with Lam So, Madame N's life was also not easy. Lan Chi no longer had any way to rely on Madame N. True Dai Chi died protecting the reservoir, and the barracks compensated Lan Chi with a sum of money. In these chaotic times, a woman truly couldn't survive. But Lan Chi had decent looks, was literate, and could even write poetry. Although a widow, she had a sum of money in hand and was not burdened by children, so she still attracted quite a few covetous men. Lan Chi was not foolish naturally. She would find a husband with a respectable family. Background: there was a merchant named Tran, whose family ran a cloth business. He didn't look bad either. To approach this merchant Tran, Lan Chi frequently went to the cloth shop to buy a few rolls of fabric, which she used to embroider handkerchiefs for sale. Afterwards, she claimed it was not convenient for a woman to show her face publicly, and asked him to help sell the embroidered handkerchiefs. With frequent contact, the two became entangled. Merchant Tran had a fierce main wife. He was originally a son-in-law who lived with his wife's family, and had resented his main wife for a long time. After having an affair with Lan Chi for some time, the two plotted to poison and kill his main wife, only then intending to marry Lan Chi. However, this status of a wealthy madam did not satisfy Lan Chi. Just thinking of Lam So, who she had once trampled upon, now becoming an official wife of a high-ranking official, her heart was consumed by insane jealousy. Who could have known Yin Min Kwa would achieve such a great destiny? If she had used a bit more trickery back then, perhaps those two would have died in Kwangtan. Hearing others praise Lam So's great righteousness and that her capabilities were on par with men's, Lan Chi would embellish her stories, recounting the unpleasant incidents from when Lam So was a maid. She would claim Lam So used vixen tricks to bewitch Yin Min Kwa, and that when Yin Min Kwa was not around, she offered herself to other generals. Although most people didn't believe her, the most inexplicable thing about humans is their baseness and sordidness. When someone is too perfect, destroying that perfect image brings them a twisted sense of satisfaction. There were not a few people who believed Lan Kai's words. Bon Ha was one of them. She even thought that just by using a little trickery, she could also make Yin Min Kwa kneel under her maid's skirt. Bon Ha went to the cloth shop. It was clearly not her first time there. As soon as she stepped in, Merchant Tran looked her up and down several times. Is little sister Hung Ha here? Bon Ha previously worked at an manor, named Hung Ha, because at that time she wanted to gather more bad stories about Lam So. She became very close with Lan Chi. I've come to choose a few rolls of fabric, Hung Ha said, looking at Merchant Tran with a suggestive, half-hidden, half-revealed gaze. Merchant Tran was also a lecher. On regular days, he often had secret rendezvous at brothels. Seeing Hung Ha like that, he went over and grabbed her hand. In my shop, I have some very beautiful rolls of fabric for summer clothes, but they are on the mezzanine. Little sister Hung Ha, would you like to come up with me to see them? Hung Ha smiled charmingly, said okay, and then eagerly followed Tran up to the mezzanine. When Lan Chi returned home, she saw Merchant Tran and Hung Ha entangled together like maggots. Clothes were strewn all over the floor. She was both shocked and furious, shouted once, and then lunged forward to scratch Hung Ha. Hung Ha also didn't give up, grabbed Lan Kai's hair and scratched back. The Tran merchant tried to separate the two, but was scratched several times, became enraged, and directly slapped Lan Qi. Finally, Hung Ha became a concubine. She and Lan Qi were at odds like fire and water, and the Tran family no longer had a single peaceful day. A few days later, Yamen officers unexpectedly arrived, stating it was related to a murder case. Lan Qi and the Tran merchant were arrested and imprisoned for conspiracy to murder. This was Yen Min Kwa's revenge. He had initially given Hung Ha two choices: one, to die, or two, to become a concubine to that Tran fellow. Hung Ha naturally did not want to die. Lan Qi enjoyed instigating others to cause trouble at his mansion, didn't she? He would return that poisonous wind in full. After Lan Qi and her husband were imprisoned, Hung Ha feared Yen Min Kwa would seek her out to cause trouble again. So she packed her belongings and left Yutan in the night. Although the northwest was stable, the outside world was not as peaceful as Yutan. Hung Ha's escape could be considered the beginning of a long period of hardship. Lam So naturally knew nothing of these matters. Yen Min Kwa also did not want to use these sordid affairs to affect her pregnancy. It was just that the day of battle finally arrived. Lam So had heard no news of it before. When she did find out, it was when Yen Min Kwa was about to don his armor and set off for Bak Ma Quan. She wondered if it was because of her pregnancy that her emotions were easily uncontrollable. But on the night before Yen Min Kwa's departure, she stayed awake all night, reiterating many times all the things she needed to say. Yen Min Kwa couldn't help but sigh. Look at you, so worried. How can I go to Bak Ma Quan with a clear mind? Lam So was silent for a long time. Yen Min Kwa reached out to touch her, and found her face drenched in tears. Yen Min Kwa was startled, immediately sat up, and half embraced her to comfort her. Don't worry. This battle won't last long. I promise you I will definitely return before our child is born, alright? Lam So buried her head in his embrace, silently shed tears, then gently nodded. To spend more time with his child, Yen Min Kwa had handled most military affairs at his mansion for the past few months, and had not avoided her. Lam So had more or less guessed it. The sixth prince's prolonged refusal to summon Yen Min Kwa was probably a feint to mislead the enemy. With Yen Min Kwa remaining in Yutan without any activity, in the eyes of the second prince and third prince, perhaps the two of them had developed a conflict, and the sixth prince would become isolated. The third prince was accustomed to feigned righteousness. Although he had previously ambushed and fiercely battled the sixth prince at Kim Tui Quan, to eliminate the second prince, he would certainly still choose to cooperate with the sixth prince. Otherwise, if the sixth prince lost the battle, the second prince could concentrate his forces to deal with him. This was something the third prince did not want to see. Now the third prince and sixth prince had made a gentleman's agreement: whoever was the first to breach Namdu and take control of the capital would be the emperor of the realm. Yen Min Kwa was precisely the trump card the sixth prince had hidden. After Yen Min Kwa left, time seemed to pass very quickly. Lam's belly swelled up like a balloon. Now whenever she walked she had to support her waist. Sometimes when Lam So looked down she couldn't even see her own tiptoes. For some reason, her belly was unusually large for this pregnancy. Vinu took her pulse, and it was clearly not a twin pregnancy, yet her belly had the weight of one. To ensure a smooth delivery later, Lam So followed Vinu's advice, walking around the courtyard arm in arm with Kin Hoa morning and evening. In late August, Wei Nu's belly began showing signs of labor. Despite early preparations, the manor was still bustling to the point of chaos. Han Juni directly skipped school and rushed back. The boy was like a miniature old man, pacing back and forth in front of the birthing room door with his hands clasped behind his back. His youthful face revealed an anxiety unsuitable for his age, looking both amusing and adorable. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Because of the previous misfortune, Wei Nu's pregnancy this time was cared for with extreme caution, and furthermore, she herself was considered half a physician, so the childbirth proceeded quite smoothly. Labor began in the morning, and by afternoon the baby was born. The midwife said that in all her years in this profession, she had never encountered such a smooth childbirth. Despite giving birth to a daughter, she still showered them with a string of beautiful praises. After giving birth, Wei Nu was still tired, but her spirits were quite good. Looking at the baby wrapped in a swaddle wrinkled, her sweat-streaked face slowly broke into a smile. This is wonderful. The baby girl was perhaps a bit weak by nature. Her cries were faint, tiny like a kitten's meow, sounding pitiful. Lin Chu, who was outside, heard the baby's cries and stepped inside. Seeing the baby girl, she was overjoyed. This baby is truly adorable. The midwife handed the baby to Lin Chu. Lin Chu held the baby and comforted it for a moment, then placed the baby by Wei Nu's pillow, and said to Wei Nu, this baby knows to be considerate of her mother. She didn't bear to let her mother suffer. Han Junyi was small in stature and slipped in unnoticed. But he just stood leaning against the doorframe, as if afraid of something, not daring to take another step. His clear eyes gazed intently at the tiny person in the swaddle, then slowly welled up with tears. When Wei Nu tilted her head to look at her child, she saw Han Junyi standing at the door. The birthing room, after all, was considered an unclean place, so Wei Nu slightly weakly said to Han Junyi, "Junyi, be good, don't come in." Tang Yuan had been taking care of Wei Nu for some time. The young maid was timid but loyal and honest. Hearing Wei Nu's words, she immediately went to the door to coax Han Junyi, "Young master, please go play somewhere else." Before she could finish her sentence, Han Junyi had already rushed thump-thump to Wei Nu's bedside. He stared intently at the baby girl, his voice for some reason slightly choked. Can I hold her?" This year, he was only 6 years old and still small in stature. Naturally, Lin Chu was not at ease entrusting a newborn to him, so she patiently coaxed, "Not yet. Wait until Junyi grows a little bigger." Han Junyi also knew what Lin Chu was worried about. He nodded haphazardly, and another tear rolled down his cheek. Wei Nu thought he was crying because he couldn't hold his little sister, and said, "Junyi is still small now, you can't hold her yet, but you can look at your little sister." Han Junyi lay prone on the head of the bed, looking at the baby girl in the swaddle, her wrinkled skin still slightly red. He slowly reached out a hand as if wanting to touch his little sister, but then, as if afraid of something, he pulled his hand back. Lin Chu stroked Han Junyi's head. "This is your little sister. Now you'll have a little sister to play with." Han Junyi's lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he pressed them tightly together, not uttering a word. Wei Ru was in good physical condition, but childbirth was still a very strenuous affair. Not long after, she began to feel tired. After a while in the birthing room, Lin Chu let Han Junyi out. The baby girl was taken to the wet nurse for feeding. Wei Ru drank a mouthful of nourishing soup delivered from the kitchen, then closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The elderly physician invited for the delivery had no occasion to be used. Lin Chu politely asked the doctor about precautions after childbirth. The doctor explained each point one by one. Only then did Lin Chu have someone escort the doctor home. In the original story, Wei Ru had a difficult labor, but now Wei Ru gave birth very smoothly. The doctor also said that although Wei Ru's body was still weak, her constitution was good. As long as she observed postpartum confinement carefully, there would be no lasting complications later. Lin Chu couldn't help but think perhaps Wei Ru in the original story had no one to confide in. She herself was also confused, unsure whether she should have this baby, and thus felt aggrieved deep down. Later, she encountered many setbacks, was placed under house arrest by Mu Hangfeng, and her spirit collapsed even further, which led to such a tragedy. Regardless, for Wei Ru to have a smooth delivery with both mother and child safe and sound, that was already the best possible outcome. Lin Chu felt both joyful and deeply moved. She clasped her hands together in the courtyard, muttering, "Bodhisattva bless. Bodhisattva bless, truly Bodhisattva has blessed us." Jing He saw this and said with a smile, "Miss Wei is a person blessed with good fortune, madam. You are also a person blessed with good fortune. Your childbirth this time will also be smooth." Hearing this, Lin Chu looked at her 5-month belly, which was already as big as someone else's 7-month belly, and sighed softly, "I only hope the little ancestor in my belly will also have a little pity on its mother when the time comes, so I don't have to suffer too much." Medical conditions in ancient times were not developed for women. Childbirth was like taking a trip through the gates of hell. Her current pregnancy was clearly a single one, but her large belly was truly frightening, and her stature was small. Lin Chu was actually very scared. When she discovered her belly was large, she started controlling her diet, but her belly didn't get any smaller at all. When she consulted the doctor said she needed to nourish herself, otherwise the fetus in her womb would lack nutrition. As her belly grew larger, her worries also intensified. Every day, she diligently walked in the courtyard. Now it was difficult for her even to turn over in bed. To make it easier to care for her, Jinghe slept on the arhat bed outside at night. The war in Nam Do still showed no signs of victory. Sometimes Lin Chu would wake up in the middle of the night, see a cold emptiness beside the bed, and her heart would suddenly feel heavy with sorrow, tears flowing freely. As a first-time mother, she also had many fears. Her husband was not by her side in front of the servants. She had to pretend everything was fine. Only late at night, when no one was around, did she dare to secretly cry. Lin Chu finally understood that pregnant women truly lacked a sense of security. But seeing Wei Ru's smooth delivery, it was as if she had taken a calming pill, and she no longer feared childbirth as much as before. Wei Ru's child's formal name had not yet been thought of by Wei Ru, who only gave her the pet name Quagua, because she was born in summer, and summer has many fruits. The wet nurse said that the pet name suited the season, and she would be easy to raise later. Lin Chu knew the name of the female protagonist in her previous life, but that name was given by Mu Hangfeng. Now, Wei Ru and Mu Hangfeng seemed to have completely severed ties. Lin Chu didn't know what formal name Wei Ru would choose for her child, and she didn't offer any advice. Han Juni had recently been skipping school frequently, almost becoming Wei Ru's shadow, for no other reason than to see Quagua a few more times. A few days after birth, Quagua's red and wrinkled skin had become fair and delicate. She was tiny and soft, looking very adorable. Lin Chu had told Han Juni several times to focus on his studies, but this boy, at such a young age, had already learned the habit of outwardly agreeing but inwardly disobeying. She tried to force herself to be calm, but she couldn't calm down at all. The food brought from the kitchen were all highly restorative dishes. The midwife kept muttering in her ear, telling her to eat a lot, saying she might lose all her strength later. Lam So only felt as if her sense of taste was paralyzed. The food put into her mouth had no taste at all. She just tried to swallow it down. "Madam, your baby's presentation is very favorable, it's just that the fetus is a bit large, so delivery might be a little difficult. But you have a good physique, you can get through it." The midwife skillfully pressed gently on her belly a few times. Lam So nodded perfunctorily. When the labor pains began, the sensation of pain as if being torn apart made Lam So unable to help but cry out. She only felt her vision blur, she couldn't even see people's figures clearly. She didn't know if it was the midwife or someone else who kept speaking in her ear. "Push. Madam, push. Exhale, push as you exhale. The baby is coming out, madam, push. It hurts too much." Sweat drenched her clothes. The blanket beneath her was also wet. Her sweat-soaked hair clung messily to her face. Tears kept falling. She was in so much pain that she almost didn't have the strength to cry anymore. So. In a daze, someone was calling her. Lam So struggled to open her eyes. She seemed to see the person she most wanted to meet. He was still wearing his armor, his bow, covered in dust from travel. His handsome face clearly showed anxiety. Lam So didn't know if this was her hallucination or not. She just cried and said to that person, "Yen Min Kwa, I'm in so much pain." Chapter 90. Yen Min Kwa looked at Lam So's pale face, frowned, gripped her hand tightly, and repeatedly said, "I'm here, I'm here." He had never seen a woman give birth, not expecting the scene to be so harrowing. "Where is the physician? Where is the physician?" Yen Min Kwa roared like an enraged leopard. The physician looked at Yen Min Kwa in his armor, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and stammered, "She has already been given labor-inducing medicine. There's no such thing as painless childbirth." The latter half of the sentence, the physician dared not say aloud. "General, don't worry. Madam will deliver, it's just that the fetus is a bit large, so madam will have to suffer a bit." The midwife had been in this profession for decades, having seen countless scenes, so she remained quite calm. Although Lam So's fetus was large, with her many years of midwifery experience, she could certainly deliver the baby, mainly because Lam So's bone structure was too small. Fortunately, she wasn't lazy during her pregnancy and often walked around, so when giving birth she suffered much less. A bowl of labor-inducing medicine was administered, and 2 more slices of ginseng were stuffed into Lam So's mouth. Her consciousness finally became a bit clearer. The moment she saw why. "And Min Kwa," Lam So's tears fell uncontrollably. "You've returned?" She held ginseng in her mouth, her voice not very clear, but Yan Minhua still heard every single word distinctly. He awkwardly wiped the tears from her face, comforting her in a low voice and back, "Don't be afraid." These words made Lam's tears flow even more intensely. Seeing her like that, Yan Minhua felt nothing but heartache. The two looked at each other, 1,000 words they wanted to say, none needed to be uttered. The midwife said, "Madam, push just a little more and the baby will come out." Lam So nodded through her tears, her face filled with pain. Her hand, gripping Yan Minhua's hand tightly, had veins bulging. Wei Ru had given birth so smoothly before, mainly because she had practiced martial arts since childhood. Her physique was not comparable to that of an ordinary woman. Moreover, she possessed extraordinary strength, so childbirth required almost no effort from her. Seeing Lam So in such pain, Wei Ru also felt immense pity in her heart. The birthing chamber was not an auspicious place, and Yan Minhua had just returned from the battlefield. Wei Ru feared that the killing aura on him would affect the child, so she said to Yan Minhua, "You've seen your wife, so please go outside. Leave this place to me." Yan Minhua shook his head. "You all just do your work, don't mind me." The midwife also said, "General, you should still wait outside. The birthing chamber is not an auspicious place. Do your work." Yan Minhua spoke up again, his voice having grown several shades colder. Seeing Lam So like this, how could he leave? He only regretted that he couldn't bear this pain for her. He even regretted having let her get pregnant. After all, they had already adopted a son. There was no fear of not having someone to care for them in the future. It wasn't until the first rays of sunlight appeared the next day that a loud cry of a baby finally echoed from the birthing chamber. All the servants in the Yen manor heard that cry and immediately perked up. "It's born! It's born!" The midwife, who had stayed up all night, saw the baby born. Her face beamed with joy. "It's a baby girl." Lam So had been exhausted all night. Now that the baby was born, she fainted. When the midwife carried the baby over, intending for Yan Minhua to see its face, Yan Minhua didn't spare it a single glance, only saying coldly, "Take it away." The midwife was a bit taken aback. This general clearly cared deeply for his wife, but why wouldn't he bother to look at the child his wife had given birth to? Could it be because it was a girl? Seeing this, Wei Ru stepped forward and picked up the baby girl. "Let me carry her." Lam So's child was born sturdier than Wei Ru's child. One could tell at a glance it was an extremely healthy baby. Now the baby wasn't crying anymore, it was incredibly well behaved. Wei Ru liked it from the bottom of her heart. As she looked at it, "The baby is so adorable. But she'll probably be why mischievous later on. Look at how much she's already tormented her mother." She said these words intentionally, but Yan Minhua still didn't spare a single glance. He merely used a hot towel, meticulously wiping Lam's sweat bit by bit. His hand, because he always held Lin Chu's hand tightly, earlier Lin Chu in her agony had clawed wildly, making his hand bleed, looking very painful. But Yan Minhua didn't complain a single word, as if it weren't his hand. Even now, the wounds on his hand had scabbed over, but he didn't pay them any mind. He merely stared at Lin Chu, who was sleeping soundly, the tenderness in his eyes almost overflowing. Wei Ru saw this, her gaze dimming slightly. The person who should have waited for her like that, now holds his beloved wife in his arms, doesn't he? The corners of her mouth involuntarily became bitter. She cast aside all thoughts and said to Yan Minhua, "Your wife risked her life to give birth to this child for you. You should still look at it. When you left, her belly wasn't big yet, but now that you've returned, the baby has already been born." Yan Mingguo's hand, which was wiping Lin Chu's face, paused slightly. Only then did he look over at the baby girl Wei Ru was holding. Previously, because Lin Chu had suffered so much, he harbored a slight resentment towards the baby. But upon seeing that soft little bundle of flesh, his heart seemed to melt as well. That was his and Lin Chu's child. He placed the cloth in the water and Wei Ru taught him how to hold a baby. Yan Mingguo's arms were extremely stiff. He had never touched such a soft, fragile creature. It seemed as if with just a moment of carelessness, this little one would lose its vitality. Wei Ru rarely saw him so awkward and smiled, saying, "This is your daughter. You'll need to practice a lot. You can't not carry her later on." Yan Minghua nodded solemnly, his arms becoming even stiffer. "Have you thought of a name for the baby yet?" Wei Ru asked. Yan Minghua nodded. "When I was in the army, I already finished thinking of it. If it's a boy, he'll be called Yenyu. If it's a girl, she'll be called Yenku. Yenku is a lovely name, your wife will like it too. Wei Ru's face was full of smiles. Seeing Yan Minghua awkwardly holding the baby, she took the baby back. Looking at the little one who wasn't crying or fussing, and was incredibly well behaved, Wei Ru cooed, little Kier, you have a name now. Lin Chu woke up after sleeping for over an hour. Yan Minghua had been guarding by her bedside the entire time. As soon as he saw her wake up, he poured a cup of warm water and offered it to her. You're awake, have a sip of water. Lin Chu was indeed very thirsty. Supported by Yan Minghua, she drank the entire cup of water in his hand, and only then felt more comfortable. Where's the baby? Lin Chu looked around and not seeing her child, she couldn't help but panic. Yan Mingguo's expression darkened. Lin Chu's heart suddenly sank. She grabbed Yan Mingguo's arm. Where is my seat? Child? Before I fainted, I heard the midwife say the baby was born. Yan Minghua gently pressed her back down, frowning as he said, what nonsense are you thinking? The baby was naturally born and has already been taken to the wet nurse. Only then did Lin Chu breathe a sigh of relief. She raised a small fist and lightly hit Yan Minghua. That expression of yours, you deliberately scared me. Yan Minghua glanced at her and said, that little devil made you suffer so much, how could I be happy? Which woman doesn't take a turn through the gates of hell when giving birth? Lin Chu found it amusing in her heart, but felt more sweetness. Husband, I want to see our child. Yan Minghua called the maid standing outside the door, telling her to ask the wet nurse to bring the baby. Not long after, the wet nurse came carrying the baby. The wet nurse was a plump, fair-skinned woman with a gentle appearance. After greeting Lin Chu and Yan Minghua, she handed the baby to Lin Chu. The young mistress is very well behaved. She eats her fill and then sleeps, not disturbing anyone at all, the wet nurse praised. The baby's face was still wrinkled, but Lin Chu, as a mother, found joy no matter how she looked at it. Her nose is like mine, her mouth is like yours. Lin Chu gently teased her sleeping daughter. Yan Minghua glanced at them and said, her face is still so shriveled, how can you tell? Lin Chu glared at him. Is there any father like you? The wet nurse chuckled and said, all newborns are like T.S. In a few days shall be fair and soft. Lin Chu played with her daughter for a while, then looked at Yan Minghua. Oh, by the way, husband, have you thought of a name for her yet? A senior acquaintance just asked me. I already thought of one while in the army. Yanku, what do you think of this name? Yan Minghua said. Yanku, meaning beautiful jade. Lin Chu happily said, this name is lovely. So what's her given name at home? I haven't thought of that yet. You name her, Yan Minghua said. The Lunar New Year is in a few days. This little girl wanted to be born to celebrate the new year with us, so how about we call her Tuan Tuan? Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan? Yan Minghua repeated the name once, then nodded. That's good. Let's go with that name. The babies' names were thus decided. Lin Chu later learned that Nandu had been pacified. The second prince was defeated and committed suicide on the city walls. The gentleman's agreement between the third prince and the sixth prince was broken because Yan Minghua breached the city first. Thus the third prince lost. However, the third prince was unwilling to accept defeat, leading his remaining forces to retreat towards Nanjiang. He planned to attack Nandu again once he had recovered his strength, but that would take another 3 to 5 years. The sixth prince held the old emperor's imperial edict of succession, and with his maternal grandfather's Southwest Army and Yan Mingguo's Northwest Army standing guard, no one dared to dispute his ascent to the throne. Yan Mingguo's only concern was Lin Chu, so without waiting for the new emperor's rewards, he rushed back to Mabe day and night. Lin Chu was worried about this, fearing the new emperor would blame him. Yan Minghua merely smiled in the eyes of outsiders. Perhaps I am arrogant due to my great achievements. But sometimes having a weakness that falls into the hands of the emperor can paradoxically make the emperor feel more at ease. It is said that the emperor's heart is unfathomable. Yan Mingguo's action also aimed to gauge the attitude of the sixth prince, who had ascended the throne, towards him. 3 days later was the child's 1-month celebration. Most officials and nobles in Yao City attended. Due to the cold weather, Lin Chu was still in postpartum confinement. Yan Minghua did not allow her to leave the room. The baby was also only carried out for the ceremony, and then brought back to Lin Chu. A few madams who had a good relationship with Lin Chu went into her room to talk with her for a while. Everyone said Lin Chu was truly blessed. Although her firstborn was only a daughter, the 1-month celebration was held so grandly, demonstrating Yen Minggua's high regard for both her and the baby. At the same time, the imperial palace in Namdu had a new master and also underwent a major purge. Empress Dowager Zhao, mother of the second prince, who half a month prior had been arrogant and looked down on everyone, was forced by several eunuchs to drink poison wine. As dusk fell, snow also began to fall in Namdu, but the snow here was not as heavy and magnificent as the snow in the north. In the courtyard, a red plum branch blossomed. The young emperor stared at the red plum branches covered with a thin layer of snow, lost in thought. From a not-too-distant palace, a tragic cry was heard. Not long after, the tragic cry ceased. Nie Yun, who had been promoted to commander of the imperial guards, stepped behind the new emperor and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager Zhao has passed away. Is that all it takes to die? It's truly too easy for that old fox." The new emperor sneered, his words still disrespectful. He looked at the red plums, lost in thought. "Mother consort beneath the 9 springs can rest in peace now, can't she? You are already the emperor of this realm. Noble consort beneath the yellow springs will surely be comforted," Nie Yun said. Shun Sun only smiled enigmatically. He walked to the steps, laid down his thick cloak and sat, looking at the pitch-black night. Conquering the realm is not easy, holding onto it is even harder. Nie Yun had not yet had time to utter, "The steps are cold, Your Majesty, please be careful," when he heard Shun Sun speak. Looking at the exquisite yet arrogant face of the youth, he suddenly sighed inwardly. The new emperor was only 17 this year. In front of outsiders he was cold, calm, cunning and calculating. Only when among those he trusted did he reveal a youthful side. "Your Majesty is intelligent. General Gao and General Yen will also always assist you," Nie Yun said. Shinsen smiled. "You also know that the court officials obey me only because of the military power in the hands of my maternal grandfather and Yen Xing. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your subordinate absolutely did not mean that." Nie Yun immediately knelt down in fear. "Don't always be kneeling, it's boring." Shun San propped his chin like a spoiled young master. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Only then did Nie Yun stand up. Hearing Nie Yun constantly addressing him as Your Majesty, Shun San suddenly felt a sense of irony. He had climbed step by step to this pinnacle of power, and it seemed to have no other benefit than making those who were once close to him now tremble in fear. He decisively lay down fully on the steps and sighed. "Nie Yun, tell me, how should I rule this realm?" To rule the realm, one must first stabilize the court officials. The only way to win them over is to select consorts. Your Majesty currently has no one to serve by your side. After the new year, perhaps Your Majesty should fill the imperial harem? Nie Yun pondered for a moment before speaking. Hearing these words, Shun Sun only smiled enigmatically. "Before becoming emperor, I had to win over the court officials. After becoming emperor, I still have to rely on currying favor with the court officials' daughters to win them over? To be this kind of emperor, it's truly laughable." Neep Van bowed his head, not daring to say more. He didn't understand why the new emperor had so many disrespectful thoughts. All emperors throughout history have been like this. No one has ever uttered the words ridiculous. "Even if I truly have to rely on marriage to garner influence, I would only choose someone capable of protecting all of Daiqiu," Tam Sam suddenly said. "What does Your Majesty mean?" Neep Van quickly scanned the daughters of the high-ranking officials in the court. There really weren't many of them who had reached marriageable age. After all, the second prince had already married once before to consolidate his power. Tam Sam said, "The Northwest Army, commanded by Yen Han, is truly a wolf protecting Daiqiu." Neep Van didn't understand why the conversation shifted from marriage to Yen Min Kwa. He wondered if the emperor feared that Yen Min Kwa's achievements overshadowed his sovereign. Neep Van hurriedly said, "The Southwest Army, under the command of old General Chao, is truly the pillar of Daiqiu. At this crucial moment, the new emperor absolutely must not do something like storing away the bough after the birds are gone." Remembering the formidable might of the Northwest Wolf Riders under Yen Min Kwa, cold sweat broke out on Neep Van's forehead. Tam Sam shook his head. "My maternal grandfather is old, and my uncles are only average, lacking sufficient talent. Who knows how much the Southwest Army will decline in the future? although he ended to reorganize the Southwest Army. Once military power left his uncle's hands, they would surely accuse him of disrespecting his maternal relatives and burning bridges. Neep Van could only firmly ask, "Then what does your majesty mean?" Tam Sam vaguely said, "It would be wonderful if Yen Han were my father-in-law. Neep Van General Yen's wife gave birth to a baby girl for him just 2 days ago. I'm afraid she's only just had her naming ceremony." The refined corners of Tam Sam's lips curved into a smile, possessing a captivating charm. He said, "Issue an imperial decree, instructing Yen Han to bring his wife to the capital together to receive their titles. The baby's full moon banquet will also be held in the capital." Chapter 91. This new year, every household in Dutan celebrated the Spring Festival with great fanfare. Lanterns and garlands hung everywhere, filling the air with a joyous atmosphere. Yen Min Kwa had no other relatives, so after the new year, others came to pay their respects to him. Officials of all ranks in Dutan seemed to have grasped Yen Min Kwa's preferences. Currying favor with Lam So was much simpler and more effective. Therefore, most of the gifts were jewelry, precious jade. A few more astute individuals even presented Yen Ka with small gold bracelets and jade bangles. Lam So had her subordinates record everything in ledgers before storing them in the treasury. If Yen Min Kwa were to remain outside the pass in the future, he would certainly need to engage in social interaction. Recording the gifts received would ensure that when someone had an event later, they would know how to reciprocate appropriately. For 5 consecutive days after the new year, Lam So reserved 30 tables at the largest restaurant in Dutan, hosting vegetarian banquets. After Dutan achieved peace, refugees flocked in droves. The city appeared prosperous, yet many people still couldn't afford a single bowl of hot soup to drink. To survive, many had headed towards Kwangtan. In recent days, Yen Min Kwa had also been seeking ways to settle these refugees in Kwangtan. They had considered distributing porridge to solve the immediate problem, but human laziness was also terrifying. Yen Min Kwa feared that these refugees would grow accustomed to receiving 3 meals of porridge a day, gradually taking the government's distribution of porridge for granted. At that point, if mischievous individuals wanted to stir up trouble, the refugees would go along with them, making it difficult to control the situation. It's better to teach people how to fish than to give them a fish. Yen Min Kwa intended to register the refugees who wished to settle in Kwangtan into Kwangtan's household registration. Afterwards, they would be left to farm or make a living for themselves. Those with capability and the will to survive could live well anywhere. Conversely, those who were gluttonous and lazy, only knowing how to rely on and others, would be the first group to be eliminated after the war. But it was Tet now, and Yen Min Kwa found it inconvenient to keep his subordinates tied up, preventing them from celebrating Tet and instead having them busy with registering refugees. At this time, Lam So proposed organizing a vegetarian banquet, also wishing for those who were homeless or from impoverished families, who wouldn't have a warm Tet, to eat their fill, drink to their heart's content, and happily welcome spring. Normally, this vegetarian banquet should have been held at their residence. Lam So found that too troublesome. Moreover, their house was located in an alley, and there were other houses in the same alley. During Tet, it wouldn't be good to disturb the neighbors. It was best to hand it over to a restaurant to manage. It would be convenient for the people attending the banquet, and Lam So would also have less to worry about. Barely half a month after Tet, the new emperor's rewards had been transported from Nam Du to Yen's residence. Dozens of chests of rare treasures, jade, red agate, and emerald green jadeite were dazzling to behold. The procession of carts, escorted by soldiers, passed along the long road. From every alley and street, people peered out to watch. Wanting to say something, they could only utter a few clicks of the tongue in wonder, expressing their astonishment. Looking at these bestowed items, one could see the extent of the new emperor's favor towards Yen Min Kwa. The G8 of Yen's residence still looked like a small 2-room house. The officials who came to deliver the gifts, seeing this, couldn't help but cup their hands in salute and praise General Yen as truly noble, indeed a pillar of our great Zhao. Yen Min Kwa cupped his hands in return. "Lord Wang, you are too kind. If you do not mind my humble abode, please come in for tea." The two exchanged a few pleasantries, then Lord Wang, who was in charge of escorting the gifts, followed Yen Min Kwa inside. In the courtyard, apart from a bare pomegranate tree covered in snow, there was no other scenery. In Lord Wang's eyes, this courtyard was not even comparable to that of a minor 7th-rank official in the capital. Previously there had been war, then Yen Minhua had gone on his southern campaign, and Lam So was pregnant. Naturally they hadn't taken care of the garden. Thus there was nothing worth admiring. Just by looking at the courtyard, Lord Wang already saw that Yen Minhua was indeed an incorruptible official. His admiration for him immediately surged. Lord Wang merely glanced at the two maidservants sweeping snow in the courtyard, and felt like scooping up a handful of snow from the ground to wipe his eyes. In his heart, he felt immense sympathy for Yen Minhua, wondering how poor he must be to only be able to afford such maidservants. When the tea was served, Lord Wang discovered that although it was good tea, it was all old tea from the previous year. During times of war, Ho paid attention to good tea, and the Northwest did not produce tea. Namdu had only been pacified just before Tet. When the war was not yet settled, martial law was enforced everywhere, and tea merchants dared not conduct business. Even if Lam So wanted to buy good tea, she couldn't buy it outside the passes. The teacup was also not exquisite. At least in the eyes of Lord Wang, who had lived in luxury in the capital since childhood, this cup was merely adequate for use, and certainly could not be called exquisite. This cup was bought by the servants. Those trained by Tong Thok naturally only bought practical items. Yen Minhua was not overly particular about crockery, and Lam So also didn't know much about ceramics. Seeing that it looked alright, they just kept using it. Lord Wang then looked at the furniture. Although it looked new, none of the pieces were made of precious wood. With such cold weather, there was certainly no heating stove in the house, so only 2 charcoal braziers were lit. And even the floor was not wood-floored. Looking at it made it feel even colder. Other things might be fake, but it was impossible for them to have removed the floor just to receive him. Lord Wang was also a shrewd man. Before arriving, he had, of course, inquired about Yen Minhua's residence. He knew this was not a house Yen Minhua had temporarily bought to deal with him. What he saw and heard at this moment greatly astonished him. It was hard to believe that Yen Minhua lived in such a dilapidated place. He did not know that, initially, Yen Minhua and Lam So had no place to stay when they arrived in Yao City, and later felt it troublesome to buy a house, so they simply stayed here indefinitely. Having suffered much more in Kwang City, Lam So didn't have very high demands for their living quarters. Yen Minhua was busy with the war, and had also neglected this aspect. However, in the cold winter, Lam So's room was still floored with wood. Thus, all of Lord Wang's perceptions at this moment were a beautiful misunderstanding. Lord Wang and Yen Minhua chatted for a few more moments, then he said, on the way here, I saw the restaurant on Kanhua Street was packed with people. I sent someone to inquire and only then learned that General Yen's residence had reserved it for 5 full days. A residence looking so dilapidated. Where did they get so much money to book the entire restaurant? This was something Lord Wang didn't understand. Yen Minhua then told him about the refugees in Yao City. Lord Wang held his teacup, and before he could even take a sip, tears welled up in his eyes. He felt even more ashamed of his earlier conjectures. He said sincerely, General Yen cherishes the people as his own children. When I return to the capital, I will certainly report this to His Majesty. Yen Minhua only saw Lord Wang suddenly become inexplicably emotional. But he was naturally reserved and only said, to eat the king's bounty is to worry for the king's affairs. What I do is merely the duty of a subject. This statement resonated with Lord Wang's patriotism and his love for the people. The image of Yen Minhua in his heart immediately became exalted. He sighed, if the imperial court had more officials like Duke Yen, then the eternal foundation of Great Zhao would be secure. Yen Minhua subtly furrowed his brow. In ancient times there were 5 noble ranks: Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount and Baron. Lord Wang calling him Duke Yen, didn't that imply he was already among the 3 grandees? But as long as there was no imperial edict from the emperor, it was still an unfulfilled matter. On the battlefield Yen Minhua was audacious, but in court he was extremely cautious. Lord Wang said sincerely, His Majesty highly values you. Your official position can only be higher than what I just addressed you as. This was a disclosure to him. What official position could be higher than the three grandees? There was still no flicker of emotion on Yan Mingguo's face. He only expressed his thanks to Lord Wang. Lord Wang was also a veteran minister. Seeing Yan Mingguo like this further confirmed that Yan Mingguo's future was boundless. Seeing that it was almost lunchtime, Yan Mingguo wanted to keep Lord Wang for a meal. Lord Wang thought of how poor Yan Mingguo was if he stayed for a meal. Yan Mingguo's household would lack a portion of food. He immediately felt heartbroken, dared not stay for a meal, and went straight to the inn resident. Yan Mingguo was not the only one who fought alongside Sun San to win the world. And Ding Yuan was also severely wounded in the Great War, and could never go to the battlefield again in his life. That Sun San could sit on the throne meant he was naturally no fool. If he only summoned Yan Mingguo alone to the capital to receive his enfeoffment, he feared it would make Ding Yuan feel slighted. Furthermore, it would also make many generals and soldiers feel that once they no longer had any use, the imperial family would no longer value them. The emperor's greatest concern was the principle of maintaining balance. Therefore, Lord Wang, having come here, also had to visit the inn residence. The inn residence, after all, was the mansion of Yao City's lord. Naturally built with splendor and majesty. Madame An had never met an imperial envoy in her entire life. Hearing that the imperial envoy was coming, she naturally had people renovate the entire residence, inside and out. All the servants wore new clothes, looking radiant and neatly dressed. Lord Wang had just come from Yan Mingguo's poor dwelling, and seeing the splendor and majesty of the inn residence, Yan's residence appeared even more dilapidated in comparison. He had nothing to say to Madame An, a woman. After conveying the new emperor's decree, he immediately returned to the post station. With surging patriotism, Lord Wang thought all the way about how, after returning to the capital, he must tell His Majesty how poor Yan Mingguo was and how difficult his life was. He must make His Majesty bestow upon Yan Mingguo a large house in the capital, and more gold, silver, and jewels. It couldn't be that generals who faced life and death on the battlefield had to live in cold, desolate houses, while civil officials who only knew how to argue in court every day lived in houses of gold and silver. Yan Mingguo was completely unaware of Lord Wang's thoughts. But while the new emperor allowing him to bring his entire family to the capital seemed like the highest honor, Yan Mingguo couldn't help but prepare contingency plans. What if the emperor wanted to trick him into coming to the capital, and then exchange his sword for wine? What would he use to protect his wife and children safely? After settling the refugees in Yao City, Yan Mingguo then arranged work for the spring plowing season. Most of the refugees settled in Jiang City were from other places, unfamiliar with the northwest climate, and needed local farmers to guide them on how to cultivate crops. As the weather gradually warmed up, the number of residents in Guangtan also grew. Yan Minhua had people keep his old house and Aunt Tong's house in South Alley. There are some things if you retain just a shell there's still a lingering attachment. It took nearly 2 months for Yan Minhua to properly settle everything in Dutan. Vinu's child also had a name. Vinu asked Yan Minhua to name her. Vinu said that from her pregnancy Aunt Il now, she had completely relied on Yan Minhua and his wife to overcome each step. It was most fitting for Yan Minhua to name Kwa. He didn't know if it was some kind of resonance with his previous life, but Yan Minhua named Kwa Vihoa Gwyn. Except for the different surname, the given name was still that of the female protagonist from his previous life. The meaning of this name was very beautiful, and Vinu also liked it very much. Lam So was preparing for her journey to the capital, when Vinu suddenly left without saying goodbye. The maid Tang Vin went to wake Vinu early in the morning, only to discover there was no one in the room. The wet nurse caring for Kwa said the child was also gone. This startled Lam So. She personally went to Vinu's room and found that many of Vinu's clothes were gone. She also found a farewell letter and 50,000 taels of silver notes in the box Vinu had left on the table. In the letter, Vinu said that she feared the feeling of separation, which was why she quietly left. Previously, her only worry was the baby in Lam So's womb. But now Lam So's child had also been safely born. She no longer had any attachments and decided to return to the mountains. Those 50,000 taels of silver notes were the money she earned forging weapons for others. She wouldn't use it when she returned to the mountains, so it could be considered money for Yan Ka's new clothes each year. After receiving the letter, Lam So had a go. OD cry. When Yen Min Kwa returned home and heard what happened, he comforted Lam So. Elder Marshall's sister may seem boisterous, but she's lived in the mountains for over a decade, so she probably prefers mountain life more. If you can't bear to be apart, we can go up the mountain to visit her together every holiday and festival. After all, having grown up together since childhood, Yen Min Kwa still understood Vinu better. She was someone who couldn't sit still. Staying in the mansion for so long, Vinu didn't say it, but she still felt uncomfortable inside. She wanted to take Kwa Kwa back to the mountains. Given Marshall Ant's personality, upon learning of this, she would surely return. Vinu would probably be more comfortable in the mountains. According to the sect's rules, once a disciple descended the mountain, the sect would no longer interfere in their worldly affairs. But if one wholeheartedly returned to the mountains, unconcerned with worldly matters, then everything would be as it was before descending the mountain. Han Quan Deep learned that Vinu had left, said not a word, and locked himself in his room for several days. No matter how Lam So tried to comfort him, it was no use. Yen Min Kwa said something to Han Quan Deep, and the boy obediently came out of his room. It was just that compared to before, the boy was much more silent. The day for the journey to the capital arrived. Compared to Madame N's more than 10 carriages brimming with belongings, Lam So's belongings only amounted to a mere 5 carriages. The road to the capital was very long after all. Yen Min Kwa was worried Lam So would experience a bumpy ride. So he had previously commissioned a blacksmith to make a carriage with steel wheels. The wheel diameter was much larger than that of ordinary carriages, helping to reduce jolting. Along the way, Lam So noticed that the person following Yen Min Kwa had changed to Duong Q, and was no longer Vien Tam. She wondered about this, and Yen Min Kwa then told her that Vien Tam, knowing Vinu had returned to Team Long Mountain, had also voluntarily left. Vien Tam had followed him through life and death for many years, and Yen Min Kwa regarded him as a brother. When he was exiled to Quang Tan, if Vien Tam hadn't been in the army, he feared he would have been tormented even more terribly by Feng Engian. This kindness Yen Min Kwa dared not forget. In the later Battle of Jutan, Vien Tam lost an arm. When he went on the southern campaign, Vien Tam's wound hadn't fully healed, yet he still unhesitatingly followed him south. In the most arduous and exhausting times, Vien Tam gritted his teeth and endured alongside him. Now that the world was at peace, Vien Tam desired no fame, status, or wealth. He simply told Yen Min Kwa he wished to leave. Yen Min Kwa could generally guess why Vien Tam had left, but he still felt uneasy in his heart. The brother who had followed him through campaigns north and south for so many years had never known a day of peaceful life. The large house and the silver notes he had given Vien Tam were all refused. He only drank with him for one night. Early the next morning, he picked up a few changes of clothes, put 2 small pieces of silver into his pocket, and left alone. Hearing Yen Min Kwa's story about Vien Tam, Lam So felt both poignant and emotional. The 2 words loyalty and righteousness were most clearly exemplified by Vien Tam. In the original work, it mainly told the story of the male and female protagonists, with no mention of Vien Tam. But Lam So hoped that heaven would treat him well. Good people should be rewarded. Carrying these complex emotions, Lam So gazed at the scenery of the northwest along the way, unaware that half a day had passed. During a rest stop, Ndong suddenly ran to Lam So's carriage and asked if he could ride with her. Lam So saw the young lady's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just finished crying. Her complexion, compared to the last time Lam So saw her, was even more haggard. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. From the outside, the carriage Lam So was riding in looked very large, but inside, the carriage walls were designed with many secret compartments, so the actual space was not spacious. In the carriage, besides Lam So and her child, there were also 2 maids, Kin Hoa and So Ha. If Ndong also came in, it would be a bit cramped. But seeing Ndong's expression, Lam So found it inconvenient to refuse, so she had to ask So Ha to move to the carriage behind. Ndong got into the carriage. Lam So saw her face and hands were flushed red from the cold, and quickly offered her a hot compress. "Thank you, Madam Yen." Ndong said her thanks, and tears like pearls from a broken string rolled down her cheeks. "Miss N, what's wrong?" Lam So didn't know what had happened to her, and not being close to her, she didn't know how to comfort her. But because Ndong had helped trick kerosene from Deputy General Zhao last time, Lam So owed her a favor regardless. Ndong hugged the hot compress, choked up for a moment, then said, "It's nothing. I've merely made Madam witness my shortcomings." Ndong didn't want to talk, and Lam So also found it inconvenient to press her. So she just changed the subject to steer the conversation elsewhere. Ndong seemed to really like children. Seeing Lam So holding Yen Ka, she immediately played with Yen Ka for a while. Who would have thought Yen Ka had no interest, not even bothering to lift her eyelids? Yen Ka was over 2 months old, fair and clear like jade, like a small jade figurine. Anyone who had met this child said she was very adorable. Lam So didn't know if this child had a lazy disposition, or if she was like her father. Yen Ka rarely paid attention to others. Except for being a little enthusiastic towards her parents, no matter how others teased her, she didn't pay much mind. Compared to other children who cried all day, Yen Ka made Lam So feel extremely at ease. Only when hungry or about to wet herself would she cry for 2 brief moments, otherwise, she would sleep soundly like a statue. The wet nurse also said she had never seen such a well-behaved child. Ndong played with Yen Ka for a while, then suddenly asked Lam So, "Madam Yen, tell me, does every mother consider her child a treasure in her heart when she gives birth?" Lam So was a little puzzled as to why Ndong would ask such a question. She replied, "That is natural. Which woman gives birth without going through the gates of hell? If one doesn't love their child, why would they endure such suffering?" After Ndong heard this, on her already pale face, a bitter and self-mocking smile appeared. But what if the initial expectation was for a son, but a daughter was born instead? As soon as the words left her mouth, Ndong also realized something was amiss. She quickly slapped her own mouth, saying, "Madam Yen, please don't take it to heart. I've been in the carriage all day, so my mind is muddled. I'm just talking nonsense." Just then, the caravan arrived at a post station. Tonight they would probably rest here. Ndong then bid farewell to Lam So. "Thank you for the tea and cakes, Madam Yen. I want trouble, madam, any further." Lam So also politely bid farewell to Ndong, and instructed Kin Hoa to see Ndong back to the Yin family's caravan. Yen Min Kwa personally came to help Lam So get off the carriage. Because Ndong was already in the carriage, he found it inconvenient to ride his horse to talk to Lam So. Therefore, Yen Min Kwa, who hadn't seen his beloved wife all afternoon, didn't look very happy. "Why does she keep hiding in her carriage?" Lam So glared at Yen Min Kwa. "Perhaps the young lady is feeling a bit wronged about something and just came to my place for some peace and quiet." Yen Min Kwa's expression was still very unpleasant. The people at the post station had received news early, knowing that some important figures would arrive at their station tonight. As soon as he saw the convoy from afar, the station master led a group of servants out the door to welcome them. Communication and arrangements with the station master were handled by Lord Wang. Yen Min Kwa, with his arm around Lam So, followed the servant to the room that had been prepared for them since early on. "Master, madam, all items in this room were replaced new this morning. Please rest first, I will bring up hot water later." The servant was very cordial. Yen Min Kwa signaled Song Thak to give the servant 2 silver pieces as a reward. Only then did the servant smile brightly and leave. Yen Min Kwa, fearing Lam So's arms would ache from holding Yen Ka for too long, immediately took the baby from her arms and led Lam So to the second-floor window to admire the view outside the post station. As for Song Thak, he led his people to inspect every item in the room. The blankets and pillows on the bed, the teacups on the table, items that would have prolonged contact with the body and be used for eating and drinking, were all replaced with those they brought themselves. When traveling, one cannot be too careful. After Song Thak and his people finished cleaning the room, the servant also called 2 young attendants to bring up hot water. Song Thak no longer allowed the servant into the room but had his own people carry in the bathtub and hot water. The servant also knew that the guests here were not ordinary people. He smiled and led the young attendants away. After Lam So finished changing Yen Ka's diaper, she told Chu Ha to take the baby to the wet nurse, as the baby must be hungry by now. She tested the water, found it just warm enough, and took out her clothes, preparing to bathe. Seeing Yen Min Kwa still standing in the room, she cleared her throat twice. "My lord, I wish to bathe and change." Yen Min Kwa was leaning back on the bed, holding a military treatise. Hearing this, he glanced at Lam So. "Go ahead and bathe," and not looking. His dignified tone made Lam So blush. Although they already had a child, the couple had always maintained a certain distance. Normally at home, she would also avoid Yen Minhua when bathing. Furthermore, after giving birth to Yen Ka, the physician advised her to observe a careful period of postpartum confinement. Yen Minhua was terrified by the sight of her giving birth, fearing she might suffer long-term complications, so he insisted on her observing the confinement for a full 2 months. During these 2 months, apart from hugs and embraces, Yen Minhua did not engage in any other overly intimate actions. Therefore, Lam So only felt embarrassed at this moment. There was a screen in the room covering the bathtub, but with Yen Minhua still in the room, Lam So still felt uncomfortable. Seemingly noticing her hesitation, Yen Minhua looked up at her, a cunning smile suddenly playing on his lips. "My lady, could it be that you wish to invite me to bathe with you?" Lam So immediately opened her eyes wide. Yen Minhua chuckled softly again. "We're already an old married couple, what are you afraid of?" Lam So scoffed, no longer bothering with him, and took her clothes to change behind the screen. After giving birth to Yen Ka and undergoing more than 2 months of recuperation, Lam So's figure hadn't changed much from before, but there was still a ring of stretch marks on her belly. The layers overlapped. Lam So found them ugly, always hid them, not daring to let Yen Minhua see them. Previously, she was someone who didn't pay much attention to her appearance, but gradually, she started finding flaws on her body and feared Yen Minhua would notice. She had also secretly sought out and bought ointment for stretch marks. Every time after bathing she applied it, but the stretch marks still hadn't faded completely. After Lam So finished bathing and was applying ointment to her belly, she felt a gaze staring at her, sending a prickling sensation down her spine. She turned her head, saw Yen Minhua, and was so scared that the bottle of medicine in her hand dropped to the ground. "Did you come in silently?" Lam So, feeling both embarrassed and vexed, clutched her clothes tightly. Yen Minhua picked up the bottle of medicine that had fallen to the ground. Without a word he walked over, carried Lam So horizontally, and placed her on the bed. He carefully covered her with the blanket, and only then did he speak. "You were in there for so long without making a sound, I thought something had happened to you." Lam So, both ashamed and embarrassed, curled up in the blanket like an ostrich, saying nothing. Yen Minhua fiddled with the bottle of medicine, looking at Lam So, his gaze a mix of pain and helplessness. "If you want to apply medicine, you can come over here and apply it. The weather is still so cold, what if you catch a cold?" He lifted the blanket a little, intending to apply the medicine for her himself. Lam So hurriedly clutched the blanket tightly. "Please go outside. I'll do it myself." Yen Minhua sighed, touching her face with a hint of heartache. "I am your husband. Is there anything I shouldn't see?" Lam So still shook her head, her voice a little pleading. "Yen Minhua, please let me do it myself." When she was being coy, she called him husband. When speaking seriously, she preferred to call him by his full name. "Is it because of those scars?" "I've seen them all already," Yen Minhua said slowly, looking directly into Lam So's eyes. Lam So's grip on the blanket loosened. Tears welled up in her eyes again. "Yen Minhua, can you please save me a little face? I'm so ashamed." Yen Minhua chuckled, stroking her head. "Silly girl, what are you afraid of? Those scars are because you bore car for me. I cherish them too much. How could I find them ugly?" These words struck a chord in Lama's heart. She buried her head deep into Yen Minghua's embrace, her hands clasped tightly around his waist, crying silently. Yen Minghua gently patted her back. "During the days I wasn't by your side, you must have suffered a lot, haven't you?" Lam So shook her head, her voice nasal from crying. "No, not suffering, just very scared. I'm sorry. From now on I will always be by your side." Yen Minghua's heart full of remorse. This time, upon entering the capital, the official position the new emperor would bestow upon him would certainly not be beneath that of the Marquis of Wu. He had already drafted a memorial petitioning for Yen Ka to be granted the title of princess. He also felt extremely guilty towards that child. While Lam So was pregnant, he hadn't spent much time with the child. Just as Venu had said, before he went to the battlefield, Lam So's belly hadn't even shown yet. When he returned, the child had already been born. In between, he had missed countless joys and worries of a first-time father. Yen Minhua only hoped to be able to make up for it during the child's future growth. Qin Hoa saw and Dong off. Then he, RD Soha, who was standing guard at the door, Say that Lam So and Yen Min Kwa were in the room. From Soha's meaningful expression, Kin Hoa immediately understood, and quietly stood guard at the door. After Lam So gave birth, she complained about her changed figure, and also about the stretch marks on her belly. She almost didn't let Yen Min Kwa get close. Before, Kin Hoa had even worried that these two masters would grow distant because of that. Now she could finally rest assured. About an hour later, hot water was called for from the room. After the two had finished bathing, Kin Hoa then led people to bring the meal from the kitchen up to the room. While Yen Min Kwa was having a meal with Lam So, Lord Vong, for some unknown reason, suddenly felt the urge to invite him over for a drink. He would personally play the zither and recite poetry to entertain them. Yen Min Kwa originally didn't want to go, but Lord Vong's attendant came 3 times. Lam So then told him he should go and see. This Lord Vong didn't seem very reliable, but for a civil official the most important thing was their mouth. Lord Vong in the imperial court was known as Iron Mouth. If Yen Min Kwa had a good relationship with Lord Vong later, if any civil official in the court tried to cause trouble for Yen Min Kwa, Lord Vong's Iron Mouth would certainly give that person their comeuppance. Not long after Yen Min Kwa went downstairs, the clear, melodious sound of a zither echoed from downstairs. Along with that were Lord Vong's emotionally recited verses. The wind stirs the horn bough, its cry echoing the general hunts in Wei Cheng. Dry grass, sharp eagle eyes, melting snow, light horse hooves. Suddenly passing Xinfeng market, then returning to Jiliu camp. Turning to look where the eagles were shot. 1,000 li of flat evening clouds. Kin Hoa listened and then laughed, saying this Lord Vong is also a very sentimental person. I only hope that this time in the capital, all the civil officials in court are like Lord Vong. Lam So burst out laughing. In the imperial court, civil officials and military generals were inherently always at odds with each other. This Lord Vong, moreover, was known to be unapproachable. The fact that he could admire Yen Min Kwa so much surprised Lam So quite a bit. Oh, why did it take you so long to see Miss Off? Lam So suddenly asked. Kin Hoa was not one to enjoy gossip, but at this moment her eyes lit up. Madam, you wouldn't believe what this servant heard from the in-residence's servants. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Lam So saw Kin Ichoa's expression, and was also a little surprised what happened at the in-residence. Kin Hoa recalled what she had heard, unable to hold back any longer. She spilled everything to Lam So. Madam, you wouldn't believe what that old Madam An did. It turned out that after Madam An's grandson broke his leg, Madam An wanted to assert her authority over Yen Min Kwa's family. Unexpectedly, after the battle of Kim Dong Pass, Yen Min Kwa was promoted by the Northwest Marshal to the same rank as An Din Vien. Madam An could not touch Yen Min Kwa, and when she tried to vent her anger on Lam So, Yen Min Kwa interfered. Because of that slip of the tongue, she revealed that she had harmed concubines in the residence, and was disliked by An Din Vien. From then on, Madam An seemed to transform into a different person. Or rather, she no longer needed to pretend, fully revealing her true nature. Madam An's older sister had married the Vice Minister of Public Works, and her maiden family was quite influential. Madam An had originally intended to rely on her sister's family, and her own maiden family for support. Unexpectedly, when the old emperor passed away and the second prince took control of Nandu, the imperial court underwent a major purge. Madam An's older sister's husband was stripped of his official position. Her elderly father, not being an official in the capital, escaped that ordeal, but after all, it was a case of one emperor, one set of officials. Madam An felt that Ndingyuan's coldness towards her was also due to the fact that no one in her maiden family held a high official position in court anymore. Her temperament became even more bitter. The concubine's daughter of the in-residence caused Ndong to fall into the water. Madam An's nephew Li Jianya, although a pleasure seeker, still had the bearing of an older brother towards his younger cousin. After Ndong Ji fell into the water, all the surrounding servants had been sent away by the concubine's daughter. In the biting cold of winter, Ndong feared she would truly freeze to death in the lake. Li Jianya, confined to a wheelchair, found his movements inconvenient. He called until his throat was hoarse, but no one came. In his urgency, he had no choice but to throw his cloak into the lake himself, holding one end so Ndong could grab the other and climb up. Unexpectedly, his wheelchair had no anchor. When Ndong grabbed the cloak to climb up, Li Jianya, along with his wheelchair, fell into the lake. If Ndong's maid, who had been sent away by the concubine's daughter, hadn't felt something was amiss afterwards and returned in time to search, it's feared that Ndong and Li Jianya would both have drowned in the lake. That concubine's daughter was a manipulative person. She incited the servants in the residence, spreading rumors that Ndong and Li Jianya had an illicit relationship. Their falling into the lake together, she claimed, was the result of a dispute and a struggle by the lakeside. She even said that their dispute was because Ndong was pregnant. This was clearly a case of Madame Anna's own daughter and nephew being framed, but it's incomprehensible what Madame Anne was thinking that she actually believed those words. After Ndong fell into the lake, she caught a severe cold and became gravely ill. Madame Anne sent for a physician for her, but not to treat her illness instead. It was to examine if she was truly pregnant. Ndong was both astonished and furious. Although the physician's pulse diagnosis confirmed Ndong was still a maiden, Madame Anne actually conceived the idea of marrying Ndong to her own nephew. Ndong confronted Madame Anne directly, but Madame Anne insisted it was all for Ndong's own good. She said that Ndong and Li Jianya were cousins, so Li Jianya would not treat her badly later on. She also claimed that Ndong and Li Jianya falling into the lake together had damaged her reputation, and in these tumultuous times, it would be even harder to find a husband. It would be better to find someone whose background was well known. In Madame Anne's perception, Li Jianya had broken his legs at her residence, and she absolutely had to give her older sister an explanation. Marrying her precious daughter to Li Jianya would be considered making worthy amends to her sister. Ndong didn't understand why Madame Anne had become such a cruel, stubborn, and incomprehensible person. The concubine's daughter wanted to ruin Ndong. After Ndong recovered, she naturally needed to vent her anger. She had originally intended to find a way to take revenge on the concubine's daughter, but unexpectedly, Li Jianya acted first. Although Li Jianya was a philanderer, he had always regarded Ndong as his younger sister. When he learned of Madame Anne's intentions, he didn't bother to reason with her and directly sought revenge by sleeping with that concubine's daughter. He had lost the use of both his legs and possessed no real talents. His father no longer held an official position in court. Truthfully, even an ordinary family wouldn't want to marry their daughter to him. Li Jianya still had some conscience and didn't want to ruin Ndong's life. He went to propose marriage to Madame Anne, saying he wanted to marry that concubine's daughter. Madame Anne steadfastly believed that the concubine's daughter had seduced Li Jianya. In her heart, she cursed the concubine's daughter viciously, but she still refused to agree. She even planned to marry both Ndong and the concubine's daughter to Li Jianya. Madame Anne said to Ndong, when you were a young lady, you were the legitimate daughter, while that little wretch was merely a concubine's daughter. After marrying, you will be the main wife, while that little wretch will forever be just an unnamed concubine. If you marry your cousin, how could your cousin not side with you and help that bitch? Donger, why don't you understand your mother's painstaking efforts? She is so lowly, but her whole life she can only be a concubine. Later, when she gives birth, you just take the child to raise so that her child will never be close to its birth mother. If she wants to see her child, she will have to kneel before you and beg. Donger, think about it. Her whole life she will be firmly held in your hands, living dependent on you. And Dong merely felt that Madame Anne was pouring all her hatred for concubine Wang onto her own elder stepsister. Madame Anne hoped that Ndong would treat her elder stepsister in such a way later on, effectively casting herself in Ndong's role and concubine Wang in her elder stepsister's role. Had it not been for a sudden imperial edict summoning their entire family to the capital to pay respects, Madame Anne would likely have arranged the wedding right after spring arrived. Hearing all this, Lin Chu was speechless, unsure what to say. For Miss Anne to have such a mother is truly a great misfortune. In the end, Lin Chu merely shook her head and sighed. It wasn't her place to comment much on other people's family matters. But if Empress Anne in the original work was indeed Ndong, Lin Chu had a premonition that it was this utterly terrible mother who shaped Ndong's personality later on. After all, if even the mother who had cherished her since childhood could suddenly become like that, then in the inner palace, what else could possibly be trustworthy? This was just a brief interlude. Afterwards, they continued traveling for another 7 or 8 days, finally reaching the capital. The carriage Lin Chu was in had been modified by Yin Mingguo's men, so it was quite comfortable. Madame N, being a pampered woman, truly suffered no small amount of hardship during this journey. As they neared the capital, Lin Chu lifted the carriage curtain to gaze at the legendary capital of Nam Do. Nam Do warmed up faster than the northwest. The air was humid and pleasant. Beside the road lay patches of withered yellow grass. In the distance, the capital city walls appeared incredibly solemn and imposing. On the city wall, a dense crowd of people in black stood. One might even mistake it for an impending war. As the carriage drew closer, they could clearly see a brilliant golden parasol at the foot of the city wall. The young emperor, surrounded by eunuchs and palace maids, stood beneath the parasol. Behind him, palace maids held cattail fans. Seeing the tall general in black armor on horseback approach, the emperor personally stepped forward to greet him. Beloved Minister Yan, you must be weary from your journey, covered in worldly dust. Yan Mingwa dismounted agilely and clasped his hands in greeting to the emperor. Your Majesty is too kind. The emperor's gaze fell upon the carriage with steel wheels behind Yan Mingwa. Is the person in the carriage Madame Yan? Called by name, Lin Chu had no choice but to lift the carriage curtain and bow her head in greeting to the new emperor. This humble consort pays her respects to your Majesty. The last time she had seen Shun Sun, he was still a sobbing youth upon hearing of his imperial consort mother's death. Now, he wore the dragon robes and possessed a vast empire. Lin Chu felt a touch of wistfulness. Madame Yan, there's no need for such formality. I heard long ago that beloved Minister Yan has a daughter. Is this your young daughter? Shun Sen walked up to Lin Chu's carriage. Seeing the little girl in her arms, his fox-like eyes curved into crescent moons, and he smiled brightly, revealing a sharp canine tooth at the corner of his mouth. Let me see. His appearance resembled that of his mother, noble consort, as radiant as a begonia flower. Perhaps it was due to the imperial aura about him, but he didn't possess an ounce of femininity. Everyone in the imperial family had good looks. Upon hearing these words from the emperor, Nye Yun felt cold sweat break out on his forehead. The emperor wouldn't truly have that intention, would he? Nye Yun glanced at Yan Mingwa, and more sweat dripped from his forehead. Lin Chu looked at the emperor's outstretched hand, then at her innocent daughter, unaware of the world, in her arms. For a moment she wanted to refuse. In the eyes of outsiders this might be the highest honor, but at this moment Lin Chu clearly felt as if a sword was hanging over her head. The new emperor was someone who often acted contrary to common sense. No one knew what his true intentions were. What if he wanted to take their daughter as a hostage, to force Yan Mingwa to hand over the military tally? She looked past the emperor, her gaze meeting Yan Mingwa, who stood behind him. The steadfastness in Yan Mingwa's eyes reassured her a little, and only then did she hand over her child. She looks like she'll grow up to be a peerless beauty. I fear that later, those who come to the Yan manor to propose marriage will push and shove each other until the gat. Yes, collapse. Shun Sun said, holding Yan Ku and praising Yan Mingwa. Your Majesty flatters us, Yan Mingwa responded, neither arrogant nor humble. Yan Ku had never been one to pay much attention to others. But now, held by Shun San, she seemed utterly fascinated, waving her chubby hands, her bright eyes sparkling, and making ah and ooh sounds. Although it was unclear what she was trying to express, it was clear that Yan Ku was very excited. Shun Sen had never known that children could like him so much, and he felt even happier inside. This child is truly adorable. Shun Sen lifted his hands, raising Yan Ku a little higher. Lin Chu was afraid that keeping her child's hands inside the swaddling for too long would be bad for her bones, so she had left her hands outside. Thus Yan Ku easily grasped the string of pearls on Shun Sen's imperial crown. Ordinarily, how could an infant possess great strength? But whether Yan Ku had inherited Yan Mingwa's strength or not, Shun Sen's imperial crown was almost pulled crooked by her. Making the emperor lose face in front of so many people was no small matter. Lin Chu was startled by the sight and hurriedly cried out, Duan Duan, quickly let go. Yan Ku made two "oh" sounds and obediently let go. Yan Mingwa also hadn't expected Yan Ku, who was usually well behaved, to dare to pull at Shun Sen's imperial crown. He clasped his hands and said, Children are innocent and ignorant. They have offended your Majesty. Please forgive them. Shin Sun laughed heartily twice. It's nothing, it's nothing. Is the child's nickname Duan Duan? What a good name. Very fitting for this clever little one. With one hand, He held Yan Ku with the other. He unfastened a precious jade piece from his waist and placed it into the child's swaddling clothes. Before returning her to Lin Chu, I didn't prepare a thoughtful first meeting gift. The jade on my imperial crown cannot be given to the child, but this jade piece can. Yan Mingwa clasped his hands. Your Majesty's gift is too generous. Shun San smiled and said, Beloved Minister Yan is a pillar of my great Zhao. Without General Yan, there would be no peace in great Zhao. This is your firstborn daughter. And I bestow a piece of jade. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Shun Sen's words effectively blocked any refusal, and Yan Mingwa found it inconvenient to refuse further. Lady An saw Shun Sen kept talking with the couple Yan Mingwa, and secretly cursed the two as flatterers. Thinking that her husband had followed Shun Sen, and was now injured in the back, unable to get out of bed, her heart grew even more resentful. That Yan family truly has no shame. Their daughter is still a speechless child, and they already want to bring her before the emperor? Lady An sneered. And Dong had endured enough these past few days. Hearing these words, if she hadn't known this woman was her biological mother, she truly wouldn't have wanted to pay her any mind. She merely said coldly, Mother, we are now at the foot of the Son of Heaven, not in Yao City anymore. Mother, please cause less trouble. There's a very apt saying, when a part of the body develops a boil, the first thing people think of is not to cut it off but to find a way to treat it. Because subconsciously they tell themselves it will heal. But if they know that part has a malignant tumor, they will not hesitate to cut it off. Because they know that it cannot be cured. And Dong's feelings for Lady An were no different. During the days An Dingyuan was not home, Lady An alone presided over the An residence. Lady An greatly enjoyed this feeling of having the final say. During these days An Dong had always yielded to her. Although Lady An was still dissatisfied that An Dong didn't follow her wishes in everything. But today An Dong dared to contradict her, which immediately ignited Lady An's wrath. She said acrimoniously, You think you're in the capital now, with your father here, and you've grown stronger, haven't you? Have you forgotten, in your father's eyes and heart, there's only the daughter of that bitch. If it weren't for me protecting you these past few years, giving you the best of everything, would you be where you are today? That's why I've always told myself, no matter what, you are my mother. And Dong's voice wasn't loud, but her calm demeanor angered Lady An even more. She even felt that, in front of An Dong, she was like a clown. You learned all this from that bitch of the Yan family, didn't you? Who did I do all these things for? And you're so good, going along with outsiders to provoke your own mother. Indeed, a foster daughter never truly grows up, she's a white-eyed wolf. If I had a son, I wouldn't have had to endure these rages all these years. Lady An's voice grew louder and louder, and quite a few people were already looking in their direction. And Dong only felt ashamed. She had asked herself countless times in her heart why such a mother was her mother. Does mother want to tell His Majesty all our family matters? And Dong asked Lady An coldly. Lady An was suppressed by An Dong's imposing demeanor, and fell silent for a moment. And Dong then continued, Mother desires a son so much. This time in the capital, mother should just marry a concubine for father. Wait until that concubine gives birth to a son, then mother can take him to raise. Chapter 94. You're getting better and better. How dare you speak to me like that? Lady An was not lightly provoked by An Dong. Her voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of Shun San and Yan Mingwa. Lord Wang, who was in charge of ensuring the safety of the ladies, saw this and hastily said to the emperor, This is the wife of General An. In his heart, Lord Wang felt a bit resentful that Lady An was causing trouble right before the Son of Heaven. This time entering the capital, due to the hurried journey, hardships were inevitable. Sometimes the inns along the way weren't very good. Lady An, accustomed to being picky sometimes, complained that the inns were shabby and refused to stay, and sometimes accused Lord Wang of treating them like livestock and forcing them to travel. On this trip, she suffered aches all over from sitting in the carriage, had no time to recover, and had to set off again the next day. The first couple of times, Lord Wang patiently advised and apologized. Afterward, he discovered that Lady An liked to cause trouble for no reason, so he became too lazy to pay any attention to this lady. Once, on the road, because of the parking order, the Yen family's carriage was at the back, which made it easier to turn around. After turning, the Yen family's carriage went ahead, and the in-residence's carriage followed behind. Lady An then made a huge fuss, saying that they had no regard for the An family, and that they didn't have to go to the capital at all. If he had to evaluate Lady An, Lord Wang just wanted to curse with one phrase: only women and villains are the hardest to deal with. In front of the emperor, Lady An still exercised some restraint, maintaining the demeanor of an aristocratic lady as she bowed to Shan Sen. Your servant greets your majesty. So it is General An's lady, please rise quickly. Shan San showed a friendly demeanor, making Lady An feel more at ease inwardly. She thought that since her husband was a meritorious official, the emperor would surely not treat them unfairly. Her gaze swept past Lin Chu, revealing a hint of complacency. Then she pulled Tong closer, saying to Shan Sen, this is my daughter Tong. Having said that, she turned her head and scolded Tong, why aren't you bowing to His Majesty yet? With all eyes on her, Tong just wanted to find a hole to crawl into and die. That the emperor would personally come all the way to the city gates to welcome them. Any sensible person could see he was doing so to save face for Yan Minghua. Lady An, on the other hand, was something else, basking in a little reflected glory. She wanted to take all the credit. What made people laugh the most was that she dragged out her unmarried daughter, forcing her to bow separately to the emperor. Not even princesses or imperial princesses would be so presumptuous. What did Lady An want to do? Just after forcing her to marry her cousin, now she was like a madam from a brothel, parading her in front of the emperor. Tong trembled with rage, tears welling up. Feeling all sorts of gazes fixed on her, she resignedly bowed her head and saluted Shan Sen. Your servant greets your majesty. Lady An had completely lost face, and now pushing her forward, Tong had no choice but to bow to the emperor. Dispense with the formalities. Shan Sen merely uttered those two words, then turned back to speak with Yan Minghua. I have prepared a welcome feast in the palace for my beloved minister. All civil and military officials are also eager to witness my beloved minister's demeanor. Shan Sen's words were very skillful. Lady An had thrust Tong forward, and if he had casually praised Tong a few times, outsiders might have interpreted it as him taking an interest in the girl from the An family. He only said dispense with the formalities, which, while potentially causing the An family girl to be looked down upon, at least preserved her honor. He originally had no intention towards that young lady. If outsiders were to misunderstand, how would that young lady ever marry in the future? Shan Sen originally still felt a bit of compunction towards Dingyuan, being made such a mess by Lady An. His impression of the An household significantly declined. Since the emperor himself had come to the city gates to welcome him, Yan Minghua had no choice but to accompany the emperor into the palace. Yan Minghua did not yet have a residence in the capital, so the welcoming official had arranged for Lin Chu to stay in a post house. This post house in the capital could not be compared to the smaller ones along the way. It was magnificent and grand. To call it a temporary imperial residence would not be an exaggeration. Since the chaos in Nandu, no one else has stayed in this post house. When the late emperor was still on the throne, only foreign envoys were arranged to stay here. The welcoming official introduced as he led the way, his face beaming. He said these words intending to curry favor with Lin Chu. Lin Chu knew Yan Minghua's current standing in the court. In the eyes of outsiders, he was the new emperor's most favored person. Subordinates, if not foolish, would all rush to fawn over him. Thank you, Your Excellency. Lin Chu appeared neither overly enthusiastic nor overly cold. It was a perfectly measured politeness and distance. The welcoming official was a bit surprised by Lin Chu. Those who could establish themselves in this wealthy capital, even if only a minor ninth-rank official, all knew the family backgrounds of the powerful noble families like the back of their hand. After all, the capital is only so vast, one could easily run into princes and nobles in any wine house. Sometimes, even a vegetable vendor at the market might have a younger sister who is a concubine to a high-ranking official, making them someone not to be easily offended. For a newly risen dignitary like Yan Minghua, how could they not try to ascertain his family background? Currently, Lin Chu's reputation in Yao City is very high. After all, during the Great War, she shared weal and woe with the people. After the war, she advocated for building schools. The people remembered her contributions for all these good deeds. Therefore, even when people in the capital knew Lin Chu was once a maid, she still won the hearts of the people. The idle ladies in the capital, who gossiped about one family today and another tomorrow, deep down, apart from envy, found themselves speechless. However, the welcoming official, deep down, still believed that someone from a maid's background would have no knowledge. Now seeing Lam So, who so composed, he was startled to realize he had been rude. Lam So knew the capital was a complex place. Court intrigues could very well unfold in the back courtyards of the ladies. She had just arrived and didn't want to cause trouble, so after thanking the official, she led Yen Ka to rest in the post station. And Ding Yuan had been injured in the back half a year ago. Shun Sen treated him quite well. Before conquering the capital, he had allowed Ding Yuan to recuperate in a villa. After capturing the capital, he rewarded Ding Yuan with a large house. The imperial physician would come to Ding Yuan's residence every 3 days to examine him. Everyone in the court, from top to bottom, said the new emperor was benevolent and wise. Regardless of whether the officials truly thought so or not, at least Shun Sen had done everything to demonstrate it. Madame An's entourage, after entering the city gate, was led to General An's mansion. Madame An was quite pleased about this, believing that Shun Sen clearly valued Ding Yuan more otherwise, and Ding Yuan already had a house, so why didn't Yan Min Kwa yet? Anyone with a bit of sense knows that for someone like Yan Min Kwa, as the new emperor's rewards had not yet been issued, the Ministry of Rights dared not arbitrarily bestow a house. If the new emperor's rewards were too grand, but the Ministry of Rights bestowed a small house, this action would displease both the emperor and the rewarded official. That official's career would be considered over. If too large a house was bestowed, but the final official rank the emperor granted was not that high, it would also be very awkward and similarly would not win the emperor's favor. Fortunately, Lam So was completely unaware of these thoughts of Madame An. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't know whether to cry or to laugh. After a long journey, Lam So arrived at the post station wanting nothing more than to bathe. What surprised Lam So was that this post station actually had a natural hot spring. As someone who had never enjoyed a hot spring in both her previous and current lives, Lam So immediately formed the intention to do so. But what Lam So didn't expect was that when she bathed, there were 8 maids serving her. They, holding jade bottles containing various kinds of warm water, entered one after another, gracefully knelt beside Lam So's hot spring bath, and poured the warm water from the bottles into the tub. One maid poured a milky white liquid from a ceramic bottle into the hand of another maid. That maid then took the liquid and applied it from Lam So's shoulders downwards. Lam So smelled cow's milk and immediately asked, "Is this cow's milk?" "Yes, Madame Yan, it is indeed cow's milk. This cow's milk was just delivered to the post station this morning. Madame Yan, please feel free to bathe without worry." The maid thought she was worried the milk had been left out for too long, and hastily explained. Lam So didn't mean that, she was just curious. Previously, when watching movies, seeing the emperor's concubines use cow's milk to bathe, she had once doubted if it was true. Fresh cow's milk has a gamey smell anyway. But the cow's milk these maidservants used for her clearly had no gamey smell, only the rich aroma of milk. Cow's milk in ancient times was not cheap to begin with. Furthermore, they had to figure out a way to remove the gamey smell, which surely took a lot of effort. Has the capital always been like this? Lam So casually pinched a petal floating on the water. The petal was vibrant in color and looked freshly picked. It was only the beginning of February. Although spring arrived earlier in Nam Do, it wasn't yet the season for flowers to bloom. These flowers were clearly specially cultivated. What does Madame Yan mean? The maidservant asked cautiously, unsure of what Lam So wanted to ask. Lam So smiled. "I just find it strange. In Mo Bay at this time, not a single blade of green grass can be seen. Yet flowers in Nam Do are already blooming." "These flowers are not blooming in season," the maidservant replied. "Instead, they are bought from the eldest prince's flower farm. At the eldest prince's flower farm, even in the cold winter, those flowers always bloom profusely. It is said that they use underfloor heating to warm the place. Nobles in the capital, whenever they need fresh flowers for bathing, all buy them from the eldest prince's flower farm." Knowing Lam So had just arrived in the capital and wanted to curry favor with her, she added a few more sentences. "The imperial city has just gone through a war, and it is no longer as prosperous as before. When the late emperor was still on the throne at this inn, to serve a noble lady like Madame, 16 maidservants would barely be enough. Truly worthy of its name, Nam Do is indeed prosperous, Lin Chu said. But her heart felt a little heavy. Nam Do lived in luxury and decadence. The people here probably didn't know that in other places after the war, many people still couldn't even get a full meal. The might of a nation can be seen through the prosperity of its capital, but whatever it is, there must be moderation. She only hoped that after Shun San ascended the throne, he could establish a style of integrity and uprightness. What was necessary should be present, but not overly luxurious or wasteful. In the long run, Lin Chu felt it could lead to resentment among the populace. After bathing Jing He was helping her dry her hair. A maidservant attending at the inn asked Lin Chu if she wanted a massage. Lin Chu didn't understand what massage was and looked towards Jing He. Jing He immediately replied, "Madam, you have been traveling hard these past few days. A massage can promote blood circulation and clear the meridians." Lin Chu guessed that the massage they spoke of was likely the ancient people's term for zoa bop. Feeling a little curious, she agreed. When the maidservants told her to lie prone on a soft bed and began to massage her, she finally confirmed that massage was indeed zoa bop. To be honest, these maidservants specializing in serving nobles had just the right strength in their hands. As they massaged the pressure points, her entire body relaxed. Lin Chu lay on the soft bed. So comfortable she just wanted to purr. She finally understood why some high-income earners in modern society often went to spas. Jing He saw Lin Chu squinting with satisfaction like a lazy white cat dozing off in summer, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Madam, if you like it, you can just tell us maidservants to massage you more often in the future." Lin Chu's voice was a little slurred from comfort. "Later. Let's talk about it later." She wasn't greedy. Later, it would be enough to buy a maid in the manor who knew how to massage. If things were arranged like in this inn, it would be too luxurious. Took half an hour. When Lam So changed into clean clothes and stretched, she felt completely relaxed. "Your technique is truly excellent. Did you learn it from a young age?" Lam So asked. This servant only learned this massage technique after coming here, taught by the nannies. An older maid bowed her head respectfully and replied to Lam So. "Please come and help me with a massage again this afternoon," Lam So said. She only chose this maid, for she had other intentions. The maid was slightly surprised by Lam So's instruction, but quickly replied yes respectfully, and then led the other maids out. This maid at a glance was a sensible and discreet person, not given to idle chatter. Her technique was also the best among the maids, so she must be the head maid. Lam So wanted to learn this massage technique so she could massage Yen Min Kwa. Yen Min Kwa was a military general. The wounds he sustained on the battlefield were innumerable. As long as it wasn't a bleeding wound, Yen Min Kwa, relying on his internal energy to protect his body, had never paid much attention. Lam So, however, felt deeply sympathetic. If these maids were to directly massage Yen Min Kwa, he had heard no small number of scandalous stories from the inner chambers. To prevent any such possibilities, besides his trusted young attendants, he would absolutely not allow maids to come near him. Furthermore, if she were to truly see other women touching her husband's body, even though she knew it was just a massage, Lam So would still feel a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because she loved him, and thus her possessiveness had grown stronger. Her speaking so indirectly was also due to concerns about her current status. After all, this was not Yao City. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching in the shadows, just hoping to find their faults? She was Yen Min Kwa's wife, a noble lady of Daizhou. Which noble lady wouldn't uphold her dignity, merely waiting for others to serve her? These massage techniques were all learned by servant girls. If she were to explicitly say she wanted to learn them, she feared it would cause Yen Min Kwa to lose face. People say husband and wife are one body, sharing honor and disgrace together. Lam So couldn't help but overthink. After leaving the hot spring, Lam So went to the nanny's place to see Yen Ka. Yen Ka had just eaten her fill, and perhaps due to afternoon drowsiness, was sleeping very soundly. Lam So picked up the jade pendant from Yen Ka and looked at it, gazing at her sleeping daughter's innocent face, and gently sighed, "This naughty little imp, why don't you usually seem so mischievous?" Yen Ka had snatched the emperor's crown. What the crown symbolized went without saying. Lam So at that time was truly terrified. It was with great difficulty that Yan Minhua and the emperor had managed to avoid being affected by those rumors. Now that the realm was peaceful, if some wicked person still wanted to use the dragon's aura as an excuse, claiming Yan Minhua intended to rebel, Lam So truly dared not imagine what decision the emperor would make. As she was worrying, a servant suddenly came to announce that Madame Wang had come to visit. Which Madame Wang? Lam So wondered to herself that she didn't know any noble ladies in the capital, and she didn't know who this Madame Wang was either. The wife of Imperial Envoy Master Wang, the servant replied. Madame Wang coming to see me at this moment. Has something happened in the palace? Lam So thought for a moment, then instructed, please have Madame Wang wait for me for a moment in the front hall. I will come as soon as I finish changing. The servant received the order and withdrew. Lin Chu then asked Jing He who went into the palace with the general? General Tang and the other generals also entered the palace with Master. Madam, please don't worry. Song To also led men to guard the palace gate. If there's any news from inside the palace, they will definitely know. Jing He's words made Lin Chu feel more at ease. She then tidied herself up and went to the main hall. Because Lord Wang had left a rather good impression on Lin Chu, when she saw Madame Wang, she also felt an odd sense of closeness. Madame Wang was a plump, fair-skinned woman. When she smiled, her face was gentle and benevolent, just like the Bodhisattva Guanyin in a painting. I've made Madame Wang wait for a long time, Lin Chu said with a smile as she entered the main hall. Madame Wang was holding a teacup and drinking. As soon as she saw Lin Chu arrive, she quickly put the teacup down, stepped forward, and intimately took Lin Chu's hand. Finally, I get to meet a heroine like Madame Yan. Madame Wang, you're too kind. Please have a seat, Lin Chu also said with a smile. Madame Wang sat down, still not letting go of Lin Chu's hand. Looking extremely moved. When I was in the capital, I heard about Madame Yan's deeds. She saved Yao City from danger twice. When the barbarian army was at the gates, she even dared to personally go to battle. Such spirit. Looking throughout Great Zhao, how many women like Madame Yan can one find? Madame Wang, you flatter me too much. At that time I was merely risking my life. If the general hadn't returned in time, I wouldn't know where I'd be right now, Lin Chu replied. I originally thought that someone with such spirit must be a strong female general. Meeting Madame Yan this time has truly broadened my horizons. Madame is indeed more beautiful than flowers. No wonder General Yan cherishes you so much. Madame Wang held Lin Chu's hand, praising her incessantly. Lin Chu heard Madame Wang mention Yan Minhua, knowing she must want to discuss official matters. She then said, to be able to meet the general in this life is my good fortune. I was truly foolish. Lord Wang and the general share a deep friendship, and I've only just arrived in the capital. I should have visited your residence to pay my respects, but unexpectedly I delayed, causing you to have to visit me instead. My dear girl, what are you saying? Ordinarily, a madam newly arrived in the capital should rest for a few days. It's I who came here unannounced. Madame Wang playfully chided. I won't beat around the bush any longer. This time I came here. It's truly because I have something to discuss with you. Lin Chu's expression turned serious. Please, madam, speak. Madame Wang dismissed her maidservants. Seeing this, Lin Chu also told Jing He to go outside first. After all, with Jing He's hearing, she could hear any movement in the room. Only Madame Wang and Lin Chu remained in the hall. Madame Wang then lowered her voice and said, Madam, why do you think His Majesty personally came out to the city gate to welcome you? Lin Chu was speechless for a moment. She hadn't actually considered this question. She thought it was because the emperor valued Yan Minhua. But hearing Madame Wang's tone, it was clearly not the case. Lin Chu then said, please sister, speak frankly. Calling her sister subtly drew their relationship closer. Madame Wang replied, Madam, surely you don't know that this time, when the general and Madam went south, they brought 50,000 elite soldiers, camped 50 li from the capital. The entire capital is in a state of panic and fear. Chapter 95. I truly didn't know, Lin Chu said. All along the way, she had only been in the carriage, only knowing that 3,000 elite soldiers were accompanying them. Yan Minhua hadn't told her anything else. Sister, telling me all this is, Lin Chu said, trailing off to see how Madame Wang would respond. Yan Minhua had no interest in Great Zhao. Lam So understood this better than anyone. Yin Minhua brought 50,000 elite soldiers south. The first thing she thought of was that Yin Minhua was protecting himself. After all, the new emperor had summoned his entire family to the capital. If Yin Minhua made no preparations, relying solely on his loyalty to the emperor to enter the capital, then if by any chance something unforeseen happened, whatever was said would be too late. After all, in this world loyalty was not a reliable guarantee. Madame Wang sighed. My husband understands your family's difficulties clearly. He greatly admires General Yan, but His Majesty sent him to escort you all to the capital. General Yan then secretly brought 50,000 elite soldiers. My husband also finds it difficult to explain to His Majesty. Lam So suddenly realized. These past few days on the road, Lord Wang frequently invited Yin Minhua to drink. Admiring Yin Minhua was one thing, wanting him to withdraw his troops was another. Clearly, Lord Wang's approach was not effective, which was why his wife hurried to persuade Lam So. Lam So could also understand the difficulties of Lord Wang's family, serving an emperor who doesn't have a large sword hanging over their head. Lam So then said, I am a woman, I don't understand much about these matters. When my husband returns from the palace banquet, I will speak with him. Madame Wang looked at Lam So for a moment and then said, my dear sister, I'll speak frankly. Now the world is at peace. Half of this empire was won by General Yan for His Majesty. Even if His Majesty intends to reclaim military power, it won't be at this moment. Tens of thousands of eyes in this world are watching. His Majesty has just ascended the throne, he cannot give others an excuse to talk. General Yan bringing troops and camping outside the capital at this time, on the contrary, is not beneficial to the general's reputation. His Majesty will certainly not touch the Yan family. Instead, he will treat General Yan with great respect and generosity. These things were originally earned by General Yan through half a lifetime of campaigning. But with this matter of bringing troops south, if someone brings it up later, it's inevitable that people will say General Yan is arrogant and threatening the emperor. A good reputation is hard to build, but even a small blemish can be blackened by others. You are a sensible person. Everything that needed to be said I have said. How you decide to think about it, it's still up to you. Madame Wang said these words, her tone full of sincerity. Lam So nodded. You and Lord Wang have been so thoughtful for my husband and me. I am extremely grateful in my heart. Tonight I will speak to my husband about this matter. Her words were a little polite, but Madame Wang still showed her happiness openly. The two chatted idly for a while. When it was lunchtime, Lam So wanted to keep Madame Wang for a meal, but Madame Wang refused. After Madame Wang left, Lam So then asked Qin Hoa about the 50,000 elite soldiers outside the city. Master was afraid that Madame would worry if she knew, which is why he didn't tell you, Qin Hoa replied. Now, the matter of Yin Minhua bringing troops south was probably already known throughout the capital. Saying these things now was of no use. Lam So sighed. He hid it from me, and you also hid it from me. If Madame Wang hadn't told me about this today, I would still be kept in the dark. Qin Hoa detected a hint of annoyance in Lam So's words and quickly knelt down. Madam, please calm your anger. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Lam So saw Qin Hoa kneel and felt even more uncomfortable. Qin Hoa had risked her life to save her several times. She had never considered Qin Hoa a servant. Madam, please don't be angry with this servant. Qin Hoa was also not good with words and was momentarily a little awkward. Lam So knew that Qin Hoa, after all, used to be Yin Minhua's private soldier, and always obeyed Yin Minhua's orders unconditionally. She sighed, I'm not angry with you. It's just that a tall tree catches the wind. His actions, I'm just afraid they will give some court officials something to talk about. Court affairs, even if she had the will, she couldn't interfere. To be fair, Yin Minhua's actions, though a bit reckless, meant that later he would only guard the northwest and would not socialize much with court officials. No matter how badly they spoke of Yin Minhua, unless they dared to bring troops to attack the northwest, otherwise they would only dare to speak behind his back. Having thought this through, Lin Chu was no longer troubled. Jing He went to the kitchen to relay the message that only Lin Chu would be eating, but the dishes served still amounted to over 100. Looking at the long table laden with dishes, Lin Chu was truly astonished. She asked Jing He, didn't I tell the kitchen to only prepare food for one person? Was announced early, Jing-hee replied. As this was merely a courier station where she was temporarily residing, Lin Chu found it inconvenient to tell the kitchen they were being too wasteful. She merely told the manager of the courier station to remove some of the dishes, saying that she couldn't eat it all. The manager of the courier station smiled with narrowed eyes and said to Lin Chu, Lady Yan, there's no need to be so polite. The banquets at this courier station were all prescribed by the late emperor long ago. Such banquets are also normal in the homes of high-ranking officials and nobles. These words sounded respectful, but upon closer thought, there was a subtle hint of sarcasm, implying that Lin Chu came from a small place. It's normal in the homes of high-ranking officials and nobles, but at Lin Chu's it becomes wasteful. Isn't that ridiculous? So how are these dishes handled if they're not fully eaten? Lin Chu asked. Dishes that the master hasn't touched, the servants will eat. If they can't finish it, it will naturally be given to those who collect leftovers. The manager didn't understand why Lin Chu asked this, so he answered truthfully. The servants in this courier station all looked plump and fair, appearing very prosperous. They even lived better than young masters and ladies from ordinary families. To those who have never experienced the hardships of war, it was useless to say more. Lin Chu said nothing more to the manager and told him to withdraw. From those dishes, she chose a few she liked, and told Jing-hee to take the rest down for the accompanying guards to eat. The palace banquet lasted very late. When Lin Chu heard the sound of horse carriages outside the courier station, she had already dozed off at the table. Jing-hee, has husband returned? Jing-hee rubbed her sleepy eyes and vaguely looked up. Master has returned. Jing-hee's voice was a bit unusual. Lin Chu heard that Yan Mingwa had returned, and her sleepiness vanished by half. She didn't pay attention to Jing-hee's unusualness and stood up to go and greet Yan Mingwa. Jing-hee unusually stopped her again. Madam, master is drunk. You just go back to the room and wait. Let Song Tua and the others help master settle down. How much has he drunk then? Lin Chu was worried about Yan Mingwa and for a moment, didn't care about anything else, running downstairs before she could even put on her cloak. When she saw that the person supporting Yan Mingwa in was a frail woman, Lin Chu's face turned ashen. She glanced at Song Tua and the other's husband is drunk. Don't you know how to support him? Song Tua was a big man and facing this scene he was quite awkward. He scratched his head and said with extreme embarrassment, Madam, are you my brother Yan's wife? Don't you see my brother Yan is drunk? You didn't tell the kitchen to cook a hangover soup, nor did you send someone to help my brother Yan back to his room. Instead, you put on the airs of a mistress in front of the serva. Entius, do you know, all your glory was bestowed upon you by my brother Yan. As expected, a maid who becomes a mistress doesn't know how to act properly. Tong Thok's words were cut off by the woman supporting Yan Mingwa. This level of unpleasant speech made both Jing-hee and Tong Thok change color. Tong Thok was clearly a bit wary of this woman. Miss Jiang, please mind your words. This is the madam of the Yan family, not someone you can speak of like that. Madam of the Yan family? If not for that incident back then, would Yan Jige's wife be her? Who does she think she is? The woman said sharply. These words made Lin Chu's face completely cold. Jing-hee trembled with rage. She stepped forward and slapped the other person squarely across the face. Where did this little slut come from? Daring to insult my madam. Caught off guard by the slap, and still supporting Yan Mingwa, her body swayed, almost making the passed-out drunk Yan Mingwa fall with her. Fortunately, Tong Thok quickly caught Yan Mingwa. He turned his head and yelled at Jing-hee, Jing-hee, stop. Jing-hee glanced coldly at Tong Thok. Are you just going to stand there and watch your master like that? Tong Thok was glared at by Jing-hee, bewildered. He said this is the Yan family's cousin miss. 4 years, when master was at the border, no such cousin miss ever came looking for him. And if they did, they would have ulterior motives. Madam has walked step by step with master to reach this day. Now that the Yan family has prospered again, are these unrelated relatives swarming around like maggots? She dares to slander madam like that. I don't care what kind of miss she is. Just beat her. Tong Thok was scolded into silence by Jing-hee. Jing-hee's slap was not light. Half of Jiang Wan-yu's face immediately swelled up. She looked at Lin Chu with deep hatred. You've raised quite a good dog. You're so vicious. Does my Yendi know? Lin Chu almost burst out laughing from anger. It was only then that she carefully assessed the girl. She didn't look old, only about 14 or 15. Her face greatly resembled Jiang Shui's. Lin Chu then realized why she looked familiar. She stood on the stairs, looking down at the girl. Her eyes filled with the nobility and arrogance accumulated through time and experience. Which brothel did this young lady come from? Such a fierce temperament. She cast Tong Thok a half-smiling, half-frowning glance. My husband is drunk. First take him to bathe. Tell the kitchen to make some hangover soup. Tong Thok felt a chill down his spine under Lin Chu's gaze. He half-supported, half-dragged Yin Minghua towards the bathroom. Who are you calling someone from a brothel? Jiang Wanyu shrieked, as if an open wound had been stepped on. The clothes she wore were indeed not what a respectable woman would wear. Seeing Tong Thok lead Yin Minghua away, she wanted to follow. Where are you taking my Yen? Jing He drew the sword from her waist and stared coldly at the clamoring Ji. Wanyu. Jing He's build was not much different from a man's. Holding a sword with a fierce expression, she looked quite terrifying. Jiang Wanyu was initially intimidated by Jing He. Afterwards, thinking that Jing He wouldn't dare do anything to her anyway, she became even more defiant. You dare point a sword at me? Fine, try to slash my face. I am someone His Majesty bestowed upon Yen Yi. If you dare touch me, you are disrespecting the emperor. Lin Chu gave a cold laugh. They say people have skin, trees have bark. Your skin is thicker than a city wall. What a pity you didn't follow the army when they went to battle. Her words made all the watching maids burst out laughing. Jiang Wanyu was both angry and flustered. Why are you so vicious? Yendi, you truly ought to see your real face. Lin Chu's eyes grew colder. The corner of her lips curved into a sarcastic smile. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. My husband sees this face of mine every single day. You shameless hussy. Jiang Wanyu's fury flared, and she blurted out whatever came to mind. The words were so unpleasant that Jing He just wanted to tear her mouth apart. Lin Chu, however, was not angry at all. She merely said calmly to Jing He, this young lady doesn't know how to speak, so don't let her speak anymore. Pull out her tongue. The servants of the Yan Manor at the inn clearly all sided with Lin Chu. It was only then that Jiang Wanyu felt fear, and she feigned bravado. Brother Yan won't let you get away with this if he finds out. Lin Chu leaned one hand against the wooden stair railing, her voice somber. Whether he forgives me or not, that remains to be seen. But I know that you won't have a moment's peace soon. Jing He, I'm tired of looking at this face. Slash it so I no longer see its original appearance. Yes, madam. Jing He replied. Jiang Wanyu watched the knife about to fall on her face, screamed in terror, then rolled her eyes back and fainted. Jing He used the blunt side of the knife to tap her face repeatedly, but Jiang Wanyu showed no sign of movement. Jing He then said to Lin Chu, Madam, she has fainted. Lin Chu lightly snorted, and here I thought she had some capability. Jing He was also angered by Jiang Wanyu's insults towards Lin Chu. She said to Lin Chu, Madam, how shall we deal with her? Jing He had followed Lin Chu for so long, how could she not know that Lin Chu's words were just to scare this girl who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Tie her up, gag her, and lock her in the woodshed for the night. Tomorrow morning, wait for my husband to sober up, then let him handle it himself, Lin Chu said. She didn't want to be woken up in the middle of the night by this madwoman. Although Jiang Wanyu had a venomous tongue, she had no clever schemes. Lin Chu didn't take her seriously. She needed to find the person behind Jiang Wanyu. Shun Sun wouldn't bestow such a person upon Yen Minghua without reason. There must be a reason behind it. Jing He led people to tie up Jiang Wanyu and lock her in the woodshed. Lin Chu first went to the wet nurse's room to check on her daughter. Seeing that Yen Ka was not woken up, she felt more at ease. No matter how many demons and monsters there were in the capital, if they dared to harm her daughter, they should just try. Lin Chu then gave the wet nurse a few more instructions, and only then returned to her own room. Yen Minghua had already been helped by Song Tua to finish bathing. His hair was still wet. He lay sprawled on the bed. Song Tua brought a bowl of hangover soup from the kitchen and stood awkwardly before the bed. Seeing Lin Chu enter, Song Tua was both happy and embarrassed, merely calling out Madam. Lin Chu nodded, acknowledging the greeting. Master is drunk. The hangover soup can't be given to him, Song Tua said awkwardly. Lam So sat down at the round table nearby and said casually, just leave it there. I'll give it to him to drink in a bit. Tong Thok shyly replied, yes. I ask you, what about that young lady? Lam So asked nonchalantly. Tong Thok's forehead was already dotted with sweat. That young lady, she is originally the second daughter of the Yin family's eldest paternal aunt. The eldest paternal aunt married into the Zhang family in Lulang. That year, the master had an engagement with the legitimate daughter of the Zhang family. It's just that later something happened to the Yin family, and the master was exiled to the northwest. Tong Thok stammered. Lam So impatiently interrupted him. I know all that. What I want to ask is, how did she come back with him? Tong Thok was someone who came to Dutan later. He didn't know the events Yen Minhua went through in Guangtan as clearly as Lam So did. Hearing Lam So's tone, he thought Yen Minhua had already told her these things, so he felt a bit more at ease. He no longer feared Lam So getting angry and hiding anything after the Zhang family declined. The young cousin was sold to Su Fuang because she was still young. At tonight's imperial banquet, the young cousin was among the dancers. She saw the master, then burst into tears and ran towards him. After clarifying the matter, His Majesty ordered Su Fuang to hand over the young cousin's deed of sale to the master. The young cousin now had nowhere to go, so she followed the master back. It was definitely just a coincidence? Lam So pressed. It was truly an unexpected incident, ma'am, Tong Thok replied. Lam So smiled and shook her head again. Tong Thok thought Lam So didn't believe him and said sincerely, Madam, your subordinate truly isn't deceiving you. Lam So said, if that young lady truly coincidentally was among the dancers at this banquet, then her knowledge of me is far too extensive. Tong Thok was always valued by Yen Minhua, so of course he wasn't foolish. His previous evasiveness was simply because he feared Lam So misunderstanding and getting angry. Added to Zhang Van Noyet's overly harsh insults, Tong Thok So didn't dare to scrutinize those words too closely. Now that Lam So had pointed it out, when he recalled the phrase maid becoming mistress, then the coincidental meeting at today's banquet indeed was no longer a coincidence. Your subordinate will send someone to investigate immediately, Tong Thok said. Lam So nodded but added, Tong Thok, you must know that everything in the capital now concerns your master. What you are doing is not for my sake, but for your master's sake. Tong Thok's heart pounded. He hurriedly knelt down. Madam, your subordinate always obeys your orders and the master's. I am absolutely loyal. I know you are sentimental about old ties, but the remaining members of the Yen family now might not be the same as before. Don't let your compassion ruin things. Having said that, Lam So said, you may leave. Tong Thok respectfully assented and withdrew. Lam So appeared gentle, but she could grasp the crux of any matter. Tong Thok considered that he had once again witnessed the formidable capabilities of this madam. After Tong Thok withdrew, Lam So looked at the hangover soup on the table and pondered. Just from the few sentences Zhang Van Noyet had argued with her, she already knew this couldn't be something Zhang Van Noyet did alone. Otherwise, with that personality and without support, how could she have survived in Su Fuang? And even participate in an imperial banquet? Lam So absolutely did not believe it. If Zhang Van Noyet was Tam Sam's person and Tam Sam wanted to use Zhang Van Noyet to sow discord between her and Yen Minhua, then this plan was far too clumsy. It wasn't as if Shun Xin had never met Jiang Wanxue. Even a person like Jiang Wanxue couldn't stir the slightest emotion in Yen Minhua. How much less so Jiang Wanyu? Moreover, Shen Xin had just signaled Lord Wang to have his wife come persuade her to convince Yen Minhua to withdraw his troops. A moment later, he would then send such a strange person to cause her trouble. Wouldn't Shen Xin be inviting disaster upon himself? Thus, Lin Chu was almost certain that Jiang Wanyu was not Shen Xin's agent. So who exactly was behind them, watching their every move? Yen Minhua lay on the soft bed, letting out a soft snore or two, breaking Lin Chu's train of thought. Looking at this drunkard, Lin Chu felt her temper flare. She walked over, grabbing and firmly pinching the drunkard Yan's ear, while scolding him, so utterly drunk, why don't you just die? Yen Minhua, in a drunken stupor, suddenly mumbled, then tried to turn over, hugging a soft pillow, rubbing against it contentedly as he called out, my wife, Lin Chu. She walked to the table, picked up the bowl of hangover soup, clamped Yen Minhua's chin firmly, and roughly poured it into his mouth. Although a good amount spilled out, he had still managed to drink half the bowl. After drinking the hangover soup, the drunkard Yen immediately fell silent. His hair was still wet, not dry at all. Fearing he would catch a cold, Lin Chu could only find a dry towel to wipe his hair. And as she wiped, she vented her anger by firmly pinching his face. Yan Minghua, in his drunken state, mumbled my wife, Duan Duan, and Chu her incoherently. Though Lin Chu was still angry inside, she was no longer as furious as before. Given Yan Minggua's usual vigilance, it was impossible for him to get this drunk at a palace banquet. She always felt there was something fishy going on. But thankfully, nothing untoward had happened. However, letting this matter slide would absolutely not be easy. Lin Chu had decided she would teach this man a lesson. It wasn't good for a woman to be too understanding sometimes. One still had to make a bit of a fuss. Her being understanding and thoughtful was one thing, but she also had to let her husband know that she was angry. At a time like this, she needed to make a bit of a fuss, to teach him a lesson. After Lin Chu finished wiping Yan Minggua's hair, she tossed the towel aside, went to the inkstone table, and wrote a letter of separation. She pressed her finger to the paper, then used the inkstone to weigh it down. It was well past midnight. Lin Chu yawned and returned to bed to sleep. She looked at the lump lying sprawled on the bed and felt annoyed again. The pungent smell of alcohol was sickeningly foul. With one kick, Lin Chu pushed him off the bed. As the weather was still cold, a thick rug covered the floor. Yan Minghua fell without a so. Indy. He merely mumbled chewer twice more in his stupor, then fell fast asleep again. Lin Chu lay there for a moment, then, annoyed, she tossed the remaining blanket from the bed to him, before pulling her own blanket up and turning over to sleep. The next morning, Yan Minghua remembered he hadn't drunk much, so why was he this drunk? He endured the headache and painfully got up, only to discover he had slept on the floor. The first thing he thought of was that Lin Chu was angry. Looking at the bed, the blankets and pillows were neatly folded, not as if anyone had slept there. Yan Minghua frowned. As he got up, he saw a piece of paper on the table weighed down by an inkstone. The 3 words Thursday Hoa Ly letter of divorce stood out especially. Yan Minghua's vision instantly went dark. He staggered out just as he met the wet nurse. Yan Minghua immediately asked, "Have you seen my wife anywhere?" The wet nurse, startled by Yan Minghua's disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, repeatedly shook her head. "Early this morning, my lady said she was taking the young mistress out for a walk. She hasn't returned yet." Yan Minghua staggered, nearly falling. "My child, who could be so cruel as to lock you in the woodshed? That venomous-hearted creature." The wailing, like a funeral procession, from downstairs made Yan Minghua's headache even worse. "Songthak, what's going on? Where has my wife gone?" Yan Minghua's head felt like it was about to explode. He tried to recall what happened last night, but couldn't remember anything. He didn't even remember how drunk he had become. "Master, this is Grandaunt who has come looking for her. Last night, the young cousin cursed my lady terribly. My lady then ordered the young cousin to be locked in the woodshed." Songthak also couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. "Hang Tanchai, look at the venomous-hearted woman you've married. She dared to lock your cousin in the woodshed for an entire night. My poor daughter. She finally got to return to her maternal home, only to suffer the wrath of that wicked woman." The woman, wailing downstairs, rushed over as soon as she saw Yan Minghua. Yan Minghua reluctantly recognized her as the former Madame Jiang, his father's younger paternal half-sister. Yan Minghua listened to her loud ranting, feeling his head ache even more. Then, thinking of Lin Chu's letter of divorce, a furious anger surged within him. Excellent, did these people all think he was dead? He had only been in the capital for 1 day, and they were already bullying his wife and daughter. Chapter 96. Second Aunt's news network is certainly sharp. Yan Minghua cut off the woman's funeral-like wailing in a deep voice. In recent years, the Jiang family's life in the capital had not been easy. Jiang Yanshi, always opportunistic, only knew how to flatter those above her and despise those below her, thereby offending many people. Truly influential ladies now wouldn't even deign to associate with her. It was already fortunate that those ladies she had offended did not secretly harm her. Jiang Yanshi, who knew not where she got her information, learned that Yan Minghua was at this post station and had come looking for him early in the morning. The clothes she wore, though considered decent, were not at all high-grade silk. Given she could give birth to a daughter like Jiang Wenshui, Jiang Yanshi's appearance was not bad. It was just that her skin was a bit saggy, causing her cheekbones to protrude, making her look severe. Jiang Yanshi noticed the unusual tone in Yin Minqua's voice, and her wailing choked. Yin Minqua no longer deigned to look at her, turning instead to Song Thak, who let her in. Your subordinate doesn't know. When your subordinate received the news, Second Miss was already in the woodshed. Song Thak broke out in a sweat. He had arranged for elite soldiers to guard the reception area tightly, and the kitchen area also had people watching out for saboteurs poisoning. As for the woodshed, there was nothing important, so no one was guarding it. He also didn't know how Jiang Yanshi had entered the way station, or how she managed to find the woodshed so precisely. There must be an inside accomplice of Jiang Yanshi in this way station. This obvious scheme was clumsy to the point of being ridiculous. But Song Thak knew that no matter what, this was due to his dereliction of duty. Today a silent Jiang Yanshi could slip in, tomorrow it could be an assassin. Previously, he was concerned that this was imperial territory, and only had people tightly guarding the scope of activity of the two masters. Now it seems security must be strengthened. Jiang Yanshi, hearing Yin Minqua say that, immediately wailed, Han Xianhi, what do you mean by that? I am your paternal aunt, is there anything wrong with me coming to visit you? As she spoke, she tried to step forward, but Song Thak raised a hand to stop her. Yin Minqua now had no time to pay attention to her and her child, only asking Song Thak, when did the madam go out? It's been almost an hour now. With Kin Hoa accompanying her, master does not need to worry, Song Thak replied. Knowing Kin Hoa was by Lam So's side, Yin Minqua breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as he thought of the letter of divorce in his hand, his expression turned terrifyingly dark. Divorce? What kind of grievance did she ultimately suffer that made Lam so angry enough to want a divorce from him? Was it because he brought Zhonghua Noyet back? How he himself brought Zhonghua Noyet back? Yin Minqua's memory of that was completely hazy. The fact that he got drunk and passed out at the imperial banquet last night was also very strange. In the imperial court, he was not someone to be trifled with. Because he had led 50,000 elite soldiers south, even many court officials privately gossiped that he intended to rebel. To keep their distance at the banquet, no one came to offer him wine except the consort of the eldest princess. He only drank a total of 3 cups of wine. Yin Minqua was quite confident in his alcohol tolerance. It was impossible for 3 cups of wine to make him pass out. Then, there was something wrong with the wine he drank last night. He was naturally a cautious person, especially on occasions like imperial banquets. When the consort of the eldest princess came to offer wine, to show sincerity, he poured wine from the pitcher on his table. Both he and the consort of the eldest princess drank 3 cups. It was impossible for him to be drunk while the consort was not. Yin Minqua knew someone had made a move. Although this scheme was extremely despicable, the ridiculous thing was that he fell for the trick. He would personally investigate the matter at the banquet, but the most important thing now was to coax Lam So. He himself was as obedient as a cat in front of Lam So. Yet someone dared to make Lam So suffer such a grievance? Haha, they're truly asking for death. The servants at the post station, send them home to rest for a few days. My wife and I are more accustomed to being served by our own people. With a single sentence, Yin Minqua replaced all the servants at the post station. He didn't have time to inspect each person. It was simpler and more effective to act decisively. Regardless of how many spies were at the post station, he immediately cleared them all out. Zhang Yanti was still being ignored by Yin Minqua. To attract attention, she pulled out a handkerchief, feigned wiping away tears, and began to sob and complain. Oh Noyet Ni's maternal uncle, why did you leave so early? Your younger sister here, my heart is in such agony. I've been oppressed, and my maiden family no longer has anyone to support me. Since Yong and Marquette met with misfortune, not a single day has passed without my heart feeling heavy. Hearing Zhang Yanti mention his father, Yin Minqua heavily closed his eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Yanti continued to cry. Fortunately, my son Han Xianhi is a capable person, and now His Majesty values him. Only now does the huge stone in my heart feel like it has been lifted. Big brother and sister-in-law can also rest in peace in the underworld. Zhang Yanti wept uncontrollably. as if she were immensely grieved. Han Sanhai, you don't know what kind of life the Zhang family in the capital has lived all these years. Second aunt's husband and second aunt-in-law flattered the Han family. Wasn't life in the capital good? If not, why didn't you just let yourselves be exiled to Imobac back then? The moment Zhang Yanti mentioned the Zhang family, Yan Minqua's heart grew cold. When the Yan family came into power, the Zhang family sycophantically flattered them. Zhang Yanti further took advantage of his mother's gentle nature, interfering in the affairs of the Yan estate. That year, she caused his mother no small amount of distress. The marriage between him and Zhang Van Tuet could be decided. It was also due to Zhang Yan this tireless efforts, spending no small amount of energy to persuade his father to agree. Zhang Van Tuet back then was indeed a gentle and understanding woman. His mother also agreed to the marriage for this reason. Later, the Yan family was implicated in the fourth prince's treason case. The Zhang family severed ties faster than anyone else. Zhang Van Tuet, as the legitimate daughter of the Zhang family, immediately went to the Han estate to become a concubine right after breaking off her engagement with him. Zhang Yanti still had the nerve to complain to him about the Zhang family. As expected, the moment Zhang Yanti heard Yan Minqua's words, her expression immediately changed. Han Sanhai, how many relatives do you have left in the capital now? Are you turning your back on your family after becoming successful? Have you forgotten that your aunt single-handedly raised you when you were little? From a young age, my father sent me to Tianlongsun to study martial arts. Did second aunt also go to Tianlongsun? Yan Minqua showed no consideration for Zhang Yanti whatsoever. Zhang Yan, this face flushed hot from being spoken to like that. She could only continue to appeal to his emotions regarding Tuet Ni's matter that year. I know you resent us. But Tuet Ni was cherished and pampered by us from a young age. Imobac was cold and harsh, her father, and I couldn't bear to let Tuet Ni follow you to Imobac. Tuet Ni always remembered you. The year before last, Tuet Ni secretly went to Imobac again. Only much later did we find out that she went to Imobac to look for you. Reaching this point, Zhang Yanti began to sob uncontrollably again. Who knew Tuet Ni would meet with misfortune beyond the pass? The Han family truly has no conscience whatsoever. They wouldn't even bring Tuet Ni's remains back. This is simply gouging out the hearts of her father and me. Later, your aunt's husband was framed by villains and imprisoned, and the Zhang family's assets were confiscated. To the extent that your younger sister Van Noyet, still so young, was sold into a dancing house. If she hadn't met you, who knows how long she would have had to suffer. Zhang Yanti believed that Yan Minqua must still remember Zhang Van Tuet, which was why she deliberately brought up Zhang Van Tuet. Zhang Van Noyet, moreover, resembled Zhang Van Tuet by 70%. Zhang Yanti had even meticulously planned everything, thinking that Yan Minqua, because he couldn't marry Zhang Van Tuet in the past, would marry Zhang Van Noyet to fulfill his youthful wish. At that time, she would not only be the respectable aunt madam of the Yan family, but also Yan Minqua's mother-in-law. Once she and her daughter joined forces to defeat that lowly maid who had climbed up the ranks, wouldn't the entire inner courtyard of the Yan family fall into their hands? But she didn't know Yan Minqua. Since Zhang Van Tuet cancelled their engagement to become a concubine in the Han family, had no feelings left for her. Zhang Van Tuet came to the border pass to find him, and Yan Minqua knew her purpose better than anyone. A cold smile played on his lips. Second aunt, have you come today just to tell me these things? Zhang Yanti saw that despite her extensive speech, Yan Minqua showed no reaction, and couldn't help but feel a little awkward. But remembering the other purpose of her trip, she still spoke. Your uncle-in-law has been imprisoned for nearly 3 months now. The Zhang family has fallen into decline, with no money to bribe the jailer. Your uncle-in-law is suffering greatly in prison. Han Sanhai, that's your paternal aunt's husband, your uncle by blood. You must care for him. The matter of Yan Minqua marrying Zhang Van Noyet could be discussed later. After all, men, once they become infatuated, only long for her more and more. But the matter of Yan Minqua taking action to rescue her husband could not be delayed. Zhang Yan, these calculations were very clear in her heart. So, second aunt came early this morning to ask for my help? Is insulting my wife the attitude you take when begging for favors? Yan Minqua had long known Zhang Yanti to be a greedy person, and now he felt even less goodwill towards her. The moment Zhang Yanti heard Yin Minhua mention Lin Chu, she immediately exploded. She rushed over to help Zhang Van Noyet up, and while Yiping accused, Look what she's done to your paternal cousin. Han Cianhi, I am your paternal aunt, your own aunt by blood. This is your own paternal cousin by blood. Are you really going to let your cousin suffer this injustice for the sake of an outsider? Zhang Van Noyet had already woken up. At this moment, she wore a thick coat, nestled into Zhang Yan's arms, shedding tears. She looked utterly pitiful. An outsider? Yin Minhua scoffed with a mocking smile. Second aunt. Then why are you making trouble for your nephew for the sake of an outsider, your husband, who shares no blood relation with me? Zhang Yanti was rendered speechless by Yin Minhua. Madame Lin is my wedded wife. In the future, she can be buried in the Yin family ancestral tomb. Her ancestral tablet can also be worshipped in the Yin family ancestral hall, receiving incense offerings from descendants. In contrast, second aunt, you will later be buried in the Zhang family ancestral tomb. Tell me, who then is the outsider? Yin Minhua sat down in a grand armchair, holding a hot cup of tea, gently pushing away the tea leaves with the lid, and calmly spoke these words. Fine. Your Yin family's threshold is too high, I cannot reach it. Zhang Yanti was trembling with rage. She pulled Zhang Van Noyet to her feet and walked out. Wait. Yin Minhua suddenly called out to her. Zhang Yanti thought Yin Minhua felt his words were too harsh and wanted to apologize. He secretly rejoiced but maintained an arrogant expression. General Yen, do you have something else to say? You stay. Yin Minhua subtly raised his chin, indicating Zhang Van Noyet. Both mother and daughter secretly rejoiced. Zhang Van Noyet imitated her elder sister's manner of speaking from years past, her eyes tear-filled yet resolute. And aggrieved. Brother Yen, since you no longer acknowledge relatives like us, why call me to stay? I don't want to endure the displeasure of that Madame Yin here. Exactly. Zhang Yanti hastily echoed, adding, my daughter is my life. Where she is, I am. Yin Minhua looked at Zhang Van Noyet, a smile that wasn't quite a smile on his face. However, you insulted my wife yesterday. Wait until my wife returns, then you shall curse yourself with those exact words, not missing a single one, for my wife to hear. And as for second aunt, Yin Minhua paused for a moment, then said, if you wish to stay and watch, then stay. Yin Hang, don't be outrageous. Jiang Yanshi was so furious she couldn't speak. Master, someone from the palace has arrived, a private guard from the residence reported. Watch them. With that command, Yin Minhua strode out of the front hall. What the palace sent was the wine jug and the cups that had been on his table at last night's banquet. The pale-faced, beardless eunuch spoke shrilly. All the wine at last night's banquet was Dukong wine purchased by the Imperial Household Department. The wine on General Yan's table, for some unknown reason, turned into Huang Liangmeng. Huang Liangmeng nicknamed 3 cups to fall. However, if one first drinks a bowl of hot soup stewed with Western region snow toad, they will not get drunk. This action of Shun Sun was precisely telling him that what happened at the banquet was not his doing. Looking across the imperial court, who else would dare to play tricks under the new emperor's nose? After the eunuch had left, Yin Minhua looked at the 2 items. A cold smile touched the corner of his mouth. The Grand Prince's residence? Chapter 97. The one who offered him wine was the Grand Princess consort. Among those who could act within the palace, only the Grand Princess possessed such connections. At present, the world appeared peaceful at first glance, but within the court, various large and small forces were tangled and intertwined. Shun Sen's position as emperor was still not stable. The Grand Princess was the eldest daughter of the late emperor, and Shun Sen's paternal aunt. To have maintained undiminished favor throughout 2 emperors' reigns showed that this Grand Princess was a person of extraordinary means. Yin Minggua's general impression of the Grand Princess and her consort was one of shrewdness. The Grand Princess and her consort held no real power, but looking across the imperial court, almost no official had any enmity with the Grand Princess residence. Furthermore, the Grand Princess had many enterprises under her name, and her businesses were very prosperous. What Yin Minghua couldn't understand was, if the Grand Princess staged this scene just to push Zhang Wanyu onto him, what was her purpose? Shun Sun securing his throne was only a matter of time. With the Grand Princess' intelligence, To cause trouble for Shun-san at this juncture, while she be cutting off her own retreat? Yan Minghua gently tapped his finger on the tabletop, pondering the connections between these matters. A long while later, he clapped his hands lightly, and a shadow guard stepped out from the darkness. Master, investigate whether the Jiang family and the Grand Princess residence have any dealings, Yan Minghua said in a deep voice. As you command. The shadow guard silently withdrew. After sitting for a while longer, Yan Minghua rubbed his forehead, which was still a little sore from the hangover. Tong Thok, where is Madam now? Hong Luong Mong wine's potency could make an ordinary person drunk for 3 days and 3 nights, because earlier at Lam Devong Han, he had eaten a ba xa fruita fruit that could neutralize 100 kinds of poisons. The effects of the Hong Luong Mong wine dissipated so quickly. Tong Thok pushed the door open, stepped inside, and respectfully replied, Madam is at Min Nok Lao. Min Nok Lao is a famous restaurant in the capital. Although the restaurant chefs could not compare to the imperial chefs in the palace, the dishes they cooked had a unique flavor and were still highly praised by diners. Min Nok Lao's signature dishes were often reserved by aristocratic families well in advance, making it very difficult for ordinary diners to order them, even if they hadn't been fully booked yet. Where? Yan Minghua thought he had misheard and asked again. Min Nok Lao. Tong Thok wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. Yan Minghua's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He had thought that Kukko had been angered and had gone out for a stroll to clear her head. While he was here thinking of ways to appease her, someone now told him that she was already at Min Nok Lao. She wrote him a letter of divorce, and then went off to Min Nok Lao to enjoy a good meal and drinks. The more Yan Minghua thought about it, the more his heart ached. Remembering that Yan Minghua hadn't eaten anything since early morning, and despite knowing Yan Minghua was in a bad mood, Tong Thok still had to gather all his courage and ask, the kitchen has prepared breakfast for you. Would my lord like to have some? Yan Minghua gave Tong Thok a gloomy glance. Tong Thok immediately fell silent and stepped back to the side, blending into the background. Prepare the horses. Yan Minghua uttered these 2 words coldly. Does my lord wish to leave the manor? Tong Thok asked. To Min Nok Lao. Yan Minghua said, his face dark. Min Nok Lao. The weather had not yet fully warmed up. Lam So, carrying her child, also found it inconvenient to wander outside for too long. She had heard that this restaurant in the capital was very famous, so she brought Kin Hoa into Min Nok Lao. She ordered a private room with a beautiful view. Lam So also ordered several of the restaurant's signature dishes. Fortunately for her, they hadn't been fully booked today. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Lam So looked out the window, admiring the scenery of the capital. Looking out from the restaurant window, houses throughout the capital were built close together, with a rational layout, possessing a unique beauty. Madam, you've been out for so long. Are you really not going to inform the manor? Kin Hoa imagined Yan Minghua's furious outburst when he couldn't find Lam So and felt a little scared. What's there to be afraid of? Let him suffer a little. It'll stop him from bringing home this woman and that woman for a few days, Lam So said, while playfully teasing her daughter in her arms. When she went out, Zhang Yanshi had not yet arrived. Otherwise, if Lin Chu had run into that mother and child, her mood today would surely have been ruined. She simply ran out of the residence, truly wanting to teach Yan Minghua a lesson. Another purpose was to see what the person behind Zhang Wanyu would do next. For any noble lady, a husband attending a banquet and bringing a woman back home would invariably be a thorn in her heart. Someone without common sense would probably make a huge fuss, or even run back to her maiden home to ask her family for support. Someone with a bit of cunning would appear outwardly calm and generous, but secretly use methods to control the brought-back woman until her demise. Lin Chu, of course, could do the latter. But sometimes, when the enemy's true strength is unclear, one should make them misunderstand, make them underestimate oneself. Only then will the chance of victory be higher. She estimated that the real big fish behind it must have received news that she had angrily left the imperial guest house. If the opponent thinks she is just a stupid, brainless woman, he will surely soon release bait for her to take the hook. While she was thinking these things, the dishes were also brought up. The dishes were beautifully arranged, and the aroma was very enticing. Lin Chu's mouth watered. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, Jing He called out to her. Jing He took a silver needle and tested each dish. Only after seeing that the silver needle did not change color did she allow Lin Chu to eat. Unless the dish was entirely prepared by her own household, Jing He dared not risk Lin Chu eating it. Prevention was better than 1,000 cures. Lin Chu was eating heartily when suddenly, the sound of several young masters discussing came from the next room. Now His Majesty favors the Yin clan. His Yin family has truly risen in rank and position. Indeed, I heard that Yin Mingqua molested a dancer at the imperial banquet. His Majesty didn't punish him at all, and even bestowed that dancer upon him. Didn't they say he doted on his wife as much as his life? Believe that nonsense. What kind of beauty could that remote frontier possibly produce? The capital has countless beauties. I'm afraid if you randomly pull one out, she'd be more beautiful than his original wife. I just fear that his original wife will suffer greatly later on. To save costs, the tavern's walls between rooms were not solid. They only used carved wooden lattices for separation, with folding screens covering both sides. Therefore, though the two rooms couldn't see each other, their voices could still be heard clearly. Lin Chu stopped eating her meatball. Jing He meanwhile was so angry her face turned red. Madam, don't listen to those people talking nonsense. Lin Chu smiled and shook her head, indicating that she wasn't bothered by those words. She understood clearly that those words were intentionally said for her to hear. When ordering, she had wanted to try everything and had unintentionally ordered too much. Lin Chu ate until she burped. Jing He, on the other hand, was so provoked by those people that she couldn't eat. Lin Chu looked at the almost untouched table of food, her heart aching immensely. Oh well, in the eyes of outsiders, she was now too angry to eat any more. Consider it playing the role completely. As she went downstairs to pay, just as Lin Chu was preparing to settle the bill, a voice suddenly came from beside her. Excuse me, is the lady in front indeed General Yan Mingguo's wife? Lin Chu thought to herself, the big fish has arrived. She looked up. She saw a beautiful woman in a deep red dress, supported by an elderly matron, descending the red-painted wooden stairs. Her dress was embroidered with golden peonies, exuding an aura of wealth and luxury. The beautiful woman's features were very delicate. Whether it was due to heavy makeup or not, her beauty always had an aggressive edge to it. The customs of Daizhou were not liberal. One could even say they were strict with women. Yet this married woman could wear a dress that revealed such deep cleavage, indicating her status was certainly not ordinary. You are? Lin Chu began, a little hesitantly. My mistress is Grand Princess Mingda. The matron supporting the beautiful woman replied to Lin Chu, with a rather arrogant expression. So it's the Grand Princess. My apologies, Lin Chu quickly said. Although she couldn't find any information about this Grand Princess in the original novel, judging by her imposing presence, it was best to show some respect. Is this your child? The Grand Princess asked, her smile not particularly friendly. Such an adorable little one. Let me hold him for a bit. She had already reached out her hand. Given her esteemed status, Lin Chu couldn't refuse. But how could Lin Chu feel at ease handing her child over to this Grand Princess, who she could tell at a glance was not a good person? She steeled herself and gave Yin Ke's bottom a pinch. Yin Ku immediately opened his eyes wide, then let out a loud wah cry. He cried and flailed his chubby arms and legs. There, don't cry. Lin Chu immediately retracted her half-extended hand, pulled her child into her embrace, and soothed him. The Grand Princess was so intelligent, how could she not see through Lin Chu's ploy? She didn't mention wanting to hold the child again, but suddenly let out a sigh. This child is truly unfortunate. As for what happened at last night's palace banquet, General Yan was indeed a bit excessive. How could Lin Chu not know what kind of person Yan Mingguo was? To figure out what the Grand Princess' intentions were, Lin Chu played along by remaining silent, as if her deepest worries had been accurately spoken. Only then did the Grand Princess continue. Don't be afraid. You are still young. Which man doesn't take concubines? Wait until you bear the Yen family a legitimate son, then he will certainly respect you. Any ordinary woman, if her first child was only a daughter, would naturally feel a little troubled in her heart. Lam So cooperated by revealing a sorrowful expression. The eldest princess' eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. She instructed the shop owner, charge Madame Yen's bill to my name. The shop owner repeatedly assented. Only then did the eldest princess speak to Lam So. Madam Yen, may we speak privately for a moment? Kin Hoa, worried for Lam So's safety, had an unusual expression. Just as she was about to say something, Lam So shot her a glance and Kin Hoa then fell silent. Lam So followed the eldest princess to a quiet place. The eldest princess then said, as women, I empathize with Madam Yen's plight. My firstborn was also just a daughter. I watched helplessly as my husband took concubine after concubine, only able to swallow the bitterness within. Seeing Madam Yen alone with her daughter outside, I was reminded of myself back then. Lam So suppressed herself for a long time, finally managing to squeeze out a few tears. She pretended to sob, my fate is bitter. My fate is bitter. Foolish child. As long as you bear a son, your position in the Yen family will be secure. I truly pity you. I have this prescription which I begged for from the imperial physician back then. You just follow this prescription and brew the medicine for your husband to drink. In less than a month I guarantee you will conceive a baby boy. The eldest princess took out a sheet of prescription from her sleeve and handed it to Lam So. Lam So thought to herself, you go out for a meal and even bring along a son-conceiving prescription. Who would believe that? But on her face she still showed tearful gratitude. The eldest prince's kindness. I am clumsy with words, I don't know how to speak eloquently. But your kindness, I will surely engrave deeply in my heart. The eldest princess chuckled. Look at what this child is saying. Keep this prescription carefully. Madame Xingyang Ho has asked me for it several times, but I didn't give it to her. It's just that I find you agreeable. Many thanks, eldest princess. Lam So continued to flatter. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't chat with Madame Yen any longer. Another day, I invite you to my manor for a heart-to-heart. The eldest princess' objective had been achieved, and she had nothing more to say to Lam So. Watching the eldest princess' carriage depart into the distance, Lam So then said to Kin Hoa, we should go too. Back to the manor? Kin Hoa asked. To the pharmacy, Lam So said. Since she had started the act, she had to see it through. Back in the carriage, Lam So hugged Yen Ka and gently coaxed her. Yen Ka was quite unforgiving. She closed her eyes, no longer bothering to pay attention to her mother. Lam So was both heartbroken and guilt-ridden. Real tears indeed fell. I'm sorry. Yen Min Kwa's noble title had not yet been conferred. In front of the eldest princess, she could only bow her head and act as a humble subordinate. Aya! Yen Ka still couldn't speak, only able to make such sounds. Lam So felt a tiny hand patting her face. She looked up and saw Yen Ka's big, round, jet-black eyes. Nana! Yen Ka waved her chubby hand once more. Although she showed no expression, it gave Lam So the illusion that the child was comforting her. The joy of motherhood flooded her heart. Lam So almost cried from happiness. She hugged her child tightly. Ka ni. Mother will never let such a thing happen again. No sooner had she shed speaking than the carriage suddenly shook violently. Lam So, holding Yen Ka, almost fell off the cushion. Before she could ask Kin Hoa what was wrong, the carriage curtain was pulled aside. Yen Min Kwa, riding on his large black horse, glanced at her. His face was as dark as could be. He suppressed his anger and ordered return to the manor. Then he immediately pulled the carriage curtain down forcefully. Lam So stared blankly for a moment at the still trembling carriage curtain. Hey, wasn't I supposed to be angry? How did this veer off my expectations? Chapter 98. The entire way back to the manor, Yen Min Kwa did not say a word to her. Upon arriving at the post station, Kin Hoa placed the carriage step. Lam So, holding her child, found it awkward to take Kin Ichoa's hand to alight, so she intended to step down herself. A hand unexpectedly reached out. She was holding her child, and that large hand directly wrapped around her waist, setting her down on the ground. Lam So watched Yen Min Kwa turn and walk away, feeling a little flustered. She knew that Yen Min Kwa, upon seeing the divorce letter and learning that she had left without a word, would definitely be furious. If Yen Min Kwa had gotten angry with her directly, perhaps she would have had the spunk to get angry back. But with Yen Min Kwa acting like this, she didn't know what to do. It was true that she had overreacted first, but Yen Min Kwa didn't give her a way to back down gracefully. Lam So eyed carrying Yen Ka and walked into the post station. She had originally intended to go back to her room. It would be better for husband and wife matters to be discussed behind closed doors. At the stairs, Tong Thak suddenly stopped her and respectfully said, "Madam, the master invites you to the front hall." "I know." Outwardly, Lam So remained calm, but inwardly, she had no confidence whatsoever. Oh dear, she'd forgotten that the person she had provoked was a major antagonist with an unpredictable temperament. Kin Hoa rarely saw Yen Min Kwa like this. Worried that Yen Min Kwa was truly angry, as she accompanied Lam So to the front hall, she said, "Madam, the master brought back a woman from the palace banquet. You can use this as an excuse and say you went out to relieve your boredom. Say it a little pitifully, and the master won't have the heart to be angry with you anymore." "What do you mean by that? Am I still afraid of him?" Lam So remained defiant, then lowered her head and said to little Yen Ka Don Don later, "If your father dares to get angry with mother, you just cry really loudly." Kim Hoa. But she said she wasn't afraid. The mistress and servant walked into the main hall, only then discovering that Zhang Van Noyet was also there, along with a middle-aged woman. Yen Min Kwa sat on a pearwood chair, his head slightly tilted. On the pearwood table beside him was a cup of hot tea that a maid had just brought. The hot steam rose in a white plume maki. In Yen Min Kwa's face slightly blurred, but the gloomy aura around him was still terrifying. "Bring a chair for the madam." As he said this, Yen Min Kwa still didn't look at Lam So. Very quickly, a servant brought a chair for Lam So to sit on. Lam So held Yen Ka and sat down, her expression still calm. It was only then that Yen Min Kwa said coldly, "Begin." Zhang Van Noyet stood in the middle of the great hall, clutching a handkerchief in her hand awkwardly. Her whole body was trembling. Zhang Yanti next to her saw her like that, then patted her hand, lowering her voice and saying, "Noyet Ni, mother knows you are the most sensible person. Speak quickly, this is saving your father." Although Zhang Yan's voice was very soft, Lam So still heard it. Lam So already knew Zhang Van Noyet's identity clearly. Hearing that sentence, Lam So also guessed who the woman in front of her was. She didn't know what Yen Min Kwa's intentions were, she just sat there silently. Zhang Van Noyet looked at Lam So, seemingly having used all her strength to speak. "I am malicious. I have no shame, I don't know right from wrong. I am a low-born servant. Last night I offended my sister-in-law. It's all my fault. I volunteer to punish myself with 30 slaps, begging my sister-in-law not to be angry with me anymore." Having said this, Zhang Van Noyet's tears poured down, crying until her shoulders trembled. It was clear that she was truly crying this time. For a woman to be so humiliated, she truly had no face left to live. Lam So looked at Yen Min Kwa with a little surprise. The malicious and lowborn servant that Zhang Van Noyet spoke of were all words Zhang Van Noyet had used to scold her yesterday. Now Zhang Van Noyet was using those words to describe herself. Was Yen Min Kwa venting his anger for her? Han Cianhi looked. "Noyet Ni has already apologized. Can we just let this matter go?" Zhang Yanti looked at Yen Min Kwa. If that morning she had fully intended to scheme and exploit Yen Min Kwa, now only horror remained. The women who were immersed in the inner chambers had many tricks, and these tricks were not very honorable. But a general on the battlefield, when facing the enemy's stratagems, was many times more ruthless than these inner court struggles. How could they not recognize these crude tricks? To scare someone, the interrogation methods for prisoners of war hadn't even been used yet, and Zhang Yanti was already scared out of her wits. Yen Min Kwa didn't even bother to glance at Zhang Yanti. He just flicked his chin towards Lam So. "Ask my madam if she has forgiven you yet." It was unknown how Yen Min Kwa had threatened these two people. As soon as Zhang Van Noyet heard Yen Min Kwa's voice, she trembled with fear. She tearfully looked at Lam So, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. "Sister-in-law, I truly know I was wrong. Please be the bigger person and forgive me." Lam So looked at the girl's eyes, swollen like walnuts, remained silent for a moment, then said, "No, next time." Zhang Van Noyet was almost moved to tears with gratitude. She said, "Thank you, sister-in-law," then raised both hands and began to slap her own face. She used all her strength. Before even 2 slaps, her face was already flushed crimson. Lam So saw her actions, frowned, and said, "Forget about those 30 slaps. It's not that she was soft-hearted. It's just that this Zhang Van Noyet, though she had a sharp tongue, hadn't actually done anything to genuinely harm her." In Lam So's eyes, Zhang Van Noyet was both foolish and pathetic. Zhang Wannoyet had already been forced to this extent to apologize to her. And to have to watch her slap herself 30 times on top of that. Lam So told herself she didn't possess such peculiar tastes. Yen Minhua did not speak, and Zhang Wannoyet dared not stop. Hearing the crisp slapping sounds, Lam So suddenly felt bothered, and muttered, "If you want to slap, go outside and do it." Only then did Yen Minhua speak, "No more slapping, you may withdraw." Zhang Wannoyet had already slapped herself nearly 10 times, and both sides of her face were swollen. Her tears streamed down ceaselessly, and she was helped out by Zhang Yin-ti. Lam So comforted Yin Ka, feeling a somewhat inexplicable turmoil in her heart. After giving birth to her daughter, her tolerance had indeed increased. She only hoped that her soft-heartedness today could make Zhang Wannoyet grateful, and not cause any more trouble. Both husband and wife were lost in their own thoughts, and the main hall sank into a prolonged silence. At the imperial banquet, I was careless, fell into someone else's trap, and therefore got drunk. Yen Minhua couldn't stand this silence and spoke up to break it. But rest assured, between her and me, nothing happened at all. Yen Minhua was afraid Lam So would misunderstand, so he added another sentence. Yen Minhua had given her a way to save face. Lam So immediately took the hint. She coughed twice. "Last night I was also too angry." Who knew that? Before she could even finish her sentence, Yen Minhua coldly interrupted her. "Too angry? If you were too angry, would you not ask for the whole story before talking about divorce? If you were too angry, would you take the child out for half a day without saying a word?" Yen Minhua spoke louder and louder, practically yelling by the end. Jing He was startled, wanting to persuade Yen Minhua. As soon as he called out "Master," he was angrily yelled at by Yen Minhua. "Get out." Lam So was also stunned. She hadn't expected Yen Minhua to be this angry, and couldn't recover her wits for a long time. "Master, the madam was truly just angry and went out for some distraction." "Get out." Yen Minhua flicked his sleeve, shattering the teacup on the table right at Jing He's feet. The shards scattered everywhere. Jing He was also very afraid of Yen Minhua at this moment, but she was worried about Lin Chu and dared not go out. Final. Why Song Tua went in and pulled her out. There was no one else in the main hall. Only then did Yen Minhua walk step by step towards Lin Chu. Lin Chu's heart pounded uncontrollably, and for a moment her mind went blank. Yen Minhua stood before her, looking down at her, his eyes bloodshot and full of murderous intent. He raised his hand. Lin Chu suspected he was about to hit her, but Yen Minhua only lightly touched her face as if touching a fragile, precious object. A tear quickly welled up from the corner of Yen Minggua's eye. His expression was rarely so vulnerable. His voice trembled, almost choked. "How could you mention divorce?" Lin Chu blinked. She didn't know if it was because she had just been frightened by Yen Minghua, but her body reacted instinctively, and tears poured down like rain. As soon as he saw her crying, Yen Minghua panicked. He awkwardly wiped the tears from her face. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been angry with you." Lin Chu shook her head frantically, tears still streaming down incessantly. "Lin Chu, you and I are husband and wife. We are meant to walk through life together. I made you angry, you can get upset, but you must not mention divorce, understand?" Yen Minghua said, wiping Lin Chu's tears as he spoke. His voice was very gentle, yet it allowed for no refusal. Lin Chu knew she had probably overreacted, but the person who had always pampered her suddenly became so fierce, and her heart still felt wronged for no reason. Perhaps women are a capricious type of creature, especially in front of the one they love. She nodded while wiping her tears. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her lips tightly pressed. She looked incredibly pitiful. Yen Minghua sighed softly, raised her chin, and revealed a wry smile. "Lin Chu, do you know, because of you I have always strived to become better?" Remembering the cold, merciless villain from the original work who killed without batting an eye, Lin Chu felt even more remorseful towards Yen Minghua. She softly said, "Sorry." Yen Minghua shook his head again. "Lin Chu, I told you these things not to hear you say sorry." Lin Chu's heart jolted. Had she hurt the villain's heart? Not to hear her say sorry. Didn't this mean the villain refused to accept her apology? Lin Chu was thinking about whether she should cry and make a fuss to win back this villain, when she heard Yen Minghua say gloomily, "From today onwards, Madam's calligraphy practice will be copying the marriage contract. Copy it 10 times every day." Lin Chu's eyes widened. A marriage contract on Thursday was something like an ancient marriage certificate. On the marriage contract there were also vows. Lin Chu only remembered the first two lines bound by hair as husband and wife. Our love and affection are beyond doubt. Yan Minggua's voice was low. Madam, if you copy the marriage contract every day, you will naturally remember every line of the marriage vows, and you won't easily mention divorce again. Lin Chu almost burst out laughing through her tears. You scared the life out of me, she said, raising a hand to wipe away her tears. Yan Minghua glanced at her. Explain yourself. Who scared whom? Lin Chu immediately conceded defeat, retracting her neck and falling silent. Only then did Yan Minghua speak. The first thing I did when I woke up was to exact revenge on your behalf. And what about you? You demanded a divorce and then you secretly left. Lin Chu weakly retorted, I left quite openly actually. Yan Minghua simply stared at her without a word. Lin Chu coughed twice and hurriedly changed the subject. I did it to lure the snake out of its hole. That cousin of yours doesn't seem very clever. There's no way she could have schemed against you. But I never expected that the one who came looking for me would be the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess? The moment Yan Minghua heard that Lin Chu had met the Grand Princess, his expression also subtly changed. Lin Chu then recounted in detail her encounter with the Grand Princess at Bright Jade Pavilion. Yan Minghua sent someone to invite the physician who had accompanied them from Mo Bay. The physician examined the prescription that the Grand Princess had given Lin Chu, and said that the first half of the prescription was indeed a tonic to aid pregnancy. But the more than 10 ingredients in the latter half were for concocting cold stone powder. Lin Chu didn't know what cold stone powder was. After hearing the physician's explanation, her heart jolted. Cold stone powder was a type of poison, but it didn't kill instantly. Instead, it made people addicted. Ultimately, if one day they didn't use cold stone powder, they would suffer unbearable pain, wishing only for death. But if they continued to use it, their 5 organs would fail, leading to death. In the previous dynasty, because the entire court, both civil and military officials, used cold stone powder, it ultimately led to the downfall of the country. After the founding emperor ascended the throne, he strictly forbade the circulation of cold stone powder. All alchemists who concocted cold stone powder were executed, and the prescriptions were completely burned. Since then, cold stone powder was lost to history. If this physician's grandfather hadn't, by chance, traveled to a foreign land for pleasure that year, he might have been killed as well. Yan Minghua gave the physician a few instructions. The physician guaranteed that he would not reveal the information, then withdrew. Lin Chu felt as if the capital was an invisible net tightening around them. Yan Minggua's large hand rested on Lin Chu's shoulder. Don't be afraid. Lin Chu leaned her head against Yan Minghua. My lord, once His Majesty's rewards arrive, let's return to Mo Bay. She no longer wanted to be involved in these murky waters of the capital. Yan Minghua stroked her head, saying all right with indulgence. The next day, Yan Minggua's bestowals arrived. The new emperor infected Yan Minghua as the first vassal king of a different surname in the founding history of Dezhou, granting him the northwestern lands and the title of Prince Zhanbei. Marquises and county princesses usually had to come of age to receive a title. But Yan Ka, not yet 1 year old, had already been bestowed the title of County Princess Jingbei by Shan San. Lin Chu herself also became the youngest first-rank imperial lady with a patent of nobility in court. For a time, the sky-high glory of the Yan family made others envious. Along with the title came a vast mansion, 10,000 acres of fertile farmland, and 10,000 taels of gold. Lin Chu knew they would soon return to the northwest, so she did not have people renovate the house Shun San had bestowed. She simply had it cleaned up a bit and then moved in. Shun San had already bestowed the mansion, so they could not continue to stay at the post station. Yan Ka's full moon celebration was also approaching. Lin Chu initially wanted only family members to celebrate for their child. But given the current situation, it seemed they would have to host a grand banquet. Chapter 99. Lin Chu had been ceaselessly busy these past few days, not only preparing Yan Ka's full moon celebration but also sending invitations to the mansions of high officials. This was no longer Yao City. If they didn't send invitations to the mansions, it would be considered extremely disrespectful. Moreover, Yan Minghua had also implicitly revealed to Lin Chu that Shan San might sonally attend. The emperor himself would come, so this full moon celebration must be even more grand. Lin Chu became dizzy with busyness once more. While writing the invitations, Lin Chu hesitated endlessly. The Grand Princess had given her a prescription for cold stone powder. Lin Chu's intuition told her that there was definitely some conspiracy behind the Grand Princess. She really did not want any further contact with the Grand Princess. Moreover, at Yen Ka's full moon celebration, the noble ladies would certainly hold Yen Ka. What if the Grand Princess harmed Yen Ka again at that time? The mere thought of it made Lin Chu afraid. She told Yan Minghua her concerns. Yan Minghua smiled and stroked her head, saying, "Send her an invitation." "Why not? This am worried." Lin Chu furrowed her brows tightly. At that time, Yan Minghua was handling state affairs in the study. After hearing it, he just smiled and shook his head. "There's no need to be overly worried like that. Don't forget, this realm now belongs to Shen Senator. No matter how capable the Grand Princess is, she can't cover the sky with one hand." Recently, Yan Minghua had been summoned into the palace by Shan Sen every few days. Lin Chu guessed that these two, sovereign and minister, were plotting something. She hesitated for a long time but finally spoke up. "Husband, I don't care what you and they will arrange for Kar's full moon celebration. But you must ensure Kar's safety." Yan Minggua's expression darkened sly. "Tell why?" He put down his brush and sighed. "Don't overthink it anymore. Kar is my daughter. I will not let anything happen to her. I know you don't want to get involved in the murky waters of this capital, but the Grand Princess has already reached out to us. We must be on guard." Lin Chu said, "I'm not afraid of other things. I am only worried about Kar's safety. I didn't tell you these things because I didn't want you to worry, but since you've already guessed, I won't hide it anymore. His Majesty will come in person. If the Grand Princess takes any action, it will be aimed at His Majesty. Rest assured, by then I will send more people to guard Kani," Yan Minghua said. Lin Chu was only then relieved, but she still didn't understand why the Grand Princess wanted to muddy the waters of the capital. She asked Yan Minghua, "Husband, why is the Grand Princess opposing the new emperor?" The corners of Yan Minggua's lips curved, carrying a hint of sarcasm. "Her ambition is too great. Currently in court, the number of officials with unmarried daughters is very small, and almost all are daughters of minor officials. Because previously the second prince was not foolish either. To consolidate his power, he had married the daughters of a series of high-ranking officials in the capital. When it came to Shan San, even if he wanted to form marital alliances, there were few suitable esteemed young ladies in court. But ever since Duke Han submitted a memorial advising Shan Sen to select concubines to enrich the imperial harem, quite a few court officials have stated that the Grand Princess' daughter was virtuous, dignified, and possessed the demeanor of a mother worthy of the empire. Shen San was almost angered into laughter. Did these old men really take him for a puppet emperor? Their hands stretched so far that they even wanted to decide whom he should marry. Shen San had lost his temper several times in court, but he had not yet truly moved to suppress the leading officials, merely wanting to find an opportunity to sweep them all away. That old Duke Han was an old fox. Previously, he had followed the second prince, but later, when the sixth prince gained ascendancy, he immediately switched allegiance. Although his reputation was not good, he was still a high-ranking official. Shen Sen currently needed to employ people, so he accepted him. The influence of the Han family was not small. Those who had previously followed the second prince, seeing that Duke Han still enjoyed high positions and generous emoluments after submitting to Shan San, followed suit one by one. The reason Shan San treated Duke Han so generously was also because he knew that all of Duke Han's descendants had died in the Battle of White Horse Pass. This old man still had some use for now. He could be allowed to prance about for a bit, as he wouldn't live for many more years anyway. Duke Han hated that Han Zichen had died at Yan Minggua's hands, and insisted on not letting go of the matter of Yan Ming. Gua leading his troops south, stating frankly that Shen San should strip Yan Minghua of his military authority. This matter would surely be a thorn in Shen Sen's heart. But he had already made concessions, enfeoffing Yan Minghua as a vassal king. This in itself was a concession. The court officials also clearly understood that the new emperor could not currently touch Yan Minghua, and could only seek peace. As soon as Duke Han proposed this, Shen Sen could no longer ignore it. This not only made Shen Sen awkward, but also put him in a dilemma. If he didn't punish Yan Mingwa, he would lose prestige in the eyes of the court officials. If he truly made a move against Yan Mingwa was not someone easy to deal with. That feeling was like a poisonous thorn, immediately making the relationship between monarch and minister tense again. This time, Yan Mingwa had made a concession. He no longer acted like a grand lord in court, but blatantly lied that he had led 50,000 elite soldiers south to dig canals for irrigation. The northwest was arid, while the south was plagued by floods every spring and summer. Yan Mingwa wanted to dig a canal from the south to divert water to the northwest. This idea was indeed incredibly absurd in the eyes of the court officials. After all, no one had ever proposed such a thing from ancient times until now. But with an emperor and an all-powerful minister collaborating to put on such a play, the court officials, no matter how furious they were to the point of wanting to curse, could only swallow their bitterness. Many years later, when a great canal truly connected the north and south, the court officials were astonished to the point of their eyes nearly falling out. But that was a story for later. Leaving Yan Mingwa's study, Lin Chu and Jing He had just reached the rock garden behind when they saw Tang Yuan, the maid responsible for serving Han Jun, looking terrified and searching everywhere. Ever since Wei Ru left without bidding farewell, Tang Yuan had been responsible for looking after Han Jun's daily life. For some reason, that child Han Jun had become increasingly taciturn. Lin Chu had previously thought he was reluctant to part with Wei Ru, and had offered many comforting words, but Han Jun showed no reaction. Furthermore, with the busy work of returning to the capital, Lin Chu could not fully attend to everything, and inevitably neglected the child somewhat. Tang Yuan, what are you looking for? Jing He called out to Tang Yuan, who was circling and searching among the rockeries. Tang Yuan saw Lin Chu feeling both joy and fear, and almost cried out, "Madam, the young master is gone." Lam So was startled and asked, "When did this happen?" "Just now. I went to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of lotus seed and snow fungus porridge. The young master is no longer in the room," Tang Vin said, crying. "Have you searched everywhere, inside and outside the room?" Lam So asked, frowning. "Yes, I have." The young master is not to be found," Tang Vin cried, tears continuously falling. "Inform Steward Tong and tell him to lead people to search," Lam So told Tang Vin. "Then turn to instruct Qin Yu and I will also split up to search. The back courtyard is strictly guarded, no outsiders could have infiltrated. The child has probably hidden somewhere." Qin Hoa and Tang Vin both nodded, and the three of them split up to act. Lam So called out Han Quan Deep's name while searching in places where he might be hiding. "Quan Deep, be obedient, come out. Auntie will take you to visit Auntie V Nu, okay? And your little sister Kwa Kwa too." Lam So was searching for Han Quan Deep in a low bush when a voice suddenly came from behind her. "Auntie." The voice was cold, its childishness seemed to have been obscured by something. Lam So slowly turned her head and saw Han Quan Deep standing behind her, accompanied by a young master dressed in brilliant crimson robes, holding a folding fan. The fan-wielding young master's lips always carried a devil-may-care smile. His phoenix eyes were sharp and alluring. A plum blossom mark at the corner of his eye added a touch of feminine charm to him. Lam So had initially felt a bit of joy upon seeing Han Quan Deep, but when she saw this fan-wielding young master, the joy on her face gradually disappeared. "There's not much time left. If you wish to bid farewell, you'd better hurry." The fan-wielding young master toyed with the fan in his hand, giving Lam So a nonchalant glance. His gaze held a smile filled with myriad charms. But Lam So's attention was focused on the painting of white plum blossoms falling in snow on his fan. A folding fan, snow falling, white plum blossoms. This person, if Lam So was not mistaken, he must be Han Quan Deep's master from the original work My Lac Am. "Quan Deep, what is going on?" Lam So was a bit stunned. In her previous life, My Lac Am had taken Han Quan Deep as a disciple when he passed through a village occupied by refugees and discovered Han Quan Deep had used stones to kill 2 other people to steal food. My Lac Am was a renowned expert in the Jianghu, and his temperament was also very eccentric. Perhaps it was because he saw the ruthlessness in Han Quan Deep that he took him as a disciple. In this life, logically speaking, Han Quan Deep and My Lac Am should have had no common ground whatsoever. Why were the two of them together? "Auntie, I cannot explain much. Please take this secret letter and give it to Uncle Yen." Han Quan Deep took out a secret letter from his bosom and put it into Lam So's hand. He had grown considerably taller, and his originally chubby face had become leaner, making him appear refined and cold, like a young master from an aristocratic family. What does this mean? Lam So held the secret letter, still feeling bewildered. Han Junyi took 2 steps back, then knelt and kowtowed once to Lin Chu, saying, "Aunt, I will never forget the immense kindness of you and Uncle Yan." Lin Chu's heart pounded. "What do you mean?" "My good disciple, time is running out," my Luoan said teasingly, standing to the side with his arms crossed. Han Junyi frowned and merely said to Lin Chu, "Please, Aunt, convey my regards to Uncle Yan." Having said that, he stood up and walked to my Luoan's side. My Luoan looked behind Lin Chu, his thin lips curving into a captivating smile. "So you've arrived? Truly the wolf of the northern desert. Your sense of smell is keen enough." The folding fan in his hand snapped open. A gust of hot wind rushed in. Lin Chu raised her sleeve to cover her face. A strong arm suddenly wrapped around her waist from behind. The hot gust of wind was completely blocked. Lin Chu opened her eyes and saw Yan Minghua shielding her with his cloak. "Husband." Lin Chu tightly grasped Yan Minghua's hand. Looking around, apart from a faint scent of plum blossoms in the air, no one else could be seen. Has Junyi gone with that person? Lin Chu was a little worried. A child she had raised for a year or two just leaving like that, naturally it was difficult for her to accept. Song Tuo and Jing He also hurriedly led their men and ran over. "Master, our men couldn't stop him." Song Tuo was a little ashamed. "Scarlet Blood Rakshasa my Luoan, you wouldn't be able to stop him," Yan Minghua said calmly, his expression utterly unperturbed. "All of you withdraw." Lin Chu followed Yan Minghua back to the study, then handed him the secret letter that Han Junyi had given her. "This is what Junyi asked me to give to you." Yan Minghua opened the secret letter, glanced through its contents, then rubbed his forehead and said, "I had underestimated that child." "What's wrong?" Lin Chu took out the papers from the secret letter and read them one by one, her eyes widening in astonishment. The Grand Princess, it turned out, had always had dealings with the third prince. There were more than 10 letters in the secret dispatch. The oldest were from several years ago, the most recent from half a month ago. In a letter from half a month ago, the third prince promised the Grand Princess that if she helped him coordinate from within and without to seize the throne, the third prince would marry the Grand Prince's daughter and establish her as empress. Attached to it was also a list of court officials who were the third prince's inside men. This brought to mind the fact that some high-ranking officials at court had put pressure on Shan San, forcing him to marry the Grand Prince's daughter and make her empress. Lin Chu couldn't help but wonder if the Grand Princess felt that helping the third prince rebel once again was too troublesome, and it would be better to utilize her existing influence at court to make Shan San marry her daughter. Junyi. How did he get these things? Lin Chu suddenly felt that she had never truly understood Han Junyi. These pieces of evidence, it seemed even Yan Minghua would have to expend considerable effort to gather. "Don't you know that the Grand Princess keeps a manor full of male paramours?" Yan Minghua's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Lin Chu paused for a second. Thinking of the Grand Princess she had met that day, she suddenly felt that it wasn't strange for the Grand Princess to keep male consorts. But very quickly she was surprised again. With Mai Luan's exceptional beauty, it couldn't be that he had to humble himself and go to the Grand Princess manor because of this secret letter, could it? This thought had just arisen when Lin Chu immediately rejected it herself. Given Mai Luan's peculiar personality, how could he do something that would make himself feel wronged? Moreover, why would he be willing to help Han Junyi with this matter? Thinking of this, Lin Chu returned to her initial question. How did Han Junyi come to know Mai Luan? She couldn't find the answer herself, so she asked Yan Minghua husband Junyi. How did he come to know that esteemed person? Yan Minghua merely smiled. This is his destiny. If he doesn't want to tell you, why must you dig deeper? Lin Chu suddenly felt that the great villain was actually quite generous at times. The half-righteous, half-evil aura about him made him even more captivating. With this secret letter, Your Majesty can overthrow the Grand Princess now, right? Lin Chu said. He has to prepare for 2 scenarios. Either strike unexpectedly, leaving the opponent no time to react, or create a dangerous situation, and then wait for the opponent to fall into it. Yen Mingguo's long eyes narrowed. The Grand Princess hasn't acted yet because she thinks that the things the third prince promised, she can obtain from Shun-san with just a few tricks. But if she knows that Shun-san wants to deal with her, she might destroy everything and plot rebellion with the third prince. Yen Minggua stopped speaking there. Currently, the imperial court is unstable. The people of Daizhou also do not want to experience war again. When the third prince attacks, and the Grand Prince's faction stirs up internal unrest, the entire Daizhou will suffer from internal strife and external invasion. It's likely that your Majesty's victory would be very fragile. So, even with the secret letter, your Majesty doesn't dare to easily move against the Grand Princess? Lin Chu helped him continue the analysis. Yen Minggua smiled and glanced at her. Not foolish at all. Let's see what choice our emperor will make. If Shun-san is decisive, immediately believes the secret letter upon seeing it, and disregards any familial bonds. Before the Grand Princess discovers the secret letter is missing and sends word agreeing to an alliance with the third prince, if he orders the arrest of the Grand Prince's faction, then Shun-san will win. If he hesitates, the subsequent outcome will be as Lin Chu analyzed, not very optimistic. That night, the guards of Zhenbei King's manor were more than double the usual number, surrounding the Ri manor like an iron barrel. Yen Minggua brought the secret letter into the palace that night. Those guarding outside Zhenbei King's manor who wanted to return and report the news were all dealt with by the wolf riders hidden in the shadows. The Grand Princess Manor. A few months ago, the Grand Princess acquired a male consort, truly doting on him with all her heart. It was said that this male consort always wore red robes, and had an exceptionally beautiful face. But his temper was very fiery, and he even knew martial arts. He had been poisoned with Huagong sand by his enemies, which was why he was captured and given to the Grand Princess. Nevertheless, the Grand Princess still dared not be careless. She used exquisite iron chains to lock that unworldly young master in his room. He had been locked up like this for 3 months. That young master was also a ruthless character. He only needed to smell to tell if the food was poisoned. The servants who brought him drugged food were all strangled to death by him with the chains. The deaths were utterly horrific. Although that person had lost all their martial arts power, their fists and kicks still remained. The Grand Princess did not dare to easily approach him. Once she starved him for 3 days. Thinking he was exhausted, she unexpectedly found that a servant who entered was bitten on the neck, had their blood sucked and died. To starve him for any longer, the Grand Princess couldn't bring herself to do it. She could only send people to bring food as usual. This situation continued indefinitely. Every day, the Grand Princess would visit this male favorite. She would sweetly coax and cajole him, only wishing he would submit to her. But it was always in vain. On that day, after the Grand Princess returned to her manor, the first thing she did after bathing and changing her clothes was to go see that male favorite. Unlocking the door, she found the inside quiet and pitch dark. "You wretched servants, why didn't you light the lamp for my darling?" The Grand Princess raised her hand and slapped the maid standing beside her. "Grand Princess, spare my life. Grand Princess, spare my life." The maid, heedless of her swollen red face, collapsed to her knees on the ground. "Go light the lamp inside." The Grand Princess impatiently kicked the maid. Hearing this, the maid's face grew even paler. Everyone in the Grand Princess manor knew how brutal that master was. Very few of those who went inside ever came out alive. Go, what are you standing there gaping for? Being negligent with my darling, do you want to die?" The Grand Princess frowned and roared. The maid had no choice but to take the lantern, tremblingly pulled aside the layers of red gauze, and with shaking legs stepped into the room. When the maid lit the lantern in the room, another ear-piercing scream erupted. The Grand Princess was startled in her heart, and called out, "Darling, you've been wronged. It's all right to kill those. Wretched maids, just don't dirty your hands. Grand Princess, he's disappeared." The maid screamed in panic from inside the room. Hearing this, the Grand Princess cast aside all other worries and rushed into the room. Inside, layers of red gauze fluttered. On the exquisite round bed, apart from several broken iron chains, there was nothing left. The Grand Princess looked at the broken iron chains, her face paling at a visibly rapid speed. How can this be? Hadn't he lost all his martial power? Night wind blew in from the wide-open door, chilling to the bone. In the wind there seemed to linger a faint scent of plum blossoms. The Grand Princess' expression changed drastically. She pushed the maid aside and ran out. "Guards! There's an assassin! Catch the assassin!" The Grand Princess ran shouting. But the entire manor was unusually quiet. Turning a corner down a corridor, the Grand Princess finally saw a line of guards holding sabers. She quickly said, "Protect this princess." Although she screamed like that, the line of guards stood perfectly still, not moving an inch. The eldest princess angrily slapped the leading guard's face. Unexpectedly, that guard fell straight down, pulling the entire row of guards down with him. By the moonlight, the eldest princess could clearly see a long thin line of blood on the neck of each guard. It seemed they had been dead for a long time. The eldest princess shivered. The wind grew stronger, blowing petals from the 7 plum trees in the courtyard to scatter everywhere. A crimson figure glided past like a phoenix, landing on the plum tree. "I have already said, there will be a day. I will surely skin you alive and pull out your bones, you venomous woman." My lackey waved his folding fan, a smile on the corner of his lips. Draped in moonlight, he resembled an immortal descended to the mortal world. But the words he spoke sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. The eldest princess frantically looked up at the person on the plum tree, her eyes holding both fear and infatuation. "This princess is wholeheartedly devoted to you." Swish! The folding fan in my lackey's hand spun and flew away. The fan's surface was as sharp as a knife, drawing a long line of blood on the eldest prince's face before returning to my lackey's hand. "Ah! My face! My face!" The eldest princess clutched her face and wailed, fresh blood spilling out from between her fingers. "However many times you have spoken such repulsive words, I will carve that many marks onto your face," my lackey said coldly. From outside the eldest prince's residence came sounds of chaotic footsteps. Imperial guards holding torches in the night surrounded the entire residence of the eldest princess like a fire dragon. The main gate was rammed down, and a vanguard of imperial guards rushed in. The iron armor on their bodies clanked against each other, emitting cold metallic sounds. "Save this princess! Save this princess!" Seeing the imperial guards rush in, a few rays of hope flared in the eldest princess' eyes. After the imperial guards entered, they automatically made way. The young emperor, wearing a light yellow dragon robe, slowly walked in. Following Tam Sam were Yen Min Kwa and Neep Van. Yen Min Kwa saw my lackey was also there, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Seeing the entire eldest princess residence silent as a tomb, he then understood. It seemed my lackey harbored a great hatred for the eldest princess. Crimson blood Rakshasa my lackey Neep Van, who came from the Jianghu, naturally recognized my lackey Seeing this legendary killing god, the knife in his hand immediately slipped half an inch from its sheath. He was stopped by Yen Min Kwa's raised hand, thus not drawing the knife out completely. Neep Van looked at Yen Min Kwa with some confusion, but given Yen Min Kwa's current status, he didn't dare to ask casually. My lackey was extremely sensitive to murderous intent. He glanced at Neep Van with a faint smile, then his gaze swept past Yen Min Kwa. "The life of this venomous woman I must take," he said proudly. Cold sweat broke out on Neep Van's forehead. My lackey's gaze had just rested on him, the pressure was too immense. He had no doubt that if Yen Min Kwa hadn't stopped him from drawing his knife, he would probably be a corpse by now. Shun Sun naturally saw that my lackey was not someone to be trifled with. These people of the martial world had always revered the strong. They disdained bowing down and flattering the powerful and noble. Even when people of the martial world and the imperial court cooperated, most were like Mu Xingfeng and the third prince, focusing on recognizing and supporting talented individuals. Therefore, Shun Sen was not angered by my lackey's disrespectful words, only asking the guards in the Grand Princess manner, "Were they all killed by you?" My lackey sneered, "What if they were?" The Grand Princess saw Shun Sen as if he were a savior, running to grab his sleeve imperial nephew. "Save me!" Shun Sen looked at the Grand Prince's blood-splattered face, his own face devoid of any expression. He squatted down and slowly said, "Aunt, the things you've done, do you really think I don't know?" Upon hearing Shan Sen's words, the Grand Prince's pupils trembled violently. The imperial guards who had entered the manor to search had escorted the Grand Prince's consort to the courtyard. They pushed him in front of Shun San and softly shouted, "Kneel." When the Grand Prince's consort saw my lackey entering the manor and killing people, he felt something was wrong and immediately hid in the tunnel under the bed. Later, thinking my lackey had left, he tried to escape, but was caught by the searching imperial guards. Seeing that the situation was lost, the Grand Prince's consort knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly like chopping garlic. "Your Majesty, I know nothing. The plot of rebellion was all devised by the Grand Princess. I merely followed the Grand Princess' orders." The Grand Princess looked at her consort's face and cursed, "Fool, do you think by exposing me you can escape?" She laughed maniacally, staggering to her feet from the ground. With her blood-splattered face she said, "Kill me? Who among you dares to kill me?" The corner of my lackey's mouth curved into a cold arc. The folding fan in his hand flew out once more. Another streak of blood appeared on the Grand Prince's face. She shrieked in incessant pain. My lackey said disdainfully, "Killing you, how is it any different from crushing an ant?" The Grand Princess realized that my lackey truly intended to take her life. She hastily looked at Shun Sen, imperial nephew. "Save me. The lives of all the civil and military officials in the court are in my hands. You don't want to see them all poisoned to death, do you?" Shun Sen's expression changed slightly. "What do you mean?" Yen Minhua thought of the medicinal formula that the Grand Princess had given to Lin Chu. His expression also changed slightly. Could it be that the Grand Princess hadn't only given the cold stone powder formula to their family? The Grand Princess' subsequent words indeed confirmed Yen Minhua's suspicions. She laughed loudly. "As many as 80 to 90% of your civil and military officials have been poisoned by cold stone powder. If I don't have the antidote in my hands, just wait and see them all die of poisoning." Hanshur-san, the forbidden drug of the previous dynasty. No sooner had the eldest princess spoken these words than they caused an uproar. You truly have a venomous heart. What good does doing this do you?" Shun San roared angrily. Shun San had never imagined the eldest princess would resort to such extreme measures. When he was born, the great Zhao dynasty had already forbidden Hanshur-san for over 30 years. He had little knowledge of this substance, but the fact that it could lead to the demise of the previous dynasty showed how terrifying it was. Legend has it that at some unknown point, the refined scholars of the previous dynasty came to believe that using Hanshur-san was a matter of elegance. Consequently, all civil and military officials at court followed suit, considering the use of Hanshur-san an honor. Eventually, the poison took effect, leading to a state where not a single normal person remained in the entire court. Grievances among the populace were widespread, and that was what led to their ruin. Benefit? The eldest princess' expression suddenly turned fierce. "Why can men have many wives and concubines, hold high office, and receive generous stipends, but women cannot? If I become emperor, this vast empire, these thousands of beauties, they will all be mine." Speaking of beauties, her gaze turned infatuated towards my lackey. My lackey's face was as cold as ice, clutching the folding fan in his hand, as if he wished he could chop off the eldest princess' head. Shun San, hearing these words from the eldest princess, was also stunned for a moment. In the end, he merely shook his head, seemingly not knowing what to say, only uttering madness, sheer madness. To be able to poison all civil and military officials certainly wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day or two, or even a month or two. It was evident that the eldest princess had been planning for a very long time. The eldest princess laughed loudly. "That's right. This princess has been mad for a long time. Why? Even though I was favored by my imperial father, that year I could only be forced to marry this useless coward." She pointed at the imperial consort, her eyes filled with resentment. "As for my imperial sisters who weren't favored, who among them wasn't married off in political alliances with barbarian tribes? If I become emperor, who would dare defy me? Who would dare disobey me?" Her expression was maniacal. Originally, she had intended to use Hanshur-san to control all civil and military officials, making them all obey her and support her ascension to the throne. But an empress regnant had never existed, from ancient times to the present. She feared that some stubborn old men, even if poisoned by Han San, would not yield. Half a month ago, after receiving a letter from the third prince as a precaution, she then decided she wanted her daughter to become empress. If her daughter could bear a son, that would be even better. At that time, after killing Shan San, she could completely control the child emperor to command the feudal lords and rule, as regent from behind the curtains. Even without the title of empress regnant, her power would be no less than that of an empress regnant. Compared to becoming emperor herself, this path was clearly much easier. She had believed her plan was perfect, but she never expected it to be exposed so quickly. The antidote to Han San, handed over, Shan San said. The eldest princess sneered. Her blood-stained face looked like a disheveled female ghost handed over. Do you think I'm stupid, ha? Shan San turned around, clasping his hands behind his back, escort the eldest princess to the imperial prison. Some imperial guards were about to step forward to arrest the eldest princess. My Luowan shook his fan and it unfolded. Clearly it was just a fan, but it gave people the illusion that he was holding a 3-foot-long sharp sword. The powerful pressure prevented the imperial guards from daring to step forward. He curled his lips. Little emperor, you seem to have forgotten what I said. This wicked woman's life I have claimed. Shan San's expression was slightly unpleasant. Towards my Luowan, he couldn't keep yielding forever. Otherwise, what would become of this emperor's dignity? Shan San looked towards Yan Mingwa. Yan Mingwa was not afraid of my Luowan. He took a step forward and said, for the crime of rebellion, she must surely die. It's just that currently it concerns the well-being of court officials, so whatever personal grudge you have, you can avenge it after some time. My Luowan curled his lips radiantly. Other people's affairs, what concern are they of mine? If the court is unstable, it will bring disaster to the common people. Yan Mingwa said. What if I don't agree? My Luowan tilted his head slightly. When he smiled, he was indeed mesmerizingly charming. Then I, Yan, can only request some instruction from you. Yan Mingwa showed no fear. My Luowan looked at Yan Mingwa for 2 seconds, then looked away and closed his fan. Since the king of Zhenbei has spoken thus, I cannot but show this respect. With that said, he flew onto the rooftop. His toes lightly glided across the glazed tiles, before he flew into the boundless night. As the eldest princess was escorted away by the imperial guards, she still gave Yan Mingwa a sinister smile. You, Yan, don't get complacent. You have also been poisoned with cold stone powder. As soon as these words were uttered, Shan San and the accompanying imperial guards were all slightly startled. Yan Mingwa merely replied coldly, how I fare is not for the eldest princess to concern herself with. You should still worry about whether you can endure the tortures in the imperial prison. After the imperial guards had escorted the eldest princess away, Shan San then looked worriedly at Yan Mingwa. Are her words true? Yan Mingwa clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty need not worry, this subject feels nothing unusual in his body. He didn't state it directly that he had long ago discovered the eldest princess administering the cold stone powder formula. The emperor's suspicions one must guard against. If cold stone powder was used in moderation, it could also be used as a medicine. Therefore, using a small amount of cold stone powder was not harmful to the body. However, if too much was used, it would accumulate toxins in the body. Addiction, needless to say, and it would also lead to hallucinations, and eventually mental instability and the exhaustion of the internal organs, leading to death. Shan San said a few words of concern, immediately rewarded Yan Mingwa with a pile of objects, and also ordered an imperial physician to his manor to take his pulse that very night. The Princess Royal's manor was searched. Those on the list belonging to the third prince's faction were also all arrested by the imperial guards that night. On the morning of the second day, Shan San ordered the imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Academy to examine the pulses of the court officials. Indeed, most court officials had been poisoned by Han Tan. Some high-ranking officials had unfortunately fallen victim because their wives or concubines in their households had close ties with the Princess Royal. But some high-ranking officials, who originally had no dealings with the Princess Royal's manor, also were poisoned by Han Tan, and the poisoning was quite severe. The court was once again in a state of panic. After a thorough investigation, it was discovered that these officials were usually fond of food and drink, and enjoyed eating dishes from Mingyu Restaurant. And Mingyu Restaurant was an establishment under the Princess Royal's control. This han thatch tan had been administered into the dishes consumed by these court officials. Yan Minghua, upon hearing this news, even though he knew that using a small amount of han thatch tan would not cause great harm to the body, still broke out in a cold sweat. He ordered the medical official who had accompanied him from Mo Bay to examine Lin Chu's pulse, and only after confirming that Lin Chu had not been poisoned by han thatch tan did he feel a little relieved. Even under all forms of torture, the Princess Royal refused to hand over the antidote for han thatch tan. The court officials, knowing they had been poisoned, were anxious and uneasy. Shun Sun, on one hand, ordered people to continue interrogating the Princess Royal. On the other hand, he dispatched people to search for an antidote among the populace. Yan Minghua asked the medical official in his residence, and learned that han thatch tan fundamentally had no antidote. If the poisoning was not deep, this substance could be resolved by detoxification followed by a period of recuperation. But if the poisoning was already deep, not to mention whether one could even detoxify, even if one could, the body would have been almost entirely destroyed by the toxins and there wouldn't be much time left to live. The Princess Royal herself did not fully understand the true effects of han thatch tan. That year, when she intended to rebel, she spent a large sum of money to invite a sorcerer. The sorcerer, because of the large sum of money the Princess Royal promised, and relying on the fact that currently only a handful of people knew about han thatch tan, lied that han thatch tan had an antidote. Currently, among the court officials, 7 or 8 people had been deeply poisoned. Shun Sun had put in much effort to find an antidote, and naturally also received this answer. Those who could detoxify from han thatch tan's effects, Shun Sun uniformly ordered them to the Imperial Medical Academy. Before complete detoxification, they were not allowed to return home. As for those who were deeply poisoned previously in court, they had spoken nonsense. At that time, Shun Sun thought they were relying on their old age and acting senile. Now it seemed that the toxins had rendered their minds no longer clear. A thorough investigation revealed that in the households of these officials, some had wives or concubines who, in order to compete for favor, had continuously added han thatch tan to their soup. This made them feel uncomfortable all over if they didn't consume han thatch tan for a day. Thus, step by step, they arrived at the current situation. For others, their household chefs were agents of the Princess Royal, and had continuously added han thatch tan to their rice and soup. This batch of officials was dismissed from their posts. Someone had to fill their positions. The only way to fill these vacancies was this year's spring imperial examination. The Princess Royal's faction had been convicted, and would be executed by beheading in the autumn. The Princess Royal was killed by an assassin in prison. Her death was extremely horrific. Because in life she was morally corrupt, conspired to rebel, and also harmed numerous officials. The court officials unanimously disagreed to her being buried in the imperial mausoleum. The Princess Royal, once extremely powerful after her death, had no place for burial. It was truly lamentable. From the Princess Royal's manor, many other criminal evidences were also unearthed. When the late emperor passed away, she also had a hand in it. Prior to that, evidence of her colluding with the second prince to harm the crown prince, and harming Yangon Marquis Manor, had also been found. Yan Minghua reopened the case of Yangon Marquis Manor. After 7 years, the wrongful case of the entire family being exterminated that year was finally cleared. The old emperor also had a hand in the annihilation of that family back then. But Tam Sam could not condemn his imperial father. He could only shift all the blame onto the deceased second prince and eldest princess. With no more internal accomplices in the capital, and the third prince in Nam Quang still not having recovered his full strength, daring no longer to act recklessly, things were now considered peaceful. The full moon celebration that Lam So had worried endlessly about now posed no more threats. At the full moon celebration, Tam Sam did indeed come in person. But he was an emperor, and his mere appearance at the banquet was already considered boundless favor to his subjects. The noble ladies who attended Yen Ka's full moon celebration all praised her as being blessed, their words full of admiration. Because Tam Sam was present, there was an exceptionally large number of young ladies at the banquet that day. Each was adorned exquisitely like a fairy maiden. While high-ranking court officials might not have had daughters suitable for marriage, that did not mean lower-ranking officials at home were without unmarried daughters. According to custom, Tam Sam would select imperial consorts after the new year. These young women also clearly understood their place. They did not seek the exalted position of empress, only to catch Tam Sam's eye, to be brought into the palace first, or at the very least, for him to remember their faces. Who could say what the future held? After all, the imperial palace was a place where even a palace maid could, step by step, ascend to the position of empress. Yin Ka was now over 3 months old. Perhaps due to the good climate of the capital, her small face was fairer than when she had first arrived. Her body was also sturdier than average babies', making her look no different from a 6-month-old. She still liked to gaze at people with a cool expression, but had become much more active. Sometimes when Lam So sat holding her, Yin Ka would try to grab Lam So's clothes to pull herself up, but each time she managed to get halfway up, she would flop back down. The little one was not discouraged. Even if she exerted herself until her face was flushed red, she would still cling to Lam So's garment to pull herself up. Lam So, feeling both tenderness and amusement, lifted her to stand on her own lap. At present, she was still too small to stand steadily, and could only be supported by Lam So in this way. The nanny said Yin Ka would be successful later in life. She had held many children, but none were as well behaved and intelligent at such an early age as Yin Ka. As a first-time mother, hearing her child praised filled Lam So's heart with joy. When Tam Sam came to visit, he again felt an urge to hold Yin Ka. As they were indoors, it wasn't cold. Furthermore, Yin Ka was typically very active. Lam So hadn't bundled Yin Ka up like a tightly wrapped rice cake. Tam Sam picked up little Yin Ka. Last time, outside the city and before the 3 armies and their generals, he hadn't found it appropriate to act so informally. This time, feeling the urge, he gently pinched her cheeks. Then he playfully poked her nose, before gently prodding Yin Ka's mouth with his thumb. Yin Ka gazed at him with an expressionless face. Tam Sam, for some reason, remarked to Lam So, "This child seems to enjoy my playful teasing." But immediately afterward, Tam Sam felt his imperial robe become soaked with a warm liquid. A strange odor rose from his person. Tam Sam stiffened, then slowly lowered his head to gaze at the wet patch on his imperial robe. Lam So, frightened, quickly picked up her daughter and repeatedly said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me." The accompanying eunuch also didn't dare to blame Yin Ka, only forced a smile and said, "Your Majesty, this is a good omen." A good omen? Tam Sam's face showed utter despair, as if he had nothing left to live for. Well, there's a folk saying that a child's full-month celebration is about transmitting good fortune to your Majesty. The eunuch blurted out. Yen Minhua, standing beside them, saw this and the corner of his mouth twitched. He tried to suppress the slight upturn of his lips, cleared his throat twice, and said, "Your Majesty, if you don't mind, you may temporarily wear this humble servant's clothes." Tam Sam nodded expressionlessly. He had forgotten that while children are adorable, they are too difficult to raise. Even if he were told that this child would later grow up to be a fairy, Tam Sam still felt that just by thinking about what happened today, he would no longer have any expectations for this child. Yen Minhua was a military general, taller than Tam Sam by more than half a head. When Tam Sam wore his clothes, T was like a teenager secretly donning the clothes of his father and elder brother. But there were no other clothes in the residence. Tam Sam could only wear them for the time being. The accompanying eunuch advised Tam Sam to return to the palace first. Having finally managed to snatch half a day of leisure with great difficulty, Tam Sam did not want to return to that suffocating imperial palace. There, he always had to remind himself that he was the emperor of this realm, always needing to be diligent and industrious, not daring to be negligent even for a moment. Every day he had to suspect one person after another. He didn't dare to completely trust Yen Minhua, yet he couldn't help but rely heavily on him. Every time he made a decision, every time he spoke a sentence, he had to ponder it in his mind no less than 3 times. But he didn't know that the person he suspected, even when at court, was enjoying a life as free as the clouds in the sky. Tam Sam suddenly felt a little envious of Yen Minhua. He knew that if Yen Minhua wanted the position of emperor, he could certainly seize it. But Yen Minhua had not wanted it. Previously, he thought Yen Minhua harbored some grander scheme. Now he finally understood that Yen Minhua had, he feared, long seen through the life behind that throne. That person was too intelligent. He had a wife and children, making others envious. He was still lonely and alone. It was precisely at this moment that Lam So dimly felt he wanted to find a maiden he liked. Not far from the crossroads there was a pavilion. Quite a few noble young ladies were in the pavilion. Sam was not wearing imperial robes, and these young ladies had never met him, so they surely wouldn't recognize him. But he was an outsider, and walking past like that, it wouldn't be good to offend those girls. Shun Sen was about to lead his people back when he heard an argument over there. Explain clearly, what do you mean the daughter of a vulgar warrior is worthless? The speaker's voice was loud, yet her pronunciation was clear, even giving one the impression of being both gentle and somewhat forceful. Missin, why are you getting so angry? We didn't mention you by name, did we? That's right. General and performed a great service in assisting the throne and received His Majesty's favor. Even if His Majesty were to marry you into the palace, becoming empress would be a matter of course. At the city gate, in front of the entire army, rushing directly in front of His Majesty, what is that considered? The daughter of a military general is naturally unconcerned with etiquette. That's your true nature. Perhaps His Majesty has already taken special notice of Miss, and without even waiting for the spring selection of beauties, you'll already have to enter the palace as a noble consort. Indeed, Generalin, I heard he can no longer go to the battlefield. If Missin enters the palace and suffers injustice, I'm afraid her maternal Emily won't have anyone to back her up, huh? Missin is so talented, why would she need her maternal family to back her up? I heard Missin has passed the age of marriageable eligibility, but still hasn't married. She must be waiting for His Majesty to choose her for the palace. So if she isn't chosen for the palace, what will Missin do? I'm afraid the noble young masters in the capital won't marry Missin at this age. But to be a concubine for someone else, surely there will still be many willing to marry Missin. In the pavilion, the noble young ladies exchanged these harsh words, one after another. The young lady in yellow was isolated by the other young ladies on one side. From his vantage point, Shun Sen couldn't see her face. But hearing the words of these young ladies, he knew it was the daughter of Ndingyuan. Recalling the incident at the city gate that day, he also found it troublesome. He had thought Ndong would be subjected to rumors and gossip. But these noble young ladies' mouths were so venomous that Shun Sen had not anticipated it. Slap. A crisp slap caught Shun Sen's attention. On closer inspection, he saw the young lady in pink, who had just said she wanted Ndong to be a concubine, holding her face and looking at Ndong with an incredulous expression. You dare hit me? Do you know who my father is? The young lady in pink angrily shouted. The young ladies watching also didn't expect Ndong to actually strike someone. The reason they ganged up to attack Ndong was, after all, simply jealousy that Ndong had appeared in front of Shun Sen on her very first day in the capital. So you do have a father. I thought you had no parents to teach you, so I wanted to teach you a lesson on their behalf, Ndong said with a smile. You hussy, you dare curse my parents. I'll fight you to the death. The young lady in pink struggled free from the hands of the young ladies holding her and furiously charged towards Ndong. Ndong was a head taller than her, and her arms were much longer. Before the young lady in pink could even reach her, a thump of a punch landed on her nose bridge. The noble young lady froze in place. By the time she reacted, blood was already flowing from her nose. The young lady in pink cried out in fright, sobbing uncontrollably. If you're brave enough to act, you should be able to bear the pain of being hit. Don't cry. Ndong's voice remained calm as if nothing had happened. The young lady in pink heard that and cried even louder. Many young ladies stepped forward to comfort her. A young lady in purple also wanted to step forward to help her, scolding Ndong, young lady, and aren't you going too far? Ndong coldly glanced at her. Young lady had just said that a general's daughter from a base background is good for nothing. In that case, I'll just have to show you with some base methods. The young lady in purple was overcome with anger. Her gaze turned venomous as she said, since young lady in likes to get physical, then let's all get physical together. Don't claim we're bullying you, young lady in. This young lady in purple was clearly the ringleader. As soon as she finished speaking, quite a few young ladies looked at Ndong with hostile eyes. Ndong merely curled her lips. Without haste, she pulled a hairpin from her bun. The hairpin was made of solid gold, unadorned, with only an extremely sharp, pointed tip. It looked very intimidating. She said, let's see you try. When women fight, it's typically nothing more than pinching, scratching, clawing, hair pulling, and biting. Ndong's action made all the young ladies present tremble with fear inwardly. They were still young and had yet to be married off. If their faces were scratched, their entire lives would be ruined. Moreover, Ndong's stance suggested that even causing a death wouldn't trouble her in the slightest. These noble young ladies preferred to combine their strength, but none were foolish enough to charge forward first. Ndong raised an eyebrow at the young lady in purple. Young lady, ha, what are you still hesitating for? The young lady in purple's expression was unsightly. She, of course, didn't dare to risk her life like Ndong. She merely shouted furiously, growing up beyond the pass. You truly did grow up beyond the pass. Do you think all the noble young ladies in the capital are as crude as you? After saying this, she directly flung her sleeve and walked away. The remaining young ladies also no lunge, or dared to provoke Ndong, and left one after another. The young lady in pink was also being helped away. Ndong suddenly called out to her, you stay. Her words made the young ladies who were about to leave stop in their tracks. And the young ladies who were helping the young lady in pink, as if wanting to sever ties, all moved away. The young lady in pink looked around, feeling both wronged and uncomfortable. What do you want to do? She still wanted to appear aggressive, but her imposing air had already weakened. Apologize. Ndong said. You hit me, why should I apologize? The young lady in pink perhaps spoke too agitatedly, moving her facial muscles. Her nose bridge stung again, and tears poured out once more. That's because you deserved it. Ndong looked at her expressionlessly. Apologize. The young lady in pink looked around again, seeing that no one was willing to help her anymore, and choked out an apology with a sobbing voice. Can I go now? She sobbed. Ndong stood with her arms crossed, suddenly asking, how did your nose get injured? The lady in red had a dazed expression. You hit. Before she could finish her sentence, seeing Ndong emotionlessly lift the golden hairpin in her hand, the lady in red feared Ndong would rush over again and scratch her face to pieces. Her tears fell even more violently, and she honestly corrected herself. I fell. Ndong nodded. Oh, so you fell. Everyone heard that, right? The eyes of the other ladies looked at Ndong as if she were a monster. Among these ladies, the lady in red was considered the most noble. The lady in purple's family background wasn't very good, but she was very skilled at using others as bait. The lady in red knew that Ndong had forced her to admit in front of everyone that she had fallen. If she were to find someone to complain about Ndong hitting her later, she would completely lose face. Moreover, even if she disregarded her dignity and went home to complain, it was true that she had spoken offensively first. If word got out, it would also damage her reputation. The other ladies dared even less to spread the news of Ndong hitting someone. Not to mention that doing so would offend the lady in red. Just the fact that a group of ladies had ganged up on one person, only to be scared to this extent, meant that if word got out, they would be the ones to lose face. Therefore, this group of ladies merely held a grudge in their hearts and would not spread the incident carelessly. After all, it was not something glorious. All the ladies had left. Ndong then pinned the hairpin back into her hair. She rubbed her hand, which was sore from hitting someone, and sat down in the pavilion. As if nothing had happened, she bit into the sunflower seeds on the table. Slanting sunlight shone into the pavilion. Half of the young lady in yellow's face was bathed in sunlight. A face that was originally calm and gentle now possessed a few additional facets. Tam Sam saw this scene and chuckled. Quite interesting. His position was not far from the pavilion. It was just that a pine tree beside the path obscured him, and the group of ladies had taken a different route, so they had not noticed him. At this moment, he spoke those words without lowering his voice, so Ndong heard him. Ndong glanced in that direction. Tam Sam secretly thought this was not good. Although he had stumbled upon this place by chance, if the bad reputation of peeking at ladies spread, he would have no face left. He hastily pulled the accompanying eunuch and turned to leave. Stop. Ndong's voice came from behind. Tam Sam feared that if he ran, Ndong would directly call for people. If the matter escalated, then it would be even worse. He could only halt his steps. The accompanying eunuchs, how dare you, had not even left his lips before Tam Sam kicked him. He immediately shrank his neck back, not daring to utter a sound. Tam Sam feared that if this eunuch spoke, his voice would reveal his identity. He used his sleeve to cover his face, turned around and said to Ndong, young lady, please don't be angry, I merely happened to pass by, I had no intention of peeking. Before he could finish his words, a money pouch was thrown at his feet. What just happened? You can just pretend you didn't see it. After Ndong said this, she turned and walked away. Tam Sam watched Ndong walk away, then looked at the money bag thrown at his feet, feeling a little bewildered. His clothes were clearly too large for his body. Did Ndong take him for an unloved second son in the family, who could only wear other people's old clothes, and even use money to silence him? Tam Sam, bewildered, opened the money bag and counted. He found there were a total of 50 taels of silver inside. He, a dignified emperor, whose hush money was only worth 50 taels of silver. This mission is truly outrageous. The accompanying eunuch had never seen a young lady like this before. After much thought, he could only utter such a sentence. Tam Sam looked at the money bag, suddenly burst out laughing. Interesting. Truly interesting. This time, it was the accompanying eunuch's turn to be bewildered. Lam So remained completely unaware of the events that had transpired here. Too many guests arrived at the manor today. Some people, whom she hadn't originally invited, hearing that Tam Sam would be coming, found every way to ask noble ladies with invitations to bring their daughters in. Yin Min Kwa entertained the male guests in the front hall. She had to entertain the female guests in the back courtyard. In ancient times, there weren't many entertainment activities. Lam So had invited the most famous opera troupe in the capital. Many ladies and young misses went to listen to the opera. In addition, there was also a mahjong playing area. Some noble ladies who enjoyed playing mahjong had pulled their close friends to play with them, and even by the time the banquet began, they were reluctant to leave. The arrow-throwing game was an activity most young girls loved. They gathered in groups of 2 or 3, playing happily. Originally, everything was going smoothly, but the young miss from the Duke Cheng's residence returned crying from the Lin Lung pavilion. This immediately attracted the attention of many surrounding ladies and young misses. Lam So, being the hostess, naturally had to go inquire. She heard the young miss from the Duke Cheng's residence say she had accidentally fallen. Lam So saw that the young misses who had returned with her all had mysterious expressions, and there was no mud or dirt on the Duke Cheng's young miss clothes. She felt that the matter was probably not simple. But since the person refused to speak, she couldn't press for answers. She merely called for a physician to examine her wounds, and found a brand new dress for her to change into. Female guests usually paid great attention to their attire. Lam So had long ago instructed people to prepare many new dresses, precisely to guard against unexpected incidents during the banquet. This matter was considered closed. It wasn't until evening that the guests attending the full moon banquet gradually departed. Lam So was utterly exhausted. She intended to return to her room to see her daughter. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the wet nurse slumped over the table. Lam So's heart suddenly sank. She rushed into the inner room. She saw a man in resplendent red robes sitting beside Yen Ka's cradle. The blood in her entire body almost froze. You give me back my daughter. Whatever you want, my husband will agree to it. Lam So stammered due to extreme fear. My lackey poked Yen Ka's small chubby face. He seemed a little surprised that there was such a soft and delicate being in this world. His pupils widened like a cat's eyes. Then he smiled. I only came to give a gift. He looked up, placed a small box into Yen Ka's cradle, and then looked at Lam So. My good disciple asked me to bring it. Hearing him mention Han Quan Deep, Lam So relaxed a little. Is Quan Deep still doing well? Very good, my Luan replied, but his hand still gently stroked and pinched Yen Ka's small face. His eyes curved into a beautiful crescent shape. Yen Ka stared expressionlessly at the red lump in front of her. When my Luan touched her plump little face once more, the child swung her chubby little hand up and slapped his arm. By accident, she grabbed his hair and tugged. This action made my Luan's eyes widen in surprise. Regarding Han Junya's sudden departure, Lin Chu still couldn't accept it in her heart. But she still hoped Han Junya would live well. She said, please take good care of that child. My Luan glanced at Lin Chu, as if surprised that she would say such words. He said, of course. Then he pointed at Yen Ku, his face full of interest, and said, "Can I borrow your daughter to play with for a few days? Lin Chu, you can try." A deep, cold voice drifted in from the door. Lin Chu turned her head and saw Yen Minghua striding in. Mai Luan's gaze changed slightly. He removed his hair from Yen Ke's hand, left a phrase, "The gift has been given. This humble one bids farewell first." His toes lightly touched the window, then he vanished without a trace. Only then did Lin Chu step forward, pick Yen Ku up and comfort her. "Is the nanny all right?" she asked Yen Minghua. "She was merely put to sleep with a pressure point," Yen Minghua said. His gaze rested on the small box Mai Luan had given. He hesitated slightly. "That kid asked him to bring it?" Lin Chu nodded. She felt that Han Junyi didn't dare to meet Yen Minghua, as if there was another hidden reason. She then asked husband the child, "Junyi, why won't he meet you again?" "He has returned to the Han family," Yen Minghua said. His voice had no ripples, making it impossible to guess his emotions. Lin Chu was slightly stunned. "Does he know about his father's matter?" Yen Minghua only smiled. "I'm afraid he's known for a long time." Hearing Yen Minghua say that, Lin Chu was startled. Han Junyi had previously faked amnesia. He was afraid they would kill him, which is why he faked amnesia. At that time he was only 5 years old. A 5-year-old child, yet with such profound cunning. What surprised Lin Chu even more was that Yen Minghua clearly knew Han Junyi was faking it, but he never exposed him. With the ruthless methods of the original antagonist, this shouldn't have happened. Lin Chu suddenly felt that she didn't quite understand Yen Minghua. She asked, "When did you know that child was faking amnesia?" Yen Minghua merely said, "I never considered him to have truly forgotten." He opened the gift box Han Junyi had sent, discovering a white pearl inside. Yen Minghua immediately smiled. "He has a good heart. It's a Rue pearl. This pearl can ward off 100 types of poisons. I'll find a craftsman to drill a hole, so it can be strung into a necklace for cure." Lin Chu watched Yen Minghua playfully tease Yen Ku, her heart a tangled mess of emotions. His words meant that from the moment he decided to adopt Han Junyi, he had prepared for Han Junyi to learn about his origins, and even seek revenge against him. "My lord, have you considered what if Junyi resents us?" Lin Chu posed this hypothetical. Yen Minghua merely curled his lips. "When he should no longer be kept, I will no longer keep him." Lin Chu believed that Yen Minghua truly had the capability to kill Han Junyi at any time. She was also secretly glad that Han Junyi bore them no ill will. In fact, ever since returning to the Han family, he felt so guilty that he dared not face Yen Minghua. In reality, Yen Minghua wasn't overly concerned about Han Junyi returning to the Han family. It could be said that Han Junyi's act of handing that sealed secret letter to him was originally a mutually beneficial transaction. Duke Han was part of the Grand Princess faction. There was no reason for the Grand Princess to be executed while Duke Han remained unharmed. The crime of treason warrants the extermination of 9 generations of a family. For Han Junyi to take over the Han family from Duke Han, he had to overthrow Duke Han and also ensure the Han family didn't suffer too great a loss. If the Han family completely declined, then his taking over a family that was nearly at its end would be meaningless. Yen Minghua told Shan San that the discovery of the secret letter was due to Duke Han's merit. Duke Han was naturally removed from the list of conspirators. Moreover, with the incident involving Han Shizhen, Duke Han also fell into the ranks of those deeply poisoned, and was ordered by Shun Sin to return home and recuperate. Han Junyi was the only direct descendant in Duke Han's manor. Duke Han naturally wouldn't guard against his own grandson. You could call Han Junyi cold-blooded or heartless, but he had quietly seized power from Duke Han. Outsiders looking in would still see Duke Han's manor as being under Duke Han's control, but the one who truly held sway had become Han Junyi. Han Junyi had revealed such cunning and tactics, and to be fair, Yen Minghua greatly admired him. However, he would absolutely not allow such a danger to remain by his side. Although that child currently always showed gratitude towards him, and if that child encountered any difficulties, he would also be willing to help, he had also mentally prepared to regard that child as an enemy. Person who had experienced death once and had things they cared about could not help but be vigilant at all times. As time passed, in another dozen or so days it would likely be spring. Yen Minghua had also submitted a memorial requesting to return to the northwest. But Sun San had not yet approved it. Just as Lin Chu was worrying if something had happened again in court, Sun San suddenly issued an imperial decree. He intended to marry General N's daughter and Tong. This news immediately spread from the imperial court throughout the capital. Even though Lin Chu knew the plot, she was stunned for half a day and couldn't react. The imperial decree was bestowed upon General N's residence, and everyone in the N household was bewildered. Lady N, overcome with joy, suddenly collapsed and then suffered a stroke. Like General N, she lay paralyzed in bed. Not only unable to speak but even self-feeding became difficult. Even the imperial physicians who examined her were helpless. Lady N suffered a stroke. The wives of noble families buzzed with discussion, all saying that the N family probably couldn't bear the imperial favor. But Sun San had always been eccentric by nature. Regardless of how the court officials argued, he remained resolute in marrying An Tong, and even cancelled this year's selection of imperial consorts. An Tong had previously been shunned in various ways by young ladies from prestigious families. Now she had risen to great heights in a single step. Although General An held no real power in court, those who sought to cling to influence flocked to the An family in droves. After the new emperor's grand wedding, it was already late April. Yan Minghua's memorial requesting to return to the northwest had also been approved. Lin Chu suspected that Sun San had intentionally kept them here this time to attend the wedding. An Tong knew they were about to return to the northwest, and sent someone to bestow many gifts upon them. On the day they departed the capital, Han Junyi personally came to see them off. Lin Chu had always regarded Han Junyi as half a son. Seeing him again, and thinking that the north and south would soon be separated by thousands of miles, her eyes couldn't help but redden. She held his hand, meticulously giving him one instruction after another. Lin Chu remembered that in the original novel, the Han family had a steward, who seemed to be the brother of Han Zikin's concubine. He was greatly trusted by Duke Han, but he was ungrateful and harbored malicious intentions. He had secretly caused no small amount of trouble for Han Junyi. Lin Chu lied, saying that Yan Minghua had uncovered this, and instructed him to be wary of that steward. Han Junyi naturally knew how detestable that steward was. Hearing Lin Chu say that Yan Minghua had even helped investigate these matters for him, his heart was filled with conflicted emotions. When he met Yan Minghua treated him no differently than before. He only said a gentleman takes righteousness as his root. With righteousness one is esteemed, without righteousness one is despised. To take righteousness as glory, to act against righteousness is shame. You are still young at times, your actions may inevitably be biased. Remember, matters have their relative importance, big and small. The individual is small before the family, and the family is small before the nation. Minor righteousness can be abandoned, but great righteousness must not be forgotten. Yan Minghua had never considered himself a good person, but before the nation and the world, he had never been a traitor. Han Junyi bowed deeply to Yan Minghua. Junyi will remember Uncle Yan's teachings. When they arrived, Lin Chu's belongings filled only 5 carriages. When they left, her belongings filled more than 20 carriages, and there was still more. Moreover, during the journey, Lin Chu suffered from particularly severe motion sickness. Yan Minghua was filled with endless heartache. He no longer rode his horse, staying to sit in the carriage with Lin Chu. After seeing Lin Chu vomit miserably, he disregarded her objections and sought a physician to examine her pulse, wanting to prescribe some herbal medicine to alleviate her motion sickness symptoms. After examining her pulse, the physician announced that Lin Chu was more than a month pregnant. Yan Minghua was stunned on the spot. Lin Chu looked at Yan Ku, who was still in the cradle, and felt like she wanted to cry, but no. Tears would come. She kicked the culprit out of the carriage. Chapter 101. Because of her pregnancy, Lin Chu found the entire journey back to the northwest incredibly difficult. Yan Minghua felt pity for her and deliberately slowed the army's pace. But even so, Lin Chu still endured considerable hardship. Nevertheless, along the way, Lin Chu also enjoyed many beautiful sights of Jiangnan, and bought quite a few delicate small items that were unavailable in the northwest. When they passed through a village, the old farmers there knelt directly before the army, begging him to help eradicate the bandits. Previously, during times of turmoil, many people in various regions could no longer survive, so they rebelled and became mountain bandits. After peace returned to the land, they had grown accustomed to lives of killing and plundering, so they refused to descend from the mountains to earn an honest living. Relying on the fact that the new emperor currently could not focus his efforts on clearing out the mountain bandits, they continued to rob and commit acts of murder and theft. The diligent common folk tilled their fields, but the food they produced, not even enough to sustain themselves, was completely plundered by the mountain bandits. The local yamen had weak military strength and dared not confront them. When petitions were sent to the prefecture and county, there was no reply for a long time, causing the common people to lament their endless suffering, while the county magistrate himself lost sleep night after night due to worry. Yan Minghua was concerned there would be nothing to amuse himself with along the way. With a retinue of 50,000 soldiers, he only took 500 cavalrymen, and in less than half a day, he had wiped out that bandit lair. The local county magistrate arrived with yamen runners and constables, bowing deeply before Yan Minghua and his entourage, and imprisoning the captured bandits in the major jail. The common people in the county were overjoyed. Even though they had nothing left to eat at home, they still rummaged through everything to find a little food to present to Yan Minghua's army. Of course, Yan Minghua would not accept it. After bidding farewell to the people, he led his army to continue their journey. The villagers even escorted the army for more than 10 li. Lin Chu sat in the carriage, parting the curtain to look outside. Seeing common folk escorting them all along the way, she felt moved in her heart, but a smile bloomed on her lips. In the original work, though Yan Minghua wielded immense power over the world, he had a reputation for arrogance. The common folk all said he was cruel, treating human lives like grass, and they even fabricated rumors that he liked to use infants to make soup. Now, although he had claimed kingship over a realm, he was loved by the common people. Sometimes honor, though merely a hollow name, yet having striven and received a worthy reward, one always feels joyful. In their heart. Yan Minghua rode his horse over to the side of the carriage, tilted his head, and asked her, "What makes my lady smile so happily?" The dark iron armor on him shone brightly under the sun, as if he were bathed in a divine aura. Lin Chu squinted her eyes due to the sunlight, only pursing her lips and smiling without answering. Yan Minghua pondered. After that, throughout the journey, Lin Chu occasionally found Yan Minghua to be nowhere in sight. When she asked Jing He always replied, "The master has led the troops to suppress bandits again." At first, Lin Chu found it strange, guessing that Yan Minghua, praised by the common people, was even more pleased to eliminate evil for their sake. This continued until one time she inadvertently heard Yan Minghua ask Jing He, "Today, I've eliminated a few more bandit lairs. Is my lady pleased?" Lin Chu. Throughout the journey northward, Yan Minghua had suppressed more than 10 bandit lairs. Later, those mountain bandits didn't even need Yan Minghua to lead his army to attack before the army arrived. They automatically went to the local yamen to surrender. Compared to being tortured by Yan Minghua's army in a battle, they preferred to surrender voluntarily to avoid being beaten, and to save their lives. Lin Chu heard these rumors, feeling both amused and helpless. Because they kept traveling and stopping, by the time they reached Yao City it was the hottest part of summer, and the baby in Lin Chu's belly was also over 3 months old. Perhaps because of her pregnancy, she became even more afraid of the heat. During the day, she hid in a lakeside pavilion to enjoy the breeze. The maids took turns fanning her, but she was still hot and profusely sweating. The air was like steam in a steamer. Not long after bathing, her body would become sticky again. Yan Minghua felt extremely distressed, but in this season, only the capital had ice storage facilities. He dispatched people to travel 800 li at top speed to Nandu to get ice and transport it back here. The several carts full of ice initially had melted to less than a basin full. The Great Zhao dynasty had always only had large ice storage facilities in the capital. The ice was stored there from the previous winter, and after sealing the ice cellar, it would be opened in the summer of the following year. Although a considerable amount of ice had melted, it was still enough for the emperor and his concubines to use to cool off in the summer. Because ice was rare in summer, if the emperor bestowed it upon his officials, it was an unparalleled honor. As soon as Yan Minghua opened his mouth, he asked Shun Sen for several large carts of ice. It must be said that Shun Sen was truly generous. Lin Chu, knowing this, felt both touched and distressed, But she suddenly remembered that she could totally make ice herself. People say 1 pregnancy, 3 years of foolishness. How could she forget about using saltpeter to make ice? Saltpeter dissolving in water absorbs a large amount of heat, causing the water to cool down to the point of freezing. In her world, the method of using saltpeter to make ice in summer was popular since the ancient Tang dynasty. Lin Chu instructed Yan Mingwa to dispatch people to collect a large amount of saltpeter. After seeing the method of making ice with saltpeter, Yan Mingwa was also greatly astonished. With ice available, this summer was finally no longer too difficult. Lin Chu, pregnant with this child, was almost addicted to eating sour things. She ate all sorts of chilled sour fruits, to the point where she felt like she had returned to modern times. In her free time, she also brought Jing He and a group of young maids, taking over the kitchen to make fruit juice or fruit preserves. Occasionally she would add a little milk, then chill it with an ice plate for a while. Eating it was both sweet and sour, very delicious. Even Yan Mingwa, who had never paid much attention to food, particularly loved these chilled fruit dishes. Lin Chu once again smelled money. She not only instructed Song Tua to make ice for sale but also opened a shop on the street, selling chilled tea and sweets. Because ice made from saltpeter could not be eaten directly, Lin Chu had people use containers of cool well water placed on the ice. After the water in the containers froze, these ice cubes could then be eaten. Lin Chu instructed Song Tua to categorize edible and non-edible ice. Of course, edible ice would be priced higher, while non-edible ice would be cheaper. At the same time, she thoroughly explained to those who came to buy ice, lest they accidentally eat ice containing saltpeter and get poisoned. The store had just opened, and people flocked there in droves. Fruit juice and iced tea couldn't keep up with demand. A few days later, several more stores were opened. As for the ice stores, usually not long after opening in the morning, all the ice would be sold out. Song Tua asked Lin Chu if they should increase ice production. Lin Chu said there was no need, only instructing Song Tua to keep a ledger recording ice orders from wealthy families, and once done, to deliver them directly to their mansions. As for the rest, keeping only a small amount of ice in the store was sufficient. Aside from wealthy families, ordinary folk didn't have much need for ice. In their eyes, ice had always been a luxury. Initially, ice was snatched up quickly. The vast majority of buyers were also wealthy families, who feared there wouldn't be any ice later, which was why they bought so much at once. Later, if they found that ice in the stores was always regularly supplied, they wouldn't buy so much at a time anymore. In Lin Chu's cold drink store, the best-selling item was grape juice. The northwestern region had little rainfall and a hot climate, but it was very rich in grapes, and grapes grown in such climatic conditions were much larger and sweeter. Yaocheng had quite a few 6 yards specializing in growing grapes. The vineyard owners knew Lin Chu liked to eat grapes, so when the first batch of grapes ripened, they harvested 2 large basket loads and brought them to her as a gift. Because in this era, sugar-making techniques were not yet developed and sugar production was scarce, sugar was always quite a luxury. Conversely, fruit was as cheap as cabbage. In Lin Chu's tea and dessert store, the best-selling item was also ordinary fresh fruit juice, while items with added sugar or milk were for well-off families. Because the Northwest grew too many grapes, if not all sold during the season, the grapes would spoil. In the vineyards, spoiled grapes littered the ground everywhere. Lin Chu felt it was a great pity to see this. If they could be processed into raisins, it would be a huge market, but unfortunately she didn't know the specific method. After Shan Sen ascended the throne, the Chuman tribe had submitted, becoming vassals of Dezhou, paying annual tribute. Shun San opened the borders, allowing trade in the regions beyond the passes, and some other small nations also frequently brought goods to exchange and trade, all highly praising Dezhou's ice summer drinks. Lin Chu thought that the vassal states also had grapes, and perhaps someone there knew how to make raisins, so she ordered Yan Mingwa to post a public notice seeking someone who knew how to make raisins. Not long after the public notice was posted, indeed, someone came forward, and Lin Chu immediately sent her subordinates to learn how to make raisins from that foreign master. After the raisin craze began, the grapes in the vineyards all found an outlet. Batches of raisins produced in the Northwest were sold all over Dezhou, and then transported from the border passes to other small nations. Raisins, unlike fresh grapes, could be stored for longer, hence, they became an important economic industry for the northwestern region. As for refreshing beverages, Lin Chu knew that this method of making ice could not be monopolized, but she could become the first to sell refreshing beverages in summer. She named the store Linji. The cold drink stores spread from Yaocheng throughout the northwest, eventually extending south, opening even in Nandu. Officials and nobles all knew that summer refreshing beverages were usually only enjoyed by the imperial family. As soon as this item appeared, it was inevitably sought after, and ladies and young misses of aristocratic families even used consuming these refreshing beverages as a way to show off. The cost of this item was not high at all, although Lin Chu sold it at a rather reasonable price, because it was the first store to sell refreshing beverages in this dynasty. Almost a monopoly, the profits were still enormous. After all, she had reached into the emperor's territory to make money, so when paying taxes for the stores in Nandu, Lin Chu paid a little extra, with the intention of happily cooperating with the EMP. Era to get rich together. In the first year after the war, 100 things were still in disarray waiting to be dealt with, and money was needed everywhere. Sun Sen advocated for integrity and honesty, but the national treasury was still empty. The refreshing beverage and raisin industries initiated by Lin Chu were very popular in Nandu, and the taxes paid into the national treasury were substantial, so Sun Sen happily supported Lin Chu in continuing these businesses. From ancient times to the present, merchants have always been astute seeing profit. Naturally, others would imitate. After a few years, various cold drink stores and dried fruit stores sprung up like mushrooms after rain, but they did not gain as good a reputation as Lin Chu stores, nor did they have as strong backing as Lin Chu, so Lin Ji still reigned supreme alone. But that was a story for later. Lin Chu was only busy doing these things in the first few months of her pregnancy, waiting until her belly grew as big as a ball. She no longer had the strength to do anything, and every day she just stayed peacefully in her mansion, nurturing her pregnancy. During that time she sent a few letters to Wei Ru. In her letter, Wei Ru said that Guogua already knew how to call Nyang. Wei Ru's daughter Guogua was half a year older than Yen Ku. It was now October, and in 2 more months Yen Ku would be 1 year old, so Guogua was now about 16 months old. Lin Chu cradled her round belly, looking at Yen Ku crawling all over the bed, feeling a bit bittersweet inside. Yen Ku was very intelligent, but for some reason the little girl wasn't close to anyone. No matter how much she was teased, she would only look at people with an expressionless face. Lin Chu suspected this trait was inherited from her father. Now she could stand up but still didn't know how to walk, crawling all over the bed every day. The wet nurse said children like that wanted to learn to walk. Fortunately, it wasn't hot anymore, and Lin Chu was afraid Yen Ku might accidentally fall off the bed, so she ordered people to lay a thick carpet on the floor, and to wrap the bed edges and table corners with a layer of velvet fabric. Knowing that Guogua already knew how to call Nyang, Lin Chu spent the entire afternoon teaching Yen Ku how to call Nyang, but it seemed ineffective. Lin Chu was disheartened, but the wet nurse said Yen Ku was still young and would know how to call when she was a little older. Lam So also knew she was being too hasty and was about to give up, but Yen Ka suddenly opened her mouth and called out Mom. Although this little one still had a poker face, her tender and adorable voice made Lam So's heart melt. She embraced Yen Ka, so overjoyed that she almost shed tears. In the evening, when Yen Minhua returned, he was also extremely surprised to hear that Yen Ka knew how to call Mom. After hearing Yen Ka call Mom herself, he wanted to teach Yen Ka to call Father, but Yen Ka refused. The Great Six. Lane refused to give up, to the extent that later, every time he came home, the first thing he did was look at Lam So, then rushed to teach his daughter to call Father. This made Lam So not know whether to laugh or cry. This time Lam So was pregnant with twins, and her belly was even larger than when she was carrying Yen Ka. By Tet Lunar New Year, she planned to go to Team Long Sun to visit V Nu, but Yen Minhua was afraid something might happen, so he didn't dare let her go. He only sent people to bring some Tet items up the mountain, and sent a letter saying they would wait until Lam So had given birth this time before visiting her. The items Vinu sent to Lam So were brought back by Vien Tam. Meeting Vien Tam again, Yen Minhua was clearly very happy. He led Vien Tam and his old brothers from Quang Tan to drink wine and eat meat, gathering all night. Lam So heard from Yen Minhua that Vien Tam had finally returned to Team Long Sun. He was considered a half-disciple of Old Man Bok Ki, because Old Man Bok Ki, apart from teaching him a few martial arts moves, did not impart other things to him, nor were there many rules he had to follow. This time returning to the mountain, he would roughly be as before, serving as an outer gate disciple on the mountain. Occasionally descending the mountain for shopping, he could also reunite with old friends. Old man Bok Ki and his wife had also returned not long after Venu came back. This time Veentam came to Dutan. Besides bringing some rare medicinal herbs, he also brought a pregnancy tonic prescription, said to be prescribed by his Su Nuong master's wife. The last time Lam So gave birth to Yen Ka, she truly had a near-death experience. Yen Min Kwa was even more scared than Lam So, always insisting that Lam So follow the pregnancy tonic prescription prescribed by his Su Nuong. Perhaps that prescription was truly effective, as when Lam So gave birth to twins this time, she genuinely didn't expend much effort. Labor began in the afternoon and by dusk, the two children had cried their first cries, entering the world. Both were sons. Yen Min Kwa named the elder Yen Viet and the younger Yen Quiet. One name carried the meaning of a weapon, and the other the meaning of a jade artifact, implicitly wishing for the two children to be one scholarly and one martial in the future. They say children can run as soon as they crawl. Lam So had only just started paying attention when the three children had already gone from not knowing how to crawl to knowing how to walk, and in a flash had reached the age where they could run and jump. When Yen Viet turned 1, Yen Min Kwa submitted a memorial to Nam Du, requesting to bestow upon him the title of heir apparent. Lam So was actually very afraid that Yen Quiet would be unhappy because both his elder brother and elder sister had titles, but reality proved that she had overthought it. Yen Quiet was the child closest to her among the three, and he as also understanding and well-behaved, not afraid of strangers, smiling brightly no matter who held him. The servants in the prince's mansion all said that the young master Yen Quiet had the best temperament. In contrast, Yen Viet was a little devil king. In the academy he was constantly fighting with others. Today he fought with Vice General Trong's son. Tomorrow, he would fight with Captain Hua's young master. Lam So was often so angry she wanted to give him a beating, but looking at this miniature version of Yen Min Kwa, she unexpectedly found him adorable. Lam So couldn't bring herself to lay a hand on him, but that didn't mean Yen Min Kwa couldn't. After being disciplined by Yen Min Kwa a few times, Yen Viet became more well-behaved in front of him. What surprised Lam So was that Yen Viet, in front of Yen Ka, was like a mouse seeing a cat. This astonished Lam So greatly that mischievous brat didn't even fear his own mother, yet he was afraid of his sister, who was only 1 year older than him. Now Yen Ka was 5 years old, and Yen Viet and Yen Quiet were 4. To encourage female education, Lam So sent Yen Ka to the academy. She also found a secret to manage the little devil king, Yen Viet. She only needed to remind Yen Ka once, to bring her 2 younger brothers home after school, and not once did the 3 children fail to return home on time. She also told Yen Ka to watch over Yen Viet and not let him fight in the academy, and within a month Yen Viet would immediately be well-behaved and cause no trouble. Lam So had always thought that Yen Viet listened to Yen Ka, until one day she saw a panda eye on Yen Viet's face. Lam So was stunned and asked, "Are you fighting again?" Yen Viet must have been very aggrieved, clearly pouting his lips, about to cry. But as soon as he remembered, a true man doesn't shed tears, he held it back. He just glared with eyes red like a rabbit's, craning his neck and standing in front of Lam So, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes, but still stubbornly stated, "I didn't." Lam So found it both funny and heartbreaking. She told Kin Hoa to take him to apply medicine. She then called Yen Ka and asked her about the injury on Yen Viet's face. Yen Ka, with an expressionless face, said, "I hit him." Lam So absolutely could not have expected that answer, and asked again, "Why did you hit him?" Yen Ka looked at Lam So. "Once Mom told me to watch over him, not to let him fight with others. He didn't listen, so I hit him. So it turned out to be a case of under the power of the fist, there will be a virtuous younger brother." Lam So looked at her daughter's petite figure, truly unable to imagine that this beautiful doll could swing her fists and hit people. Moreover, she hit the little devil king Yen Viet, who knew no fear until he cried. In the evening, Lam So told Yen Min Kwa the story of the 3 children. Yen Min Kwa had initially only intended to teach martial arts to his 2 sons. Hearing what Lam So said, he felt that teaching Yen Ka martial arts wouldn't be bad either. Lam So initially had some objections, reluctant to let Yen Ka suffer hardships, but Yen Min Kwa said he would only teach Yen Ka a few basic self-defense moves, and Lam So immediately agreed. Regardless of the era, for a daughter to know some martial arts, able to protect herself in times of danger, Lam So felt it was very good. But what she hadn't expected was that Yen Ka possessed astonishing martial arts talent. Yen Minhua even planned to send the little girl to Team Long's son, so that true Man Bok Ki could personally teach her. Chapter 102. Yen Minhua sent a letter to Old Man Bok Ki, but the old man said that he no longer had any interest in teaching children now. That was a polite way of refusing to accept Yen Ka as a disciple. Yen Minhua's martial arts at this time were already considered peak. Teaching Yen Ka himself was not impossible. It's just that if Yen Ka were to follow Old Man Bok Ki, he would probably achieve greater accomplishments. Yen Minhua knew about the goo poison on Old Man Bok Ki. His master's wife had tried every method but still couldn't cure it. A few years ago there was suddenly hope for a cure, but Old Man Bok Ki suffered severe damage to his vital energy. Wei Ru had mentioned these things in a letter, the words full of hidden implications. She also advised him only to correspond with Hidden Dragon Mountain, not to go up the mountain casually. Yen Minhua guessed that Old Man Bok Ki might have foreseen some destiny, a destiny related to him or the Yen family, and that could even implicate Hidden Dragon Mountain. For something to make Old Man Bok Ki so wary, it was clearly an unsolvable predicament. Therefore, for all these years they had always stayed away from Hidden Dragon Mountain. But recently scouts brought back news, saying that Mu Hanfang had died. Ever since Princess Chang's faction was uprooted, the third prince's side had made no further moves. The people of Nanjiang were skilled in witchcraft and goo arts, and the third prince would not easily establish a firm footing there. His master, Old Man Bok Ki, had once fought with the Grand Priest of Nanjiang, was poisoned by goo, and it had remained uncured for many years. In order for the third prince's army to recuperate in Nanjiang, and later return to Zhongyuan, Mu Hanfang must have offered many strategies, thanks to which the third prince's power in Nanjiang gradually grew strong. But if Mu Hanfang had lived for a few more years, he too might have had to be wary. As soon as Mu Hanfang died, the third prince's development momentum in Nanjiang would surely slow down. Currently, Great Zhao also couldn't endure war anymore. Even though this was an excellent opportunity to strike at the third prince, Shun Sen also wouldn't initiate war. Both sides were striving to strengthen themselves. Mu Hanfang was buried with great solemnity by the third prince, using the rites of a duke of the state. Regarding Mu Hanfang's death, Yen Minhua couldn't say he was sorrowful, but neither could he be indifferent. Within the sect, Mu Hanfang had always been the smartest, always appearing frail, gentle and harmless, but the next moment, he could make you die without a burial place. To be precise, he and Mu Hanfang had no deep-seated enmity. Later they became like water and fire, mostly due to matters involving Wei Ru and the fact that they both served their own masters. Upon receiving news of Mu Hanfang's death, he had originally intended to write a letter to Hidden Dragon Mountain, but on second thought he put the brush down. His master could certainly calculate the day Mu Hanfang passed away. And as for whether Wei Ru should know or not, his master and master's wife must have their own considerations. Yen Minhua lit an incense stick and in the courtyard, bowed 3 times facing south. The brotherhood of a lifetime from this point was also considered ended. Hidden Dragon Mountain. In March the peach blossoms on the mountain were in full bloom. A fine mist-like rain like buffalo hair drenched this land. Scattered peach petals moistened by the rain fell onto tender green grass leaves. The mountain path, due to sparse foot traffic, was not muddy. A few contiguous bamboo buildings nestled on the mountainside, half hidden, half revealed among the lush green bamboo forest, like a fairyland from a mythical realm. A burl. Man carried 2 axes on his back, his footsteps muddy, and walked into this bamboo forest. As the burly man reached the courtyard gate surrounded by a bamboo fence, a beautiful little girl with 2 hair buns dashed out from the bamboo house. The little girl had bright black eyes, her nimble pupils darting around, looking very mischievous. The burly man then saw something on the little girl's face that resembled a dear departed friend. A man 8 chi tall. His eyes were a little red at the corners. The little girl stood before the bamboo gate, scrutinizing the burly man from head to toe for a while. Seeing that besides the 2 axes on his back, the burly man carried nothing else, she asked with some doubt, "Aren't you Brother Jun Yes envoy sent to deliver things to Guagua?" Guagua, it's raining so heavily and you ran out again? A slightly hoarse voice came from within the bamboo house. At first listen, one might think it was a man, but the person who emerged was a woman. Upon seeing Gu Hui, Wei Ru's expression changed. Her first reaction was that Mu Hanfang had returned, but there was no one else beside Gu Hui, which made Wei Ru feel a bit uncertain in her heart. Or rather, she had already guessed that possibility, but instinctively didn't consider that direction. Her walking steps suddenly halted. For a moment, Wei Ru didn't know what to say, nor what to ask. Qua turned her head to look at Vinu, then like a playful fawn, skipped over and took Vinu's hand pointing at Cat Hoi and saying, "Mother, this uncle is really strange." "Good girl, Qua, go inside and play with Grandma," Vinu said, gently stroking her daughter's hair. Qua was very sensible. Realizing Vinu probably had something to say to this uncle, she nodded and ran into the bamboo house. She didn't go find her grandmother, but hid behind the door, planning to listen to what they would say. Vinu's expression was very troubled, and Qua's intuition told her they might discuss something important. In the yard, Vinu looked at Cat Hoi and calmly asked, "What brings you here this time, sir?" "The master's personal effects, entrusted to me to deliver to Lady V," Cat Hoi replied. Hearing the words personal effects, Vinu's pupils trembled imperceptibly. Cat Hoi took out a round jade pendant and offered it to Vinu before his passing. The master instructed that the object be returned to its former owner. Vinu looked at the jade pendant, tears gradually welling up in the corners of her eyes, finally sliding down her cheeks. This jade pendant was one she had once given to Emo Hanfang. One year, an epidemic broke out down the mountain. She and Emo Hanfang, following their mistress' orders, descended the mountain to practice medicine and save people. After the epidemic was brought under control, on their way back up the mountain, they passed by a jade shop, and Vinu was instantly taken with this jade pendant the moment she saw it. The jade had a warm, lush, dewy green color. Nothing could be more suitable for Emo Hanfang. She thought this jade was very expensive and made a firm decision to buy it, but to her surprise it was unexpectedly cheap. At the time she thought it wasn't good quality jade. After buying it and giving it to Emo Hanfang, she boldly declared that once she earned enough money from iron forging, she would buy him a better one. Emo Hanfang only smiled, saying that this jade was the best, and he had always worn it with him for many years. Only much later did she learn that this jade pendant was far more valuable than the price she had paid. Emo Hanfang had subtly gestured to the shop owner at the time, telling him to sell it to her cheaply, and then personally made up the remaining amount. Now the jade pendant had returned to her hand. Was Emo Hanfang telling her that the innocent promises made in their youth had all turned to smoke? That man always knew how to break her heart. Vinu clutched the jade pendant, choked up and unable to utter a complete word. He was dead, yet he could still make her heart ache so much. Qua hid behind the door, watching the strange uncle hand something to her mother, then return, enduring the misty drizzle. Her mother, meanwhile, seemed rooted to the spot, standing motionless for a long time. The drizzle seemed to have intensified. Qua was afraid her mother would catch a cold standing in the rain for too long, so she was about to run out and call Vinu inside. But after taking a few steps out of the bamboo house, she saw that her mother seemed to have been crying. Perhaps her eyes were just red. But Vinu had stood in the rain for so long that one could no longer distinguish her tears from the raindrops on her face. "Mother," Qua softly called, her voice soft and endearing. Vinu turned to look at her daughter, awkwardly wiped away her tears, and walked over to lead Qua by the hand into the house. "It's raining and the ground is wet, don't run outside." Qua looked up and asked, "Mother, why are you crying?" Vinu said, "Mother isn't crying, it's just the wind in her eyes." A few days later, Qua noticed that Vinu was unusually silent and didn't even go to the forge. Qua wanted to cheer Vinu up, telling her that Uncle Veen Tam had collected a lot of quality iron ore and wanted her to come take a look, but Vinu showed no sign of cheerfulness. Qua found the jade pendant under Vinu's pillow. She had seen her mother hold it and cry several times. Qua thought this object surely made her mother sad, so she intended to find a place to hide the jade pendant. But as she walked out, she tripped on the threshold. The jade pendant in her hand fell out and broke into several pieces. Qua immediately panicked, fearing Vinu's anger if she found out. Tears trickled down her face as she reached out to pick up the broken jade pieces. Vinu returned from outside just in time to see this scene. She said nothing, Rely bending down with Guagua to pick up the broken jade pieces and put them into a bamboo green embroidered pouch. Guagua thought Vinu would be angry, but Vinu didn't say a single harsh word. She only told the child to wait at the door, then went into the house herself to get a basket. The basket was covered with a piece of cloth, so Guagua couldn't see what was inside. Guagua, come with Mama to this place, Vinu said. Guagua knew she had caused trouble, but Vinu's attitude left her a little bewildered, and she could only nod in a daze. When they went outside they met Yuan-san. Guagua sweetly called out, Uncle Yuan-san. Yuan-san stroked Guagua's head, then turned to Vinu and said, Second miss, please grieve less. There was no sign of sorrow on Vinu's face, but neither did she look happy. She said, I know. Vinu led Guagua a long way. Guagua turned her head towards the bamboo forest and saw Yuan-san still standing at the crossroads. She then looked up at Vinu, thinking that ever since she could remember, Uncle Yuan-san seemed to always be in a place where Mama could turn her head and see him, waiting for Mama. The mother and daughter walked past a small hill and stopped at a sunny spot. This place also had many peach trees, but they were wild peaches, their blossoms extraordinarily vibrant, with petals falling profusely. Vinu used a hoe to dig a hole beneath a peach tree, then placed the bamboo green embroidered pouch containing the broken jade pieces into the hole. Watching Vinu use her hands to gradually fill the earth and bury the jade pendant, Guagua seemed to sense something and sat down with her to help fill the earth. Mama, why do we have to bury this pouch? Guagua didn't understand. Vinu said, let's just consider it burying an old friend here. Guagua was still young and not at all afraid of death. She looked at the vibrant peach tree blossoms under the sun and said, So Mama's old friend is here. In spring there are peach blossoms to admire, in summer there's shade, in autumn there are peaches to eat. It's just that winter will be a little lonely. A flicker of sadness seemed to cross Vinu's face. She looked at her innocent daughter and slowly said, Then later in winter, if Guagua is free, you can come here to visit. Guagua nodded and said yes. They mounded up a small heap of earth. Vinu took out joss paper from the basket and slowly burned it beside the mound. Guagua also imitated her and burned some. In early spring, everywhere was covered in a fresh green, but in this scene that green only made people feel a little cold. Guagua looked up at Vinu. She didn't understand why she clearly saw no expression on Vinu's face, yet she still felt that Vinu was grieving. What was Mama sad about? This question would likely remain unanswered until she grew up. The fate that bound us for one lifetime, I suppose it has reached its end. A faint smile bloomed at the corners of Vinu's mouth. She was clearly smiling, but it only made people feel sorrow. Rest assured, I will find someone I like, marry him, and from now on I will assist my husband raise children. As she spoke the last few sentences, Vinu's eyes welled up, but she still smiled, not knowing if she was laughing at herself or at the person beneath the yellow earth. Guagua didn't understand why, but the corners of her eyes also grew wet. On the way back, Guagua saw Vinu's face was very calm, as if she had finally completely buried something in the past. Guagua knew that after just one more bend in the road, she would definitely see Uncle Vin Tam standing at the crossroads waiting for them. She turned her head to look at the peach tree, seeing its blossoms still blooming brilliantly under the dazzling sunlight, as if having bloomed this one time, they would never bloom again from now on. A sadness that she herself couldn't describe suddenly swelled in Guagua's heart. Chapter 103 Conclusion of the Story. Chapter 103 Conclusion of the Story. In a blink of an eye, the children had grown up. After her birthday this year, Yen Ka was already almost 16 years old. She had completely inherited her father's exquisite beauty. As a child, she was a beautiful porcelain doll. As she grew, her facial features became even more delicate and refined, her appearance incomparably stunning. However, Yen Ka was clearly more interested in military campaigns and battles than in needlework and embroidery. She often led the guard squad bestowed upon her by Yen Min Kwa to hunt in the nearby mountains. Lam So inadvertently used modern thinking to view her children, always feeling that Yen Ka, at only 16, was still a little girl, and had no thought whatsoever about her daughter's significant marriage matters. Yen Min Kwa, on the other hand, simply couldn't bear to be parted from his daughter. He believed that his daughter was skilled in both literary and martial arts, and possessed unparalleled beauty. If some dead turtle scoundrel later had the good fortune to marry Yen Ka, it would absolutely mean their ancestors' graves were emitting green smoke, a sign of immense luck. Yen Minhua wasn't worried at all that Yen Ka wouldn't be able to marry. He also didn't mention this matter to Lam So, and gradually the couple both forgot about it. It wasn't until Tan Nuong Tu's daughter got engaged and Tan Nuong Tu brought up Yen Ka's marriage that Lam So suddenly awoke from a dream. After Tan Nuong Tu gave birth to a chubby son for Vong Ho, the following year she gave birth to a daughter. Vong Ho now had both sons and daughters, considered to be complete and content. I always felt that Kair was still young, and had never thought about finding a suitor for her so early, Lam So told Tan Nuong Tu. The older Yen Ka got, the more reserved her personality became. Her demeanor in the manner was no less imposing than Yen Minhua's, and Lam So increasingly didn't know what her daughter was thinking. Because Yen Ka often ran off to the military camp, Lam So had once thought she had given birth to 3 sons. "Oh, my princess consort Jinbei. The princess is already 16, how is that still young?" Deputy General Han's daughter, Lady Han's family, had arranged a match when she was 12, got engaged at 14, and was married off at 15. Before, seeing no movement from your family, everyone guessed you planned to marry the princess to Nandu, which is why no one dared to approach your household. If I hadn't brought this up today, were you planning to let the princess become a 20-year-old maiden? Hearing that Lam So had completely not thought about Yen Ka's marriage, Tan Nuong Tu immediately grew anxious. In the Great Zhao dynasty, marriages were usually arranged early by both families. The two sides would interact, get to know each other's backgrounds, and then marry off their children when they reached the age of marriage. This method of early arrangement offered more assurance, because it takes time to know a person's heart. How to get close to a family could be clearly understood during the engagement period. It wouldn't be like blindly marrying off one's daughter only for the family to turn out to be disreputable, thus pushing one's daughter into a pit of fire. If a daughter was over 16 and not yet engaged, it would be difficult to find a suitable family for her to marry into, because most families had already settled their marriages early. For Lam So, with her modern way of thinking, this was completely unproblematic. However, since this was ancient times in such an environment, Lam So feared Yen Ka would be troubled. She immediately became anxious and discussed the matter with Yen Minhua. Yen Minhua verbally said he wasn't in a hurry, but inwardly, he was already thoroughly considering the young generals under his command. Yen Viet and Yen Quiet heard their parents talking about finding a husband for their elder sister. They also went everywhere to investigate the family backgrounds of the talented young scholars in the academy. In the end, without exception, they all felt that no one was worthy of Yen Ka. Nevertheless, such a significant move by the Yen family still led many to catch wind of the news. Yen Ka had never been interested in banquets or poetry. When others sent invitations, she wouldn't go, and gradually, everyone understood her temperament and stopped sending invitations. But these past few days, all sorts of invitations had been sent to her. Yen Ka disliked socializing. Furthermore, she always wore an icy expression, so other young ladies from noble families dared not approach her. Thus she didn't have many close friends. Only Tan Nuong Tu's daughter, due to frequently accompanying Tan Nuong Tu to the manor, had a rather good relationship with her. Tan Nuong Tu's daughter was named Vong Tu Nuoc. Her facial features resembled Tan Nuong Tu's, but her skin resembled Vong Ho's, being somewhat darker. Because of this, Vong Tu Nuoc had been teased by other young ladies on several occasions. Her personality was also open and unconstrained, so she didn't mind such things. Yen Ka was practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Vong Tu Nuoc sat on a swing, flipping through each invitation card, muttering as she read, "Don't go to this invitation from Miss Liu's family. Her older brother is a bully, oppressing both men and women, looking down on others, and their whole family is good for nothing. Yet they still vainly hope to set their sights on you. This young master song seems interesting. He himself is frail, yet he still invites you to go hunting on Mount Nan with him. Isn't he afraid of being carried off by a tiger?" Wang Xiaoru has always had a sharp tongue, and she didn't stop now. Yen Ka finished dancing the last sword move, startled swan entering shadow, threw the long sword back into its sheath. Her face was like carved jade. her skin as white as snow, and her peach blossom eyes were dim and emotionless. Regarding Wang Xiru's words, she merely said, "What does that have to do with me?" Wang Xiaoru looked at Yan Ka standing upright with her sword, and clutched her face in admiration. "Not for the first time, oh Yan Ka, if you were a man, I would definitely cry and demand to marry you." Yan Ka glanced at her, then walked out with her sword. "Please tell mother I'm going to West Mountain to hunt." As soon as Wang Xiaoru heard hunting, her eyes immediately lit up, and she shouted, "Kind Ka, please hunt a silver marten for me." Observing their closeness, it was clear this scene was very familiar. But that day, just as Yan Ka had organized her troops and left, Lin Chu had already sent someone to find her. Hearing that Yan Ka had gone to West Mountain to hunt, Lin Chu had no choice but to instruct her two sons. Kar has led troops to West Mountain to hunt. You two go there with your people now, perhaps Kar will meet those two children. Lin Chu had also just received a letter brought back from the army by Yan Min Kwa, stating that Guagua had arrived in the region beyond the pass, accompanied by the son of her master and master's wife. The master and master's wife had children late, or rather, they originally had no intention of having children. Those few years they traveled were to find a way to resolve the goo poison on the master. They had made a trip to southern Xinjiang and heard there was a way to transfer goo poison from the master's body to a blood relative. Old man Baishi had no blood relatives. The goo poison he was afflicted with was ice goo, which would freeze his blood, causing his body to stop metabolizing. His appearance looked the same for decades on the outside, but in reality it was exhausting his internal organs. If it weren't for old man Baixi's profound internal energy, constantly resisting the goo poison, an ordinary person would probably have died long ago. The master's wife couldn't bear to see the master's suffering. She secretly took medicine for herself, and after becoming pregnant, she also hid it from the master. By the time the master discovered it, the child was already visibly growing in her belly. After the master's wife gave birth, the master resolutely refused to use their child as a conduit. During that period, even though he knew Yan Min Kwa's family had encountered a calamity, he couldn't help Yan Min Kwa with anything because his goo poison had flared up. Those who can see through the destiny of others often cannot see through their own. The master thought he was about to die and had already arranged his posthumous affairs. The master's wife's grief was uncontrollable. After the master fell into a coma, she defied all odds and transferred the goo poison from his body to the child. It's unknown if it moved the heavens, but eventually, the goo poison on the master was resolved. However, their child, being young, was afflicted with the goo poison. The master's wife barely saved his life with medicine, and only after several treatments did he grow up safely. Because he often soaked in warm springs and medicinal baths, the ice goo that had transferred to his body was as if tamed, able to be commanded by the boy. Lin Chu had never met that child, only hearing Yan Min Kwa briefly mention that the child's appearance was unusual. Guagua, at this age, was descending Hidden Dragon Mountain for the first time. She had a mischievous personality even though the Wu Den person accompanying her paid her no mind, she could still play very happily by herself. "Lotus brother, what welcoming gift have you prepared for Sister Yan Ka and the two younger brothers?" Guagua deliberately provoked the Lotus Lord. Indeed, as soon as Chao Lian heard Guagua call him Lotus Flower, he was so annoyed that the white silk cloth around his straw hat fluttered up, vaguely revealing his silver-white, frost-like hair cascading down to his waist. He gritted his teeth and corrected her, "It's Chao Lian." Chao Lian meaning morning lotus. "Anyway, they're all lotuses, there's no need to be so particular." Guagua played a mischievous trick. Every time she called Chao Lian Lotus Flower, Chao Lian's wooden face couldn't maintain its calm expression. To escape the suspicion of doing it intentionally, she hastily changed the subject. "Where's the gift? Have you prepared it yet?" Chao Lian wasn't very well versed in human sentiments and worldly affairs. Hearing Guagua's words, he immediately pointed to the two sea eagles, one black and one white, circling in the sky. "I heard Princess Jingbei enjoys hunting, so I will give Little White to her." Sea eagles also held the title King of 10,000 Eagles. Some nobles would raise sea eagles to show off, but this type of bird was not only expensive but also extremely difficult to tame. In the land of Liao, sea eagles were called hawks. Pure white, blue, and pure black sea eagles were considered top grade, but unfortunately they were exter. Emily rare. Chow Lian had also expended a great deal of effort to bring these two sea eagles back. Guagua, after hearing this, pouted. It's truly rare. Aren't you being stingy this time? Normally, if I even touched little white once, you would snap at me, let alone giving me one. Trulene gave her a cold glance. You don't even know how to raise them. If I give it to you, you'll just turn around and give it to that brat from the Han family, won't you? What about Brother Quan Deep? Brother Quan Deep has bought me so many wonderful things. Lotus brother, you should really reflect on yourself, Qua Qua said with mischievous intent. Sure enough, the pressure around Trulene immediately dropped significantly. He scowled and corrected her. It's Trulene. Only that brat from the Han family treats you like a treasure. As he said this, Trulene's voice clearly held a strong sense of disdain. Qua Qua immediately flared up in anger. You stinky lotus. Explain yourself clearly, what's wrong with me? While the two were arguing, Trulene's expression suddenly changed. A gentle palm strike landed on Qua Qua, sending her flying several zhang away. Qua Qua fell to the ground, wincing in pain. You stinky lotus, you're so great now, daring to hit me. She scrambled to her feet, intending to settle scores with Trulene, but found a striped white tiger as big as an ox had pounced on Trulene, knocking him to the ground. Its wide mouth like a basin of blood gaped open. If Trulene hadn't used his wrist to prop up the tiger's jaw, he would have likely been bitten. Qua Qua was immediately frightened. Swinging her blacksmith sledgehammer, she rushed over. Go, Lotus brother. I'm coming to help you. Qua Qua jumped up, intending to bring her hammer down on the tiger's head. But the tiger turned its head and bit Qua Qua. Get out of the way, don't cause trouble. Trulene yelled. But seeing the tiger about to bite Qua Qua, disregarding the fact that he was still pinned by the tiger's claws, he prepared to go help Qua Qua. Swish! A long arrow plunged directly into the head of the striped white tiger. The beast, as big as an ox, simply crumpled and fell to the ground. Lotus brother, are you alright? Qua Qua felt very guilty. Trulene knew this girl's personality. He chided softly, don't you know your own strength? Next time something like this happens, just protect yourself, don't cause trouble. Qua Qua dejectedly nodded obediently. Only then did Trulene look towards the owner of that arrow. A troop was approaching. The leader wore silver armor, with a tall and slender build, and a feathered hat. Her appearance could not merely be described as exquisite. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows and eyes like a painting, her long alluring peach blossom eyes. But her gaze was cold and emotionless, as if nothing in this world was worth a second glance from her. She carried a large bow on her back. Evidently, the arrow just fired was hers. Whose young lady is that? She's so beautiful. And her martial arts are amazing too. Qua Qua whispered to Trulene. Trulene said nothing. The troop stopped in front of them. The young lady, who was on a white horse, dismounted, and cupped her hands in greeting to the two of them. Her voice was as cold as her demeanor. I was hunting here, unaware there were people in the forest, and caused you two fright. I am truly ashamed. Are you two injured? If you feel unwell, you may follow me back to the mansion of the Prince of Zhenbei to rest. Qua Qua heard that she was from the mansion of the Prince of Zhenbei and immediately said joyfully, could it be that you are Sister Yen Ka? And you two are? Yen Ka hesitated slightly. My surname is Wei, and am from Qianlong Mountain. Qua Qua introduced herself, then pointed at Trulene and said, this is my grandmaster's son, Trulene. Yen Ka naturally knew that her family and Qianlong Mountain were very close. Hearing what Qua Qua said, she cupped her hands. Greetings, elder sister Hua Guin. Greetings, junior granduncle Trulene. Her gaze paused slightly when she looked at Trulene. White robes and silver hair, ice skin and jade bones, perhaps these were precisely the words to describe such a person. Guagua burst out laughing when she heard Yen Ku call Trulene little martial uncle. He's not much older than us, she said, just call him Lotus. Trulene's face darkened. Wei Hua Guin, that's enough from you. Do you think everyone else is lick? You ignorant of etiquette? Young people always find it easy to become friends. Yen Ku and Trulene were not talkative people, so throughout the journey, they only listened to Guagua excitedly recount what she had seen on the road. Halfway through their journey, they met the two brothers Yen Viet and Yen Quiet, who had come to pick them up, and the whole boisterous group returned to the Prince of Zhenbei's mansion. When Han Junyi heard that Trulene had brought Guagua down the mountain, He was furious beyond endurance. Coincidentally, the emperor had an errand to send someone to the northwest, so he immediately volunteered to be the imperial commissioner to the northwest, this time to deliver an imperial decree, leading his people in a hurried journey to the northwest to snatch his wife. Han Jun, who had become a handsome young man, always believed that everyone in the world coveted his little wife. He had to guard her carefully, otherwise, if he wasn't careful for even a moment, she would be tricked away by someone else. All the children had arrived at the prince's mansion, creating a lively scene. Lin Chu always worried about Yin Ke's marriage. Through her and Yen Mingguo's unceasing efforts, they finally found several decent young men. Lin Chu thought to herself that she would ask for her daughter's opinion, so that Yen Ke could choose someone she liked herself. Anyway, with her daughter's martial arts skills, it would be impossible for her future son-in-law to be unfaithful or treat her daughter badly. Yen Ke, however, said that she already had someone in her heart. This left Lin Chu, who had painstakingly sifted through a pile of future sons-in-law, a little disheartened. But immediately afterwards, she was startled. Who had her daughter fallen for? Lin Chu pressed for an answer, but Yen Ke merely replied, "Wait until I bring him back, then father and mother will both know." Bring him back by force? Could it be that my daughter likes someone who is already married? Lin Chu immediately wanted to cry. Here there are so many good young men in the world. We shouldn't snatch from others. Yen Ke, unclaimed. Unclaimed? Lin Chu felt a little relieved, but could it be a prince from a foreign tribe on the grasslands? Lin Chu started worrying again. My dear Kier, your parents are already old. Wars and such, we no longer have the energy to worry about them. As for matters of marriage, forced melons aren't sweet. Yen Ke. What does this have to do with war? So it's not a foreign prince? Did I overthink it again? Lin Chu immediately felt relieved. But the imperial decree that Han Jun came to deliver this time seemed far from optimistic. In these years, the third prince in Nandu had recuperated and grown strong, continuously encroaching upon the border regions of Dezhou. Shun's son had dispatched large armies many times, but every single time ended in failure. Currently, in the imperial court, quite a few court officials had become fearful, claiming that the people of Nangguang were skilled in voodoo and dark magic, and advising Shun Sen to cede 20 southern cities to the third prince. Shun Sen was extremely enraged. Looking throughout the entire court, the only person with hope of winning the southern campaign was Yen Minggua. Although the north seemed peaceful now, it was precisely because Yen Minggua was guarding it. If Yen Minggua were to lead his troops south, it was feared that other tribes beyond the northwest would also not remain peaceful. Qianlong Mountain. The ice-goo poison had been resolved, and these past 10+ years had finally left some traces on Old Man Bikes' face. He stood with clasped hands in front of the bamboo house, looking at the surging sea of clouds on the distant horizon, and sighed, "Ever since I saw this fate, I have always tried to avoid it. Now it seems if it is fate, how can it be avoided? Have those two children already met?" The woman asked softly. Elder Baishi nodded slowly. The woman then said, "The children have grown up, they have their own destinies. You shouldn't worry anymore." Elder Baishi nodded, looked into the bamboo house and asked, "Has Nuer gone towards Mount Dao again?" The woman's expression immediately became somber. She nodded and said, "That child, I'm afraid she will never escape it in this lifetime." Elder Baishi let out a sigh. Her life was exchanged for by Fonger. That child says she has let go, but how can she truly let go? In divination, Mu Hangfeng was considered Elder Bai Zai's most accomplished disciple. Mu Hangfeng had divined Wei Nu's fatal calamity, and used his own life to exchange for Wei Nu's. He had also once tried to break this calamity, but did not succeed, only managing to extend his own lifespan by a few years and achieving a great feat. Elder Baishi knew that the rise of Nanjiang would certainly bring a second war to Daiqiu, but if he intervened to stop it, he feared it would create an even greater disaster in the future. His fate was to be childless. If he had a child, they would surely be born alongside the emperor's star. From ancient times until now, all emperors have been male, and for his son to later enter the emperor's ranks, how could that be? Therefore, Elder Baishi never wanted to have children. The birth of Tru Lin was because his wife wished to extend his life, but unexpectedly, she gave birth to an empress star. The calamity of Nanjiang is precisely the one these children must face. As for the child of the Yin family, what ultimate heights they can reach will depend on their own destiny. Thank you for joining Lovebook. See you in the next emotional chapter. Goodbye for now.